Welcome to the Lost Lowdown podcast 152 with your hosts, Claude and Justin.
What's up, guys?
We're back, continuing our season 3 commentary series with episode 322, Through the Looking Glass.
Oh, shit.
Through the goddamn Looking Glass.
They're gonna go
I am so excited.
Through the Looking Glass. Yes. This is a big episode, definitely.
Yeah. This is where it all changes, guys.
Yeah. It's I would say this is the most pivotal moment of the show.
It's almost like they're going through the looking glass.
You know?
Yeah, almost, not quite.
Funny you would put it that way. Yeah, because I feel like this episode basically sets up the entire rest of the series.
Yep. This is like season 3 is like the roller coaster going up that first big ramp, and then this episode is where you're at the peak.
Yeah.
The most if I get my physics right, the most potential energy.
There you go. That
Boom,
sounds right.
Physics. I just physics did. And right before it goes down and just goes on coast the whole rest of the way.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I think season four basically plays catch up with this episode.
Mm-hmm.
And then season 5 and 6 basically deal with the consequences of what's introduced in this episode, which I think for me was the most exciting moment of the series for me in terms of plot and speculation, you know?
Yeah.
We have to go back, you know? It's not enough that it's a flash forward. They got off the island. Jack and Kate are there together. It's, you know, someone's dead. None of that's enough.
Yeah.
We have to go back.
Yeah, it's almost like they said, okay, we'll give the audience what they want, but it's not going to be what the characters want.
Yeah.
And that's how they get this extra bit of interest and you know, sort of conflict out of what they set up is like, yeah, you know, we've talked about that before where they it's the icing on the cherry cake, you know, it's just
cherry on the icing cake.
Cherry on the icing cake, yeah. Is that the phrase?
Get the wrong phrase right.
Get the wrong phrase correct. You know, it's just like they build up this whole thing that would be good enough for any other show, and then they just throw this extra thing on top.
Yeah. And I love the idea of short-circuiting the ostensible goal of the series, which is get off the island. You know, and even now, as we're watching, you know, there's a freighter off the coast of the island, and they're talking about rescue, and it's looking like, oh my God, they might get rescued. You know, that's the goal here. You know, there's actually someone from the outside world, and we're just watching the early stages of that play out, and they're just like, no, fast forward to the end. Yes, they got off, but they want to come back.
Yeah, it's interesting, and then you're not sure yet. Like, did they get off with the freighter? You know, how did it actually happen?
Exactly,
you know,
and that's what season 4 deals with.
Yeah, and you know, we talk about the show Lost in terms of the big picture and the sort of meta ideas there. And it's interesting that they kind of say, you know, in terms of like what the audience is wanting, what the characters want, you know, to get off the island. You know, and with the idea of the show sort of being about life and how we respond to different things that we encounter and place meaning on those things, it's interesting that they said, okay, you want to get off the island? Fine. You're off the island. Are you happy now?
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, no, you're not.
No.
And it's just, you know, right. the analogy there is, you know, you getting things in life. You think you want this thing in life and you go after it and you get it and you're not happy.
Yeah.
And it's weird that they basically played that card.
Yeah, you're totally
right. You know,
because
it's the biggest thing we want as the audience, you know, this whole time, and the characters want, and it completely does not solve their problems.
Right. And I feel like it's also them, in a meta way, like predicting the audience's reaction before they have the chance to have it. Like, if we really got them off the island, you would be thinking, I want to go back.
Yeah, and from a sort of character perspective, just because they get off the island doesn't mean they're fixed.
Yeah.
Doesn't mean they're not broken. Doesn't mean they're not just going back to the problems they had before.
Yeah.
Which is exactly what happened.
If they might even be worse.
They might even be worse.
Which I think is kind of what plays out in this episode.
Yeah. So the idea that they have to go back is underpinning all that stuff, and it's really it's interesting. It was a total curveball.
Yeah, I didn't see it coming, and I don't remember anyone having a theory like that, because it would just be so, at this point in the show, it would be so out of left field to say, okay, they're gonna, and of course, again, showing a flash forward but convincing us it's a flashback is such a lost move. Like, they're using the format of the show against us.
Yep.
To like make us think something, and then at the end they can say, well, why'd you think it was a flashback?
Yeah, didn't you see Jack with a beard?
Yeah,
come on.
Exactly.
Yeah, we gave you all the clues you needed.
Yeah, it's like, why did it take you so? I don't get it. I don't understand why did you expected that because of what you brought.
Yeah, exactly. It's your fault. You used old patterns to predict new behavior.
Yeah.
That was incorrect.
Yeah, there's no guarantee. Just because we edit it like we did before, why does that have to mean it's a flashback? It doesn't.
I don't know why that kind of attitude is attractive. I guess because it's really just being an asshole.
I know.
To some degree. It's just being a dick. But there's something like, I guess it's like the fool me once thing, It's just like or like when a magician does a trick, like there's that quality of you appreciate being fooled in a way. So there's that quality of like that attitude that they have that we're giving them.
Yeah.
Where it's just like, it's your fault. What did you? And you're like, you know what, you scamp? It is my fault. Yeah, that's what it is. It's scampy.
It is. I mean, it's very mischievous, and I feel like that's the game they're playing the whole time. But I think the thing that makes it work for me in part is just that it's plausible. Like their arguments for like, why did you think that? It's sort of like, you're right. I mean, it was reasonable to think that in a sense, but on the other hand, like, why couldn't they do something like this?
Yeah, it's like you build your own box, of how to think, and it's like you don't think outside the box,
Yeah, exactly. And I think, going forward, the audience knew that they could expect craziness within the flashback format,
Yeah.
And so we had, like, in season 4, they did the flashback and flash forward at the same time trick.
Oh yeah.
Which was like, again, like, we'll show them back to back and you'll think they're going on at the same time, but why do they have to be?
What, did 100 years of cinematic storytelling like convince you that this would be how what we're trying to convey?
That's what you brought to this.
That's what you did. You brought that to the potluck, and no one ate it.
Exactly. And then, of course, the flash sideways also plays out in that way, where it's like, just because some character talked about an alternate universe doesn't mean that what we're showing you has to be that thing.
Yeah.
It could easily be, for example, the afterlife.
Yeah, just for example, off the top of your head.
Just to pull something random.
Yeah, just yada yada yada, afterlife. Yeah, it's I mean, and I think those are the that kind of storytelling tools and techniques, I think it's something that goes unnoticed by people a lot.
Yeah.
Whether or not the show gave you answers, I think people don't really give it credit for like how engaging it was and how surprising it was. And I mean, obviously there's a certain point where you don't care, like, oh, whatever, I don't like the show, but
yeah. But again, I think the show predicts that reaction.
Yeah.
I think by what a lot of the characters do in the show,
Yeah.
I think the reaction of a lot of characters is like, I don't care about this godforsaken place. I just want to get the fuck out of here as soon as possible.
Oh, y'all time traveling now? Okay, great.
Yeah. So what? That was last week. That was great. What do you got now? Can I leave now?
Yeah.
Like, that's literally how they take things, you know? I remember they and Rose and Bernard, like, we were time traveling, now I don't know what we're doing. Like, it's just like they're like rolling their eyes at the whole thing. And it's like
Yeah.
that is how a lot of viewers reacted, you
They're
know?
so over it. Yeah, they're completely over it. Yeah.
And I think they saw that as a, you know, possibility. And I think that's another thing that's cool about Lost. Like, you can read the watching of the show into the show.
That's the most insane thing, is to have characters on the show play out the audience's reactions to the show. That's insane. That, you know, that's really weird.
But it's sort of like on God. The more I talk about it, the more it sounds like I'm full of shit or something.
Right. It sounds completely like we're
overanalyzing it. But I do feel like, you know, to the extent that it's about life, you know, and about confronting the unknown and placing meaning on things.
Yeah.
Like, I think on a smaller scale, they're also saying that that's what watching a mystery show is like.
Yeah.
You know.
Well, and I think those two things are the seeds, right? Like the fact that life is a mystery.
Yeah.
And a mystery show is a mystery is why we can even make that connection. Like, if those two things weren't true,
right,
then you wouldn't have these sort of hierarchical analogies and these like connections you can make between life and watching the show and the characters on the show living life, and that all comes from the fact that we're talking about mystery.
Right.
So exactly. you're using the same tools to talk about. Yeah. So you're using the same tools to talk about both realities.
Right.
And you can draw comparisons. And yeah. So without that, it doesn't. And that's why Cheers is not this. Obviously Cheers shows you characters who respond differently to the same stimulus, and some of those could be like, maybe you're a Carla when you watch Cheers or something. I don't know, but it's not a one-to-one sort of pairing there, because it's not tapping into the same fundamental sort of truth.
Right, exactly. Yeah, I mean, I think series that aren't mysteries couldn't really pull that off. A procedural or something. I think also there are other series that are about life to some extent, but not specifically necessarily about the mystery of life and, meaning.
Yes.
Like, meaning of life. Meaning is like the key thing there. That's really what they're focusing on. Like, what is meaning? How do we place meaning on things? Like, what does meaning mean?
Start there.
If that makes any sense as a question.
Yeah, what is meaning? Yeah, what does meaning mean? Good luck. Yeah, start there. You'll never finish because you can't get past that one.
It's a really hard one, but it's sort of like, that's when we come to a mystery show, that's a big part of the process that we use when we're watching things unfold, when we're thinking about it after, in terms of like, where is this leading? What's the thing behind this? What's the secret? I'm trying to not say meaning, but it's like that's really what's going on there. But also that's what's going on in terms of like just being in the universe in general, life in general, like everything that happens to us and how we attach meanings to those things. And what that means for us. It's really hard to talk without that concept, so it's a rich topic, I think, and I think that's why they get a lot of mileage out of it.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, it's very strange, and I think a psychologist might propose that or suppose that we're just making this up so that we can have a more interesting discussion of the show going forward.
Right. Because I could even see the show, predicting that sort of reaction. I feel like that, like trying to put, if the show does this, putting meaning on things that it's not necessarily there.
Yeah.
Like, that's totally depicted. That is something people do.
That's called being a lock. Yeah, I mean.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. It gets stranger the more you think about it, because
I think it's hard to deny that it's there. I mean,
it's almost like you don't have to do anything to see it doing the thing. You don't. It's like, any thought you have about the show is almost proving the point.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
It's really strange because having a thought about the show is having a thought about life, and the show is about life. So there.
Yeah. Exactly.
It's that simple. It's like we already did it and we haven't done anything yet.
You just win automatically.
Yeah, you just win because it's about life. And you know what else is about life? Life.
Exactly.
And if you're living, then you're doing the thing.
Exactly. And I think the thing you can argue about is how much of it was intentional.
Yes,
know?
no, that's true.
It's like totally fair to argue about that, but it kind of it doesn't matter in a way in terms of like appreciating the show. Like if it's there, then it kind of doesn't matter if it's intentional or not.
Well, it not only is it there, but is it consistent? And is
exactly.
Is it what's what I'm looking for? Substantial.
Right.
And I think it is on all those accounts.
Yeah, and I mean, I think, based on statements that were made by Damon and Carlton, that a lot of it was intentional.
Mm-hmm.
Perhaps we take it a step further than they really intended, but at the same time, going down that path that they went down intentionally, I think almost forced some of these things to happen, even if they didn't try to make them happen. You know what I mean? If that makes any sense? Like, they didn't necessarily have to conceptualize every single thing the way we're doing.
Yeah.
But just trying to depict this idea, like, makes that come out naturally, I think.
Yeah. It's like they set up the playground and you can just go play and make the connections, but but only because they sort of set it up.
Exactly.
And put the right pieces.
They didn't necessarily have to sit there and name every single thing that we talk about. It's like, oh, we wanted this scene so we could show exactly this idea. It's like it's just built into the DNA of the show.
Yeah, exactly. Like when they're like Rose and Bernard are classic examples. Like it makes sense that there's going to be people who say, I don't want any part of this adventure.
Yeah.
And there's just a natural analogy from that to an audience member saying,
absolutely.
I don't want to watch this show, or I think this
I'm retiring, aka I'm watching.
Or I don't think they should do that, or I wish we could just.
Or who cares if Jack's gonna blow up a bomb? Like that's totally something an audience member could say.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, what is it this week? Okay, whatever. Like.
Yeah, it's not gonna change my life. My day-to-day, yeah.
Yeah, it's like, that's not my reaction, but, I'm not a Rose and Bernard type.
Yeah. Yeah, and there's no show that is really not only telling the show's story, but, like, is commenting on the audience.
Yeah.
And how the audience is reacting. And the fact that the show is specifically interactive, with how it was produced and stuff is another element of that too.
Which totally makes sense, given this, what it's sort of about and what it's focusing on.
Yeah.
I think that's, and like their podcasts almost make more sense. Now that now when I think back to the podcast and how frustrated I was by them, I think I see what they were doing. Like, it kind of makes sense that they were being so vague.
Yeah, they couldn't give
joking
answers
so much and exactly. Like that was the whole point of those things.
Mm-hmm.
It was just kind of an extra auxiliary thing that just supports the message of the show in general.
Yeah.
That they could just get on there and do that thing. Like, I don't know, Damon, do you think maybe it's that's so, it's so lost to do that. You're writing this thing and you're sitting there speculating about it? Like, what?
Yeah. Because the best they could do is assume it's something and place meaning on that assumption.
Exactly.
That's the closest thing to an answer you can get. I can decide what I think the answer is.
Yeah, and that's what they would say. They would be like, my interpretation of that would be something like this. And it's like, that's the best they can do with what they've set up.
Yeah, and I think you don't know that, any other time in history when a writer, creator, artist is talking that way, they're talking that way because they don't want to tell the audience what to think.
Right.
They want to help, but they don't want to dictate what it is.
Right.
So they make it subjective to them and say, well, maybe it's like this or that, or I think, but really what they're doing is saying, no, this is the only way you can get an answer.
Yeah. Right. And actually even us, like the creators of this thing are subject to the same things that you are, the audience, that the characters are. Like, we're writing this thing, but it's up to us to place meaning on it if we want to.
It's like meeting God and asking God a question, and God's like, it's like, hey, God, why do bad things happen to good people? And he's like, oh, ooh, tough one. Well, I think it's because, having watched all of humanity from the birth of the universe, my interpretation is...
This is what I would say, it's just kind of, this is what I'm going with. This is my working theory.
Yeah. Yeah, and then God's like, I don't know. Let me see if there's a higher God that might know.
Mm-hmm.
Why would there be only one,
Exactly.
Who created God,
Exactly.
Yeah. God's like, I just got here. How am I supposed to know?
Yeah. I was just told that it was.
Yeah. God's like Jacob. He's like, I was just told what was in the light cave. I mean, how am I really supposed to know? I haven't gone down there.
I don't know what's going on down there. Don't ask me. This is what I was told. So get out of my face.
Yeah. No, I think it's a very strange concept. It's relentlessly consistent though, which is interesting. And
it is. It really is. Definitely. So I've been watching Battlestar Galactica, and Battlestar Galactica is to a certain extent also about life, and human beings and all that. But, it's really specifically focused more so on consciousness, on personal identity, more so than like placing meaning on things and like mystery, and so it feels like it's like a very it's like the personal version of the meaning of life, like the internal things going on, not relative to the outside world, but like what's inside me, what's inside individuals. As opposed to like what's going on in the world out there and what do I think about the world out there, So it's a very different focus, I think, and it's a smaller subject.
Yeah, because it was I kind of see the difference of like having it be more about the characters experiencing specific internal mysteries.
Yeah.
And how do they deal with that, and not like the group at large experiencing a single mystery, and how do they deal with that individually?
Yeah. Exactly. Yeah. Whereas I think Lost doesn't really focus on consciousness or identity as much,
Yeah.
That's not really the issue. It's more about just reacting to the outside world.
Yeah.
And I mean that involves consciousness, obviously, and the way you react involves your personal identity. But the same way you could say that they put meaning on things, it's true, but they don't focus on that in the same way Lost does.
Yeah.
It's not such a central point.
Well, and meaning isn't so evasive,
Yeah,
I think things are, besides what's the difference between a human and a Cylon.
Sure. For the most part, they answer the main questions, and they have clear sort of...
Yeah, and it's not like, I think that's what happened. It's like, no, that's what happened.
Exactly. Yeah. And they don't analyze the audience the same way, or like react or respond, predict, like, it isn't meta in the same way either, I think.
Yeah.
it's more just about what it's about.
Mm-hmm.
You know. But it's interesting to compare because I think the two shows have a lot in common in terms of the big story moves that they make.
Yeah.
You know, I think there's a lot of like plot elements that and like TV show tricks that they both do. You know?
For sure.
But I think the way they use them is very different. And so that's where Lost, I think, stands out. And I think Lost holds up more. I mean, obviously I do. Or this would be the Battlestar Galactica lowdown. Because I really like Battlestar Galactica, but it's not so endless to discuss its many facets because the meanings are more definite. Definitely.
Yeah. Yeah, it's not infinite like life is.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It's more the question, not that it's an uninteresting question, but it's a smaller question of like how your memories and stuff and how your consciousness makes you who you are, you know?
Yeah, and what does it mean to be human?
Yeah.
You know, within the context of non-humans that are more or less human.
Right. And I think the other thing where it really stands out, spoiler alert, is that you have God taking a literal direct role in the plot.
Yeah.
That's, you know, Lost was never, even though it depicted an afterlife, it was never willing to have someone, and of course, I mean, he doesn't appear on screen, but he's got angels and stuff. They were never willing to have an agent or a presence or whatever involved that had absolute authority.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Every character, even in the afterlife, even Christian, he's not God, you know?
Yeah.
He doesn't even necessarily know everything at that point. He's explaining what he knows to tell Jack at that time. And it kind of seems like he doesn't even necessarily know where they're moving on to.
Yeah.
He says, let's go find out, which suggests to me that, you know, perhaps...
Yeah, he hasn't gone there yet, yeah.
Exactly. They're both going to find out together.
Yeah.
You know? And so no one is stepping in and saying, hey, guys, good job saving the island. That was my plan, you know? I wanted all this to happen because this all must happen again, and, you know, all that stuff. Like, I think that's a big difference. Like, Battlestar Galactica allows for, like, a true, all-knowing, absolute character that has, you know, control and intervenes in the things that are happening.
Yeah.
You know? Lost made every single character subjective, no matter how
powerful that's, you know, a good sort of reversal of what I thought about the show, you know, or comparison what I thought previously was, you know, after Across the Sea, I was so upset. You know, how do we get the episode that's chronologically the first point, you know, timeline on the island, and we don't know anything?
Yeah.
You know, we don't get, you know, even Mother isn't the original person.
Right.
And that's a clue telling you there is no original information. There is no single source that is the truth.
Right.
It's all been filtered down, and you choose to believe it or not, and different parts of it or not, you know, down to you guys can't hurt each other. I just feel like it's not true.
Yeah.
I just feel like that he could have killed him anytime he wanted, and he just didn't test the theory because he heard it as a kid and he believed it, and he just thought it was true.
You know, I think I ultimately it's up to you to decide, but obviously, but I think that's something they wanted you to think about. Absolutely. There's a deleted scene from season 6, I think from the last episode, or maybe the second to last. It's one of those later ones. Between Claire and Man in Black, where she basically says that, you know, like, what are these rules? You can break the rules if you want to. Like, what's gonna happen?
It's like, oh, what? I can break rules? Nobody told me that.
Like, she's like, what's gonna happen? And he's like, you think if I could break the rules, I would still be here? You know, like, that's his thing.
Yeah, but then the question is, have you tried?
I know. It's like he's convinced himself that he can't, and that's enough, and that's just a very lost thing.
Well, and again, it goes to life, right? It's a lesson of life, of like these self-imposed limitations, and it's like, if you think I could walk into my boss's office and get a raise, why wouldn't I? Or you know, you think if I couldn't start my own business, why would it's a version of that thing everyone has about their life.
Yeah.
And what they can and can't do, and that's so crazy that that you see that play out in these very specific, plot ways.
Yeah.
It's so strange.
It's really strange. It's really strange. When I saw that scene originally, I was like, "What the fuck? Are you kidding me?" Like the whole basis for the plot of the show, like the whole reason why we have a plot is those fucking rules. Because if he could have just killed Jacob anytime, boom, done.
Yeah. Yeah.
No loophole, no like maneuvering various characters here and there to set up this crazy scenario involving time travel and all this other shit just in order to get someone to kill Jacob for him. No need for that. Just walk up and kill him. You're more powerful than him, I would think.
Yeah.
Because I don't think Jacob he seemed to be able to heal and stuff, but I feel like Smokey had more power, just raw physical power than Jacob did. Yeah, and if he wanted to kill him, he should have been able to, Yeah. And it does seem like because Mother said, I made it so you can't hurt each other.
Because I'm the mommy.
And I can do whatever I want.
I'm Allison Janney.
I make everything. Yeah. And it's like, what? But he believed it, and that was enough. That was enough to make him act, and it's true of a lot of people. If you believe the thing, it's almost as good as if it's actually
true. Yeah, for sure.
Or it is as good as it's actually true.
Yeah, it's the same effect. So
if your behavior is exactly the same as it would be, then it's basically true effectively for you.
Mm-hmm.
And I hated that because I wanted to know definitively that the things, but that's me being Locke.
Yep. They're literally telling you don't be a Locke.
I know, but I want my answer. I don't want uncertainty.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh man.
I want yes or no.
And that's it. That frustration you have right now is exactly Locke in season 2 of like pressing the button. Well, fine. I'll just destroy it. If I can't get a definitive answer, then fuck it. Like you're just willing to burn it all down.
Yeah.
Because you can't. Is it A or is it B? I can't tell. So screw it all. Like.
Right.
That's so weird, and that's what he was doing under those times, was just going from place to place, blowing things up.
Absolutely. It's funny that even blowing it up wasn't definitive. Like, if we still don't know exactly what would happen.
Yeah. Yeah.
Would the world end or not? It's totally open.
Yeah. Decide.
Yeah. Just like it is with the smoke monster leaving the island. Like,
because who said the world would end if the bomb went, if the button...
Kelvin.
Yeah, but why would he know?
Brzezinski told him maybe.
And why would Brzezinski know?
Well, because he thought that. Who knows?
Yeah.
Who knows? Or maybe he didn't.
And it's like, well, Brzezinski knew because he's a scientist and he did the calculations. But it's like,
maybe.
What's his name was a scientist. Dan was a scientist and he did calculations and he was wrong.
Absolutely. And not only that, I mean, maybe Brzezinski just said that because he wanted Kelvin to think it was really important.
Yeah, and or maybe he was just it was hyperbole.
Absolutely. Yeah, like it would be really bad if you didn't do this for the world, but wouldn't necessarily destroy the whole world, Like, yeah, and so it could be any of those things. Of course, we don't have any idea which one it was.
Yeah.
Because they don't tell us. And I remember there's a scene in season 5 where it's a famous scene where like Hurley suddenly like breaks down and he tells his mom like in very briefly like everything that happened in the show up to that point.
Mm-hmm.
Because they're all lying when they go back, as the Oceanic Six.
Yeah.
Which is something we're about to find out. And finally he's just like, okay, I can't, I can't lie anymore. Like, here's what happened. We crashed on this crazy island, smoke monster, others, blah, blah, blah. Mm-hmm. And then, and he gets to the part about the Swan Station, and he's like, yeah, and there was this hatch, and if you didn't push a button, I don't know, I was never really clear on that.
Yep.
And I was like, what? Really? I couldn't believe it.
How were you not clear on the big plot of that season?
I thought like what happened at season 2 was supposed to be a definitive answer, but that made me realize that it's really not.
Yeah.
It's like there's a failsafe and some stuff happened, and maybe if he didn't turn the failsafe, the world would end. We'll just never know.
Yeah, we're not gonna know.
And so it's just like, yeah, you had to push a button.
And that's an interesting point about the show and life, right? How can you know something that hasn't happened?
Exactly.
Like why would you think you could know if it didn't actually take place?
Yeah.
Like that's how you can know if it happened. But if there's just a potential for it happening, then there is no then if you decide what would happen, you're just placing meaning on what you decide to interpret.
Now, if they wanted to, they could have stacked the deck a little bit in favor of a certain theory, like when they don't push the button, or at the end of season 6, when the plug's unplugged and stuff, and it looks like the island's going down. I mean, they could have cut to other places in the world and shown like earthquakes and volcanoes, or show like all sorts of stuff happening.
Yeah.
It would still be an interpretation, but it would be at least pushing us in a direction that the island was having an effect. But they showed nothing. They showed nothing of the outside world during those time periods.
Yep.
And so it's up to you to decide whether it had any effect, whether it didn't have an effect, but it would later. Uh-huh. Whether it would have no effect at all, just the island, or maybe not even much on the. Who knows? There's so many possibilities.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous, and that's like just one thing.
That's one thing.
One thing that like kind of doesn't matter that much in the scheme of things, but you're right that like that was, the Swan Station and the button thing was a microcosm of like everything that happens.
Yeah, that's a huge statement. Like that's really a big thing to take out of the conversation of the show, is like the basically, with them showing us how to watch the show, the button is a huge like microcosm of that, like you said. And I think the first big thing is Smokey, and which is asking, which is really getting that question of meaning and interpretation out there. But then, the button is really honing that into something very specific about cause and effect, and
very simple, like simplifying the whole thing.
Yeah.
The mystery of like, should we push this button or not?
Yeah, I mean, how simple is that? Yeah.
Like that's I feel like it really whittled it down. It is a little bit like they were doing a test run or something for the show, like a trial or something, like a beta test or something. Like here's a small version of what this show should be.
Yeah, exactly.
Because that is what it turns into, just a bigger version of that later.
Yeah.
Do we or don't we push the button turns into do we or don't we, or what do we think about, and all this stuff, that happens later.
Everything that the freighter, the others, everything. Yeah.
The hydrogen bomb, all that. Yeah. The whole thing. Smoke monster, all that stuff.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Leaving the island, not leaving the island. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's interesting. It's it's interesting. I say that 10 years into a Lost podcast.
It's interesting.
I just finally realized this show's got something.
It does. We just realized that. That's
just right. Realized that. Yeah, good.
It almost feels right that it would take us like almost 10 years to realize that the show is interesting.
It hasn't been interesting up until right this second. Yep, that's how it happens.
It is. It totally is. Yeah. So, I have a little segment to do.
A segment? Oh man, we need music.
Yeah. Why don't we have music for our segments? That's how you know
time.
we're a real podcast. Yeah, okay, good. I want that. Yeah, so I didn't actually quite finish, but I listened to about half of the podcast for The Man Behind the Curtain.
Oh.
Our original one, which I believe was 32. I think that's right.
32 hours?
No, Lost Lowdown podcast number 32.
No, that was season 5 was 32 or
no. Season 6 was like 37.
I think
season 5 was like 23 or something.
23, 4 was 17.
Yeah.
And then 2
we went up like 10 to 15 hours every year basically.
So 3 was
I think 3
was like 13.
I think 3 is like 12. Yeah, 12, 13. Season 2 was 6.
6, yeah.
I think
it was doubling and then it stopped doubling.
Exactly. Yeah. Keeping up with the doubling would have been ridiculous at a certain point. Yeah, the 37-hour thing, it's a lot.
Yeah.
But I think it's about 4.5 hours, which, you know, at the time was actually fairly long for us. If you look at the season 3 podcasts, there's a fair number of them that are just 2 hours, 2.5 hours. Mm-hmm. 3 if they get a little longer. 4.5 is one of the longer ones for the season.
Okay, yeah.
So I only got to listen to half of it, but it was really interesting. I recommend it to anyone because it's funny how quickly we go from like being dead on target to being completely off base.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah,
like our first instincts are right, and then we talk ourselves out of it.
Yeah. I feel like that happened because there's a lot of stuff we said here that was like totally right, and then I just forgot. I didn't even remember to say like, oh, we had that theory before. Like I just forgot we ever even said this.
Oh yeah, okay, interesting.
Like it was amazing. So okay, so some of these are just like random things that I thought were funny. So the guy who plays Roger Linus was apparently a character on Martin.
Oh yeah,
the Martin Lawrence sitcom.
That's funny. Yeah.
He played a character named Sean.
Yeah.
And you were like, for all you Martin fans out there, that was hilarious.
Wow.
You just don't expect that.
Yeah, I even forgot that was a thing. Yeah.
Yeah, me too. But it really stuck out. I did watch that show some, but I just never recognized people. I'm just bad at that for some reason. Especially if they don't look either they have like a really distinctive voice or they have a really distinctive appearance, you know?
Yeah.
If it's neither one of those things, then I can easily not recognize them.
Yeah.
You know, like Michael Emerson, I always recognize him, but you know, other people, it's like, is that really that person? Like, are you sure?
Yeah. That's funny.
Yeah. So let's see. Oh God, yeah. We had a long. So yeah, I'm still confused about the Arrow Station. I feel like they I don't know what they were thinking with the Arrow Station. Like it kind of just seemed like a storage shed. I don't know why they felt the need to give it a name. Like they showed nothing in there. And we're talking about it in this podcast, and like I was thinking, yeah, I still don't really understand that. I don't understand what the purpose was supposed to be. Like it was like a cave with a door on it with some boxes. Like why did that get a name and a badge and you know what I mean? It was barely more than the fake door station.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, I don't know. That was never solved.
Like it's weird that they took the time to name it and go there and talk about it, and then it's it's they didn't go back to it or explain it.
I guess it at some point it had a bigger function, but it was never built out like the other stations are, where there's actual infrastructure.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
it really stands out. And we had a long conversation about the Blastor map and like which stations were where on the Blastor map.
Oh.
It's really kind of sad. And the thing we don't know, which we just found out, I think in the last episode, is the underwater station, the Looking Glass.
Mm-hmm.
Like we don't know that that's coming up, so we're counting the stations and we're counting what we've seen in the show, and we're like, there's one missing. Like, what's up with that? Are we gonna find a new station sometime? Like we were on the right track with that.
Nice.
But like one of the stations on the Blastor map is crossed out.
Uh-huh.
And like I still have no idea why. Like I don't understand Radzinski's thinking at all as far as the Blastor map goes.
Yeah.
I feel like they never tell us that, but it's just like he was in Dharma, right? I mean, what was he doing? It's just really strange. Like I'm gonna draw a diagram with some stations on them, and I'll write the names of the stations, but the Pearl is a question mark because I don't even know what's going on there. It's just weird.
Yeah, I mean, so one little thing that would make no sense that he was doing was maybe he's like, I mean, this makes no sense, but if he saw the cameras in the Swan and he's like, who's watching me? Well, they got to be watching from a station, and he's doing like a process of elimination.
Yeah.
And he basically was like, okay, the Pearl in the middle, maybe that's where they're watching me from.
Yeah.
Why would he be doing that? I don't know. That's a waste of effort for just that task.
Right.
But, I mean, I think it's one of those weird things where the Radzinski that we come to know should not have been the Radzinski that was making that map as it was made.
Yeah.
It
feels like a different Radzinski.
Yeah, it kind of doesn't make sense. That, I mean, he should either A, know all the stations.
Yeah.
Or B, know most of the stations.
Yeah.
And then if he only knows most, why is he trying to find the ones that he doesn't know? Like, what is he trying to do?
Yeah, exactly. What's the goal?
I mean, here's another obvious thing. Maybe he's trying to contact other stations. And, because he's, if he thinks, I'm presuming in the early days, maybe the gas is around or something, or he thinks he can't leave. So he's trying to figure out where to contact stations. Maybe the X's are stations he couldn't contact. And the question mark is one he couldn't or could or didn't, or nobody responded, or, there's a lot of stuff you could speculate, but that's just life.
So true. Yeah, we talk about we should go back and like analyze the Blastor map again. Based on what we know now, which is kind of hilarious. I think it actually helps us a lot at the time to like for the whole thing to work that we don't know anything about Radzinski.
Yeah.
When he's just a blank slate character that we can just imagine all sorts of things about, it's easier to imagine the Blastor map, I think.
Yeah.
I feel like the character they made him in season 5 is like that shouldn't have been Radzinski.
No, it didn't make any sense.
That should have just been, the shitty Dharma bad guy.
Yeah.
Making him Radzinski just ruins Radzinski.
Yeah, I almost feel like what would have been interesting is the Radzinski we saw was just somebody else, like you said, some random Dharma bad guy, and then at the end when they're putting the numbers on the station, that guy should have been Radzinski.
Yeah.
And it would be like, whoa, there's right at the last minute, there's Radzinski putting the numbers on the station, and then then we don't get anything else about him.
Right.
We don't get his personality. We don't get any of that stuff.
It would be way better.
Then he could still be the Radzinski who did the Blastor map.
Yeah.
And it's a cool thing that he was part of that creation of it. But he didn't. he wasn't at the top of the food chain where he should know everything.
Yeah.
You know, he didn't design the station.
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it was a mistake. I mean, that makes Radzinsky sound like he should be cool, but that character is just horribly annoying.
Yeah.
He's like a pumped up version of Frogurt.
Yeah, I was gonna say he's the Jar Jar Binks of that season. Yeah.
Yeah, like why? It's really disappointing. I mean, there is something again pretty consistent with the show about that, but why did you think he would be blah blah? Like okay, fine.
You can say that all about everything. Yeah.
I know, and it's like it's fair enough. People that are legendary or have things said about them maybe don't necessarily live up to your expectations of them in reality. I mean, that is true. I have to admit, but God damn it, I wanted a better Radzinsky, and I like the idea better, definitely, of they show him, which I think that's why they gave him the name, like so we can kind of give a face to this and like put this in here since we're showing Dharma in the 70s. But but I think they put his name on too shitty and too specific and fleshed out of a character that had all sorts of attributes that didn't really.
Yeah, he was all over the place. He had too much. I feel like he just had too much going on, and he walked in as if like. It was almost like a Nicky and Paulo thing where he walked into the show as if like it was his show.
Yeah.
And like everything he wants is so important and supersedes like everything that we've spent all this time waiting for.
Yeah.
And like he had no deference. He was just he insisted upon himself.
He did.
Yeah.
It's true. You had this idea for doing a fan fiction about the Dharma construction crew.
Oh wow.
Which I think is kind of interesting, like imagining the first people who came and like had to build the stuff that because I mean we saw the Swan Station, like I think the Orchid Station is under construction in season 5 and the Swan Station is like just starting to be constructed.
Yeah.
But obviously a lot of that stuff was built, probably at least the barracks.
Yeah.
Before they got there. And so just the idea of the first people who came there and started building stuff, like it does seem like kind of an interesting.
Honestly, if they want to reboot Lost, they could totally. That's one angle they could go.
Yeah.
Is you see this island and then you see like construction crews come and you realize they're building what will be Dharma.
Yeah.
But it's before Dharma proper gets there.
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah, I feel like there's a lot of interesting possibilities there because that's not explored in the show at all.
Yeah.
Which brought up for me something that I brought up in the podcast then and I think probably in the last podcast, probably in way too many podcasts. I'm sorry, I'm gonna bring it up again. I do feel like it's a little bit of a disappointment or a hole in the story for me that I would like to see a little bit at least of interaction between Dharma and the smoke monster.
Yeah.
I feel like it's disappointing to me that we see zero, like literally zero. We know that the smoke monsters are repelled by the fence, but we never get to see how the fence got there, what their first and the construction crew they could go with that actually. Like what their first interactions were with the smoke monster, like how that just what they thought about it in general, it's totally unsaid on the show.
Mm-hmm.
And when I think about it, I just feel like it's weird how season 5 is kind of all about the smoke monster's plan being played out, but in the 70s they never see the smoke monster, even though they see him.
He's too busy playing out his plan.
Even in the 70s.
Yeah. Come on, he's doing stuff, wasn't he? What's he doing?
Well, that's my question. Yeah, I mean, he was there, at least some of the time when they were time traveling.
Yeah.
So it's just strange to me that there's no thing where he comes to the fence, or it doesn't even have to be a big thing, but I would like to see what exactly that was like. for them. You know, how they talked about it, like what kind of name they had for it. You know, it would have been different. Just like how they called the others the hostiles. You know, they had a different relationship with the others.
Yeah, and it begs the question why none of the orientation videos ever talked about the smoke monster, really.
Yeah, that's like. Yeah. Yeah, and it does seem like the fence is related, but that is just speculation. It could have just been a coincidence that it was their security fence and it happened to work that way.
Yeah, for sure.
Who knows? Because it obviously worked on people too, so, and animals, you know.
Yeah.
So, I mean, anyway, right. Oh yeah. We talked about. I'm gonna giving myself credit for everything now. We talked about how the fact that since Ben's dad is a janitor, it really, quote unquote, saves Dharma mysteries for later. Which I thought was funny, considering the fact that when they go back to Dharma in season 5, it's the same fucking thing again. They all have these low-level jobs.
Oh,
and
yeah.
so, like, we get, like, I guess a slight glimpse. We see Pierre Chang, we see Rosinski, but we never actually get to see the high-level Dharma stuff, like, at all. All of them are just, like, I mean, Jack's literally a janitor also. You know, Kate and Juliet are repairing cars, and Sawyer's the sheriff.
Yeah.
So, you know, there's just and Miles is doing that too. There's just no opportunity to see, like, whatever weird, crazy, strange stuff is going on with Dharma. Their secrets, you know, how they come up with their secrets and why they have them and sort of what their thinking is, like, in terms of behind the scenes. Like, it's totally unclear. Like, why does Pierre Chang have to use different names all the time? Like, what's the big secret? I don't get it. You know, we even talked about it in this thing. Like, people see him, you know, in the welcome video. You know, when they arrive to the island, he's just there. Hey guys, what's my latest alias again? And I'm standing here in the barracks, and it's a lovely place, and blah, blah, blah. And then they go to these stations, and now he's got another name, and, like, what are they supposed to think? Like, it's just weird, you know? And then in season 5, he's just living there in the barracks, you know? So, like, a lot of people saw him just walking around, so it's like, what's the big secret? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's weird. It's just really, really weird. And, you know, I mean, Dharma is just like that in general. They have this, like, high level of secrecy and strangeness, but it's not really clear why. That's their thing.
It's like Scientology. Zing!
Exactly. Maybe it was a commentary on Scientology.
It was.
I really liked this. I really liked this part. There's this moment early in the episode, I'm sure you remember, we just watched it, where Locke's he's talking to Ben and he's like, "You're the man behind the curtain. There is no Jacob. You're the one. You're the one making all the decisions, you know?"
Yeah.
And this is what you said. You were like, that's how we know it's wrong, because Locke is sure about it.
Well, that holds up.
I was like, wow, you already realized that at the time. Like, it was like, as soon as he gets really confident about something, we should just believe the opposite.
Yep. Because he's never right. He's never right about it.
It's so true, and it continues. That pattern is going to keep happening.
Yeah, that's so funny.
Yeah, it really amused me, because I was like, man, we had that shit nailed early. Oh yeah, I thought this was funny. We talked about the fact that, I guess, you know, they had polar bears on the Hydra Islands, and so presumably at some point they swam to the main island.
Okay, yeah.
I'm guessing, like, once Dharma collapsed, like, because they were mainly kept over on the Hydra Island, but at some point they, you know, and you were like wondering about them being able to make that swim, and then I said, I don't even know if this is true, but I'm going to assume that it is. I don't remember that I saw a documentary about polar bears, and I claimed that they can swim up to 60 miles, which, please don't verify that. That may or may not be true. But the only reason I bring that up is you're like, that's ridiculous. Polar bears, give it up.
What does it even mean?
I don't know, but I thought it was hilarious.
Just give it up.
Give it up.
60 miles. Who are you trying to impress?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I guess that's the point. Like, we get it, all right?
Yeah, we got it.
We don't need you to swim 60 miles to be impressed.
Yeah, Jesus. Shania Twain's like, okay, you got me. That impressed me much. 30 miles was good. We went to 60.
I love that. Oh, there was this thing. It didn't actually bother us. I think a lot of times when we're doing commentaries, like we can skip over very, very small things because we're talking over them.
Yeah.
So there was this moment where, Mikau runs into the others' camp, to tell them that Naomi's there, because he, saw her in Catch-22.
Mm-hmm.
And Ben is like, I thought you were dead. And like, we were really confused about that. And I think justifiably, like they saw his body lying there and they just assumed he was dead and left, or like, it's really unclear what happened. Like we never even understood like how they even saw him dead to think he was dead. And if they did think he was dead, why didn't they check?
Yeah.
And see that he was, you know what I mean? And so we come to the conclusion that Ben watches the show because, like, how else could he think that he was dead?
Yeah.
But not have actually checked. Like, it's really weird.
Oh yeah, I remember that. Ben watches the show.
Yeah, Ben's just gotta watch the show, and he just he missed the one where he comes back.
Yeah.
He just wasn't watching that week.
Yeah.
He had something else to do that Thursday or whatever day it was on.
Yeah.
That was the weird thing about Lost. It wasn't on Sunday. Like, most shows are on Sunday now. Lost wasn't on Sunday. It was, like, in the middle of the week. I think it was on a couple of different days. It was Wednesday? Yeah.
Yeah, I think at some point it was on Wednesday.
Yeah, it was weird. It was a weird thing.
So, most shows are on Sunday?
Yeah, these days.
That's just a weird statement. Most shows are on
Sunday.
Well,
okay. Most shows that I watch are on Sunday.
Okay. That's a very different statement than most shows.
Fair enough. Most like big name serialized dramas, I guess, are on Sunday. Like,
that you watch.
That's the primo time slot, for.
Well, and you're talking about cable shows, too.
I am. Well, I pretty much only watch cable shows now.
Yeah.
I haven't watched network shows in a long time.
Yeah.
I'm amazed that Lost is a network show. Like, it's kind of crazy to me they got away with this.
Well, yeah, there's a lot of pomp and circumstance and action and intrigue and romance to hide from what's really underneath. It takes 600 hours of podcasting to really dig deep enough to go, they put this on TV?
Yeah. No, you're right. The surface stuff totally makes sense for network TV, and I guess that's why it works.
Yeah.
But they really were able to sneak in a lot of craziness.
And I want to say for the record, so that going forward we can come back to this podcast and re-listen and see if I'm right. But if they ever reboot Lost, I think that's what's going to be missing is the show about the meaning of life and what happens after you die.
Right.
I think they're going to copy everything else.
Right.
And they're going to
completely all the stuff that's not as interesting.
All the stuff that any other show could do.
Yeah.
That's what they're going to do because they're not going to know that was the engine that's driving the crazy, insatiable quality the show has.
Right. If we just sell like strange adventures on an island, we will have the same formula.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right. That's a good point. I hope they do, just because it would be interesting to see it. But I agree, it would most likely be like that.
Because I think most times when they reboot stuff, I see that so often is they really underestimate what is the central thing that people liked about this thing.
Right. That was definitely true in the Total Recall remake.
Yeah, Total Recall, RoboCop, same thing. They completely missed what made this interesting and why it wasn't just like every other sci-fi action movie of the time, you know?
Yeah.
Like the reason we're rebooting this is because it's got something special, but they don't actually copy the special quality.
Right. Right. Yeah, which is really strange.
Mm-hmm.
Strange thing to do, but it is the pattern. It really is. Yeah. Oh, here was one of your like fucking dead on theories that came from nowhere. You just out of nowhere speculate. Hey, I wonder if Smokey is bulletproof.
Wow.
My jaw dropped when I heard that. I was like, what? Really? You call this in podcast 32? Are you shitting? What?
Wow.
Yeah, we don't learn that for fucking 3 years. Like, how did you have that answer? It blew my mind that you were
so funny.
That you were even thinking about, like,
why would I even think
the
that?
smoke monster being, like, is he invincible? Like, what would happen if you shoot the smoke monster? You know, like, like, would the bullets just not do anything? Yes, Claude, you're right. Like, wow.
Nice.
Wow.
Earning that money, man. Earning that money.
Totally. Clearly the salary bump was completely merited. Okay. Right. Oh, and next up, I managed to have a correct theory. Now, my theory is a crappier one and a much less interesting one, but I was proud of myself for this.
Glad you put that one second.
Yeah, right? That's how you do it, right? You put the better one first.
Yeah.
So the second one.
So the worst one looks even worse.
Even more disappointing. Sweet. Yeah. So I'm like, I have a crappy theory. Mm-hmm. What if the reason why Carl was being brainwashed was because Ben didn't want him to get Alex pregnant?
Nice.
I totally said that. I was like, this is just my crappy theory. And you're like, oh shit, that's a good idea. That's probably true.
Wow.
And here's the episode where we're gonna find that out.
Yeah, look at that, man.
I couldn't believe I called that, but it's sort of like, in a way, if you think about Ben's backstory and his relationship to Alex, it's the obvious answer.
It is the obvious answer, and it's a shitty answer.
It's a shitty answer.
And that's why you don't want to believe it. But yeah, it's so weird to just go, here's a mundane explanation. I wonder if that's it.
Yeah. I was like, I have a crappy theory, and because I didn't like it, but it seemed like. It seemed like a possible explanation.
Wow.
Turned out it was right, but I so rarely have correct theories that I was like, wow, I can't believe I just came up with that. On the other hand, it's the obvious answer.
Hey, sometimes the obvious answer is the toughest one to get.
That's true. It can be surprisingly elusive.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, there was this funny thing. So we started talking about pregnancy a lot because, there's this whole thing about the others taking the pregnant women. We've been like underemphasizing that, I think, in the commentaries because like that plot's really not interesting at this point.
Yeah.
Especially at this point in the season. I think earlier in the season it has a little more, juice. Mm-hmm. Juliet's part, the Richard Alpert stuff, like.
Yeah.
There's a little more going on there, but at this point in the season, it's already feeling stale.
Yeah, for sure.
Anyway, so we were talking about how like great pregnancy is on shows in general. Because it just improves every show. That's why they all do it.
Hashtag sarcasm.
So you have this show idea of five.
I love it already. It's already the best show ever.
So you had this show idea for 5 pregnant women trapped on an island.
Nice.
And the whole show would be them like talking about like morning sickness and like baby names and.
Oh man. Oh, it's great.
Complaining about like sleeping on the beach and all the like.
Is the smoke monster the babysitter?
Oh, that's hilarious. Yeah, exactly. All the mundane stuff that you have to deal with, because I think that's a problem with, or like one main problem with pregnancy and babies is that like they they're really dramatic events in life, but they actually are really tedious and they take a long time to play out.
And they draw the focus in towards that themselves. That's you can't just have a baby and not focus on the baby, because you do one of two things. You either, like Dexter, right?
Right.
I mean, that's the whole thing when you had Harrison is like, well, we can't just focus on the baby all the time, even though that's a new parent's real reality is the baby taking up 90% of their time, is because that's not what the show's about. So we don't want to spend all the time on the baby. But then if you don't spend the appropriate time on the baby, then you're not depicting parenthood correctly. Then you're just you're just taking shortcuts, and you look like a horrible parent. You know. Then you spend episodes hiring babysitters or getting your coworker's sister to be a character on the show just so she can babysit all the time. You know. So babies in pregnancy are double-edged swords. Yeah, they're super dramatic. They're super relatable, to people in life, but
you get a lot of conflict out of them.
But they have consequences, obviously. So.
Yeah. And like the baby can never really be a character.
Unless
you do like huge time jumps, or you have some crazy supernatural thing or science fiction thing where they grow super fast,
Yep.
Which, like, if you have that, it kind of takes away from the thing that happens when you raise a child,
Yeah.
Like, it just can't be the same. If they grow up overnight, it's not going to be the same as if they grew up over, 10, 20 years.
I just saw that exact thing play out on a sci-fi show where there's an alien quality to it and alien human hybrid. Actually, 2 sci-fi shows I watched just did that.
Yeah, and, it's on Star Trek. It's been times. Yeah.
But it's like that's what they do. They have to shortcut the pregnancy super fast, and the baby gets born.
Yeah.
So you get like birth by numbers, just the bullet points.
Yeah.
And then the kid has to grow up in like 2 days. It's an adult, so you can get an adult actor to play the baby now. So it could be a character, but then there's no connection to the parents because it's like, well, I didn't raise you. You grew up in 3 days.
Yeah.
So it's a whole thing.
You're basically a stranger, or barely more than a stranger.
Mm-hmm.
It's just you were inside my body.
3 sci-fi shows I've watched in the last year did that. They were all alien pregnancies.
Yeah. That's the standard. Yeah.
Yeah, that's funny.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like that's really all you can do to make that work. And if you're stuck with like ordinary human pregnancy, then you're just going to have a baby sitting there, and that baby's not even going to be acting. Like, it's just going to be a baby on screen. I feel like dogs, adult dogs are better actors than babies because, like, at least they can do stuff, on screen. Like, you can have them like carry something or like have a reaction.
That's a tough call though, because babies are always present though, and dogs are they're not present because they're looking at their trainer.
They're looking at their trainer the whole time.
Yeah. So it's but you got a point though. I don't. What's better actor?
I think
dog
they're just
or
more
baby?
dynamic. But yeah, it's I guess in a sense it's less believable. But
a baby's really good at being a baby.
Sure.
Yeah.
I'll buy that.
A dog is less convincing being a dog.
It's really funny.
But you know what I mean? Like, you can see it acting because it's like looking at the trainer the whole time. Like, what's my cue? What's my cue? You know? And it's just like, come on, dog, be in the moment.
Yeah.
Be a dog.
It's true. They're not in the moment, but they can perform more.
But they can do a bunch of stuff, yeah.
So, yeah, it's that trade-off, I guess.
Yeah.
We had a really lost-ass conversation about Richard and whether he's aging or not, because obviously that was the thing at the time. The question of like whether he was supposed to appear, like 20 years younger, or whether he wasn't, And,
yeah, I vaguely remember that conversation.
And, like, I was on the fence about it. You were convinced he wasn't aging.
Nice.
Yeah, well done.
That to me, they could have gone. I could have thought the total opposite at the time and would have just been like, I don't know what's going on.
The hair really got me. And
great line. The hair really got me. Officer, I don't know. The hair really got me.
And I actually feel justified a little bit, even though I was wrong, in that what I said in the podcast is I would believe it way more if he looked exactly the same. You know what I mean? Same haircut, same whatever. And you know what? They did that later on when they show him in season 5 in the 70s. He looks exactly the same. They show him in the 50s. He looks exactly the same. Yeah. I find that way more convincing. The fact that they used this weird hair, it was this thing where it became actors can play younger than they are. He's not. He's clearly somewhat older than he should be in that scene. But he's not. He doesn't look so old that he can't pretend to be a little younger. But at the same time, it's a stretch realistically. And should I take that as a clue, or is it just production reality?
So you're talking about when he appears to Ben when Ben's a kid?
Yeah.
Okay, and he's in the jungle and he's in his Hostiles outfit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's really the hair.
It's the hair.
The clothes I could live with, even though later his clothes become less like that too.
Yeah.
He just starts to dress the same way he dressed in Middleos later, even when he's on the island.
Yeah.
But it's this thing where, for example, they used a different actor for Widmore in the 50s and for Widmore in the 70s.
Mm-hmm.
But for Widmore, the Rousseau period when Ben brings the baby and he's like, kill the baby,
Yeah.
They used Alan Dale in a wig.
Yeah.
Realistically, Alan Dale's he's older than than Richard is, than Nestor is. It's not really convincing that he's 20 years younger than he actually is.
Yeah.
But they did it anyway, and it's he's supposed to be. He is aging. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I feel like it was really walking that line for me where I just couldn't be sure how to read it. And I feel like the way they did it later made it absolutely clear. And I'm not sure at the time if they had 100% decided, or if they decided to play it down the middle so they could go either way.
Yeah, that's what I was wondering too. Maybe they hadn't really nailed that down yet.
Yeah.
So they were so the prop department was like, what should I do? Should I make him look younger? Should I make him look younger? What should I do? Let's put him in a wig. Okay, cool.
Yeah, exactly. And so it's if they want to say later that he was younger, then it's okay, it's just kind of bad, makeup, it's just not convincing, but they wanted to use the same actor.
Yeah.
Or later they can say, well, it's the same actor 20 years ago. Obviously he's not aging.
Mm-hmm.
Either way works.
Yeah.
So it was an interesting conversation to listen to, obviously knowing the answer.
Yeah, that's funny.
And getting the first chance for us to really speculate about that, because obviously that's the first time we ever saw, basically anything on the island in the 70s.
Mm-hmm.
Including one of the others.
Yeah.
But my attempt to deconstruct the age of the actor, the hair, what their intent, it was such a placing meaning on things situation.
You pulled a Jack with.
I did.
Well, by the deconstruction of the clothing, I believe they're 40 years old.
I really tried to reason it out, and I thought there was a chance, but yeah. Anyway.
Nice.
You had a theory about the old others being from the Black Rock, which I thought was interesting, given the fact that you didn't guess this because we both thought Richard was something else, but he's from the Black Rock, so there's a kernel of truth to that.
Yeah.
But yeah, you have this theory that basically, because of the healing properties of the island, you don't age as quickly
Mm-hmm.
So the old people, like, they might look 80, but they might be 200 years old.
Oh, yeah.
You know? And, like, they might have been from the Black Rock.
Yeah, interesting.
Which is not an unreasonable theory.
Yeah, that totally could have been something they said. Yeah.
Yeah, if they wanted.
If Man in Black didn't kill all of them.
Exactly. And actually, that's something we talked about. Like, there were no bodies around of anyone except, the slaves in the chains.
Yeah.
And, like, basically all that happened outside. And I'm just assuming the bodies, like, either, were moved or got decomposed or.
Animals carried them away.
Animals, yeah, exactly. Because we never see any of the stuff going on outside. You just hear the sounds.
And I don't think no one ever goes to the top deck of the Black Rock, which is where they all die.
Yeah, that's true.
They always go into the hole, the hold.
Place inside. Yeah, the place that's a set.
Yes, the place that's an indoor set.
Exactly, and not the CGI graphic that is the actual ship. Yeah.
I imagine they just zoom in on that CGI graphic and like copy and paste images of them on top. Look, we're at the top of the Black Rock. We can't change the camera angle. Just trust us.
I want to walk over there. You can't do that.
You can't do. We're in a static shot. Don't move. You're ruining the green screen.
And you really shouldn't talk unless you really have to.
Yeah, and why are we being meta, guys? We're filming here.
You're supposed to be in character.
Guys, don't put this on the DVD, all right? Deleted scene.
Okay.
I wish there was a program we could write that would go back through all the old podcasts and pick out all of our theories, right and wrong, and then put them in a list for us.
Yeah, it would be awesome.
Oh, that'd be great to have a list, but the tedium of trying to do that ourselves.
I know. It's so time consuming. I just have it playing, and I do other stuff, and then I listen for things that are interesting.
Mm-hmm.
And then I just write down. But it takes a lot of time. The podcast is long.
Why so long, guys?
I only got halfway through this episode, so who knows what's gonna happen later. But
right.
I have two more things.
Okay.
I'm gonna close out this segment with two whammies from Collective Lost Lowdown.
Is that a double whammy?
Yeah, it's a double whammy.
That's where double whammy came from. He's like, I've got one whammy. Oh no, I found a second whammy. It's a double whammy. Okay.
You really dropped the theory hammer on this podcast. It was. My mind was blown listening to this.
Nice.
So here was your first whammy. You're like, because this was the first episode where we had the whispers since the end of season 2. When the others attacked, Mm-hmm. And we had been talking on the podcast about how, like, we haven't heard the whispers in a long time. What's up with that? Where are the whispers? So get the whispers again. And we're talking about, like, what are the whispers? Because they happen once when Richard shows up, but they also happen when Ben's mom shows up.
Yeah.
And so, the Ben's mom thing doesn't seem connected with the others.
Yeah.
And so you just bust out this, you say, and it blew my mind. You're like, hey, what if the whispers are a warning from dead loved ones?
Nice.
I was like, are you said that? Really? I don't remember that.
I don't remember that either.
When they gave the answer to that in season 6, I don't remember being like, oh yeah, you totally called that in podcast 32.
No, totally forgot that. Wow, man.
Because I think we did not pursue that theory thinking it was true. Because I remember being surprised that was the answer later on.
Mm-hmm. I wasn't thinking, oh, I knew it. Yeah.
Yeah, but you just throw that out there, and I'm like, holy shit, wow.
Wow,
really?
A warning from dead loved ones, so specific. Wow.
Yeah, really specific. Literally, that's the answer. And it's like, how the fuck did you get that? It blew my mind.
Wow.
Like, because I feel like they hadn't shown us anything to really give us a clue that might be it.
Yeah, that wasn't enough info to really see a pattern, but
you got it somehow.
Yeah, that's so weird.
It was crazy. So then if that wasn't enough, you dropped your second whammy, which was you're like, so what do you think about this powder that's around the cabin? Like, what's that about? You know? Mm-hmm. And I'm like, oh my God, are we gonna call it powder? And and luckily I was instantly like, I think that might be volcanic ash.
Oh, okay, nice.
Then we started calling it ash, where I was like, yes, whew, good. I don't have to listen to a whole conversation about what the powder is.
Yeah.
So we talk about the ash, and then you're like, so, and again, the complete like innocuous way you say these things just blows my mind, because you have no idea how right you are at the time, and you're just like throwing it out there, just like nothing, like, hey, what if now maybe the ash is there to keep Jacob in, but what if the ash is there to keep the smoke monster out? Totally said that.
Wow.
And I was like, what? This is literally the first fucking episode we ever saw that. There is literally no mention of the smoke monster in the episode. The smoke monster doesn't show up. No one talks about the smoke monster. Why would the smoke monster have anything to do with the ash? There's no reason to think that. And you just throw it out there. What if it's to keep the smoke monster out? What? Are you kidding me? How the fuck did you think of that? It blew my mind.
That's so funny. It totally blew my mind. I have no clue. I can't even take credit because I don't remember who said that. That Claude was on something. Yeah, I mean, but it's like, it looks like a fence. Maybe fences keep things out.
Yeah, I feel like that was your connection. Like somehow you made the leap because we did learn that the fence keeps him out, the sonic fence.
Yeah.
And somehow you made the leap that because it's a circle of ash around the cabin, it must have the same function, or it might have the same function as the sonic fence. Like that. Yeah, I think that's the connection.
What would you want to keep out? Oh, smoke monster.
But that's a leap, you know?
Yeah.
Like and yet it's totally right. I was completely amazed that we had, because I don't remember knowing that theory later.
Yeah. I feel like we probably had a lot of theories that were spot on, and since we never had necessarily real confirmation, we just kept speculating and coming up with different and forgetting what we said, and then years go by, and then the answer comes out, and you forget that we actually said that thing.
That's the problem. It's so much later that we get that answer. You know, it's like almost 3 years later that we get that answer, and it's by that time they barely even talk about the ash, you know, between this episode and the answer.
Yeah.
You know, because like in the second visit to the cabin, maybe they show the ash. I don't even remember, and they do show it at the beginning of season 4, but I think they don't show it in season 5 until the end to say that it's broken. And then at the beginning of season 6, they show it working for the first time, but it's not something they talk about a lot, you know. And I actually feel like we didn't keep the ash alive, you know.
Yeah, I feel like what's the ash is on Vince's unanswered questions list. Like, well, we had an answer.
Yeah. Exactly. And in the first episode where it's introduced.
Yeah.
Which is ridiculous. Like, how do you just see a line of ash and you come up with the answer? Like, not a word is spoken about it on screen. There's really nothing to go on except this really vague connection of it being some kind of barrier, you know, like the fence.
Yeah.
And that's just, I'm sure there are a lot of things like that, but this podcast was particularly impressive.
That's definitely a double whammy. Yeah.
Yeah, probably because, you know, it's a big mythology episode, and so they bring up a lot of stuff, and so it really gave us a chance to speculate about a lot of those big crazy answers.
Yeah.
And guess them way in advance.
Yeah, wow, man, that's crazy. You know, my theory that the island was a spaceship didn't really pan out. It was a space prison, and Jacob is a space warden to keep out the space smoke monster.
Yeah.
But yeah, nice to know I had some whammies of lesser things.
Yeah. Smokey Bulletproof was really out of left field. Like, I don't know where you got that from. Like, why you would even think of that is beyond me. He wasn't even in the episode. It's like, why are we talking about Smokey being bulletproof? But yeah.
Hey, what would happen if you? I kind of remember thinking through that chain of logic of like, what would happen if you shot bullets at Smokey? I would probably just pass through him. Like, why would it hurt?
Yeah.
It's probably bulletproof.
Exactly. Yeah. And that was right. So, yeah. So anyway, if you want to hear some, I mean, obviously there are a few wrong theories in there, but, but yeah, it's, as far as like the podcast I've listened to so far from season 3, this is definitely the one with the most like correct theories about these long-term questions, you know, years in advance.
Yeah, wow.
You know, for Smokey Bulletproof, for the Whispers and the Ash, those are all, and even the others being from the Black Rock, those are all season 6 answers.
Wow, man, that's crazy.
Which is completely insane. It's really hard for me to imagine, like, actually having that at that point. So anyway, that concludes my segment of a look back at the Lost
Lowdown. And now we look forward to Through the Looking Glass. Well, cool. That was a good segment. Thanks.
Yeah. It's a fun thing to listen to. I enjoy reliving those days. It's been so long. I don't remember any of it, and it's a little time capsule. It's fun to just listen to us, have no clue what's coming, and to be able to talk to our old selves and say like, "Oh my God, you don't understand."
Yeah. Oh, it's so weird.
Like, you're so right about this, or, oh, you're so off base. Why are you even talking about this? This isn't
spending
important.
like 3 hours talking about the wrong.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah. Going down these rabbit holes that lead nowhere.
Yeah.
You know, it's really, yeah. We are frustrated with the pregnancy issue. We're almost on the same page we are now, like already back then.
Nice.
So it was definitely, yeah. So they're still on the archive if anyone wants to go check those out. They're pretty fun to listen to, but I will continue going through these and make this a semi-regular thing because it's just a fun thing to do. In general, we're you know, doing a retrospective on the show, so the podcast was in a way part of the show, at least for us.
Yeah.
So it's cool to listen to those things. So I will I'll do that again later.
Cool. Yeah. All right. Well, you ready to go through the looking glass?
I am.
All right, everybody, get your players ready if you're going to sync up with us for some Through the Looking Glass, parts 1 and 2.
Oof.
Is it in parts?
It's in parts, so this will just be part 1.
All right, part 1. You ready?
I'm ready.
Okay, here we go.
All right.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Previously on Lost.
That's a wig.
That's a Naomi. Nautical miles. I always love that detail.
Yeah, those are different miles.
Yeah.
It's the nautical ones, not the ones you're thinking of. I'm going to leave my ring behind.
But I'm not going to tell you. Oh, yeah, this is great.
Yeah.
Is this when Saeed does the neck snap with his feet?
Yes.
Oh, this is just such good Saeed.
Classic moment, definitely. It's also a season finale, so everything has to happen at the same time.
Yeah, you feel the drama. You feel that everything's building up.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. Now this was a fun and exciting time when they're finally going to hit back at the others and they're ready for them and they're on the offensive.
Yeah. Yeah, it's totally different.
Charlie. That's the same look he got when they saw the Balrog. Come on.
He's got one look. Come on.
That's super surprised. Oh shit. Jack's got a beard and he's on a plane and he's drinking. Wait, is this A15? Wait, he didn't have a beard on A15, but it's Oceanic. Where are we, guys? What's going on here? I'm so confused.
Was that Sun and Jin back there?
Is that Cindy? Cindy's got a nose.
Whoa, Cindy. Damn, the years have not been kind.
Oh, take a break.
Yeah, they're totally referencing that scene.
Wow, he's so depressed.
Mm-hmm. I just want more drinking. I hate papers.
He's going to LA.
So I guess he shaved this beard.
Yeah, this is before he shaved real quick in the bathroom and then came back before they crashed on the island.
Right. Or maybe it's a fake beard.
Ah, he's one of the others.
Yeah, that'll be.
That was his beard in the closet.
Oh shit!
In the locker.
There's a crack by theory.
Jackson mole the entire time.
Oh my god, that would have been crazy.
Oh, wouldn't it be great if they flash back to A15 and like Ben's on the plane and he gives Jack a mission?
Oh god!
And then he like jumps out of the plane in the parachute, and nobody notices. And then he runs down to the book club all late. And he's like, oh no, the plane's crashing.
You know, honestly, like a different show could have done that.
Here's your mission. You will be the leader.
Yeah, it's not totally out of line.
Oh, that's great. All right, so back to the scene. Jack's upset. He's reading something, cussing on a newspaper
article. Yeah.
Somebody something.
Yeah, did we see what it said?
I missed it. I don't think we saw.
But maybe we didn't see it. I remember us zooming in on it, or they did a screen cap, and it, like a lot of it was gibberish. It didn't really make sense. But I think the headline is supposed to mean something. Of course, the voicemail doesn't have a voice on it because they don't want to spoil it already.
Oh, wouldn't it be great?
Hi, this is Kate Austin.
Hi. Yeah, this is Kate. Off the island.
Killer of stepdad, runner from things. Stealer of babies.
So, I'm trying to put together the timeline here. Like
this.
So this is after Locke has come and said you need to come back to the island.
Yeah, because I think the newspaper article is about Locke's death.
Yeah, exactly. So he's like, so he's really upset. And see, that's what confused us. I think is he's not. I think it's safe to say he's not super upset Locke's dead. You know, like you normally would be when you see an obituary.
Yeah.
He's upset about what it means.
Yes. Yeah. Exactly.
And which is why he does this.
Right. Yeah, it's weird. Like he's a little bit like Locke here.
Yeah.
Of just like giving up hope and well, I might as well just kill myself.
Oh, Ben came here. Oh
yeah.
Man. Ben's like, no, Jack, let me.
See, Jack gets a nice intervention, which is like a chance to be a hero.
Yeah.
You know, Locke never gets anything like that.
Yeah.
You know, and it's his decision not to kill himself, not someone talking him into it.
Yep. Yeah, you have no idea where that scene takes place when you're watching that.
It's totally, like, nebulous. I mean, I'm assuming it's a flashback at this point.
Yeah, but it's like, but you don't know how to place it with the other flashbacks.
Right. So what was going on in my head based on the flashbacks we've seen this season, there was, like, Crazy Stalker Jack, and then, you know, Stranger in Strangeland. I'm assuming it's basically, like, after he comes back.
From the island. Okay.
Yeah, and that's why he's in this like malaise, like.
But that's all before the stuff with his dad, right?
Uh.
Oh no, that's
a good
after.
question. I think it's after that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because after the wife, yeah.
Yeah. Exactly. Exactly. I remember at the time thinking Saeed might die in this episode.
Mm-hmm.
You know, in a finale
That was
episode,
an auspicious speech right there.
like in a finale episode, you have to actually worry.
Yeah.
About main characters dying, because it really could happen. So West Side. Ay, ay, ay.
You are what you choose to believe you are, Bernard. But I know.
It's true. Maybe if you think you're Rambo, you will be.
Yeah. Well, how could you not? How could you be more than a dentist unless you think you're more than a dentist?
Exactly.
It's not like he left any parting mementos.
Where's Jin? Oh, he's gonna be one of the shooters.
Mm-hmm.
I'm always tired.
Wait, is this the last time they see each other for like 20 years?
No, 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 no. Because they see each other right before the freighter blows up.
Oh, that's right. That's right. It's hard to know which goodbyes they're
But I don't know if that counts. But I mean, they're with Jack in Jack's camp in season 4, so they're together some more.
Oh, okay, okay. Oh, it's when Jin time travels. I forgot.
Yeah, it's when Jin time travels.
What a crazy thing to say.
Yeah. Yeah, if you said that on the podcast, I think I would have just killed myself.
I think I would have probably been the devil. I would have been like, oh, I'm evil. I have to kill myself because I know dangerous knowledge of the future.
Yeah, so Jen's going to time travel soon. Like,
yeah.
What?
Yeah. You think Jen might time travel and meet Rousseau when she's giving birth to Alex?
That sounds ridiculous. There's no way they'll ever show that.
Yeah, this is crazy, the exodus on the island.
I feel like this is a big finale thing, like the big group walking.
Yeah, it's like, guys, we're walking somewhere. It must be a finale.
Yeah, there's something about that. They get a lot of mileage out of the big walk.
Mm-hmm. Even Vincent's trying to get away.
Yeah. I want to go to my trainer. I don't know who you are, and I don't like this water.
He is not cooperating.
No. That's a weird place to walk.
Yeah, they're really close to the water there.
Yeah, and it's that weird terrain.
Yeah, this is like where what's this Desmond killed Kelvin.
Yeah, exactly.
Of course you were.
That's funny. She doesn't believe him, or does she?
But she read his file, so.
Oh, that's a good point. She does believe him, but she's pretending not to believe him, or maybe it was sarcasm. I don't even know.
The British, who can tell?
It's the same thing. Oh, I'll be fine. These people love me now.
In case I get a knife in the back.
So the what?
The freighter.
Freighter. What's a freighter?
A lovely shade of green.
Is it really that lovely?
I don't know.
Oh, Bonnie and Greta.
They need their own adventure series.
They do. This is a James Bond moment here.
Yeah.
Except it's Charlie.
Charlie Bond.
Yeah.
There's something perfect about it being Charlie getting beat up by two women.
Yeah. Yeah.
Versus like Jack or Sawyer.
Mm-hmm. Greta's the nice one. Or is that Bonnie?
Ha!
Not really sure.
I think Bonnie was the beater.
Okay.
I can't remember.
I don't either. Come on, Greta. Use some names, guys. What are you doing? Oh, look, it's that room where, like, if you're drowning, you close yourself in.
Yeah. Mikhail's hanging out that window right now.
They're doing a flashback to this now?
Yeah.
Didn't they just show this in previously on Lost? Or they did?
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
Not that explicit instruction.
Okay.
Oh, look at Alex.
Is Ben writing in a journal? Holy shit, Ben's got a journal?
He's in an old-time colonial tent. Of course he's journaling.
Wow. Richard and Mikhail are playing chess.
This is the others we're also afraid of.
Wait, did she say she was Bonnie or Greta? I forgot already. Shit. Wow, that came through really clearly. It's a good radio. Julia.
Actually, they had a map to the station. Right?
Oh, yeah,
they knew about the station.
They did. How did they get that, by the way?
I think that came from the flame.
Okay. Oh, you're right. Are you? Really? Okay.
Yeah, remember right before the flame blows up, aren't they talking about that map with the looking glass on it?
Yeah.
Oh, no, that's the barracks.
Yeah, that's the barracks.
But I don't know, I feel like it came from there, but I forget.
Yeah, that's a good question. I forgot that Ben lied about the looking glass. Like, he told people it was flooded.
Oh, yeah.
So, like, Bonnie and Greta are secret others?
Yeah, like, he told them not to contact.
Yeah.
Not to make contact or whatever.
I think there's a line later where Mikhail says something like, Bonnie and Greta, I thought you were in Canada on assignment.
Oh, can't wait for that line.
It's a classic. All right, fake Pickett.
I appreciate that shot when they had the shoes in the tent. Like, you can see someone's feet laying down. Like,
yeah.
The Losties did that.
Yeah, you're right.
You're not Rambo.
Not Rambo. Remember. Yeah, so supposedly the sheriff is in this group. At least that's what they said later.
Nice.
We're not going to see her in any shots, but, you know. You can imagine that maybe that's true. Wait a minute.
We'll all simultaneously realize the same thing.
Wait, which woman was the coconut?
Which what? Which woman was the coconut? I don't have coconut woman on my list. Oh, come on, Jen.
I know. I remember being sad. Jin was the one who couldn't hit his thing.
Yeah.
I got your man! And I get him in my hand!
Oh, Rambo.
Yep. Rambo went down.
Get your man! Get your man! Good. Why is he talking like that?
Yeah.
Oh, this guy.
Uh-oh. Is that the guy who's gonna snap with the lip?
I think later. I think he's like, I'll snap you later.
Yeah, snap you later.
Yeah, that's his line, right? We'll talk about this later. He's like, no, I'll snap your neck later. What if two went off simultaneously?
Uh-oh.
I know the odds are high, but it's not impossible. Why is she in a hoodie?
I don't know.
Caitlin's in a hoodie.
Is it
the
cold
first and last time ever.
Yeah, she's not. Actually, I think she wears a hoodie later when she's like supposed to be disguised. And in The Flash Sideways, maybe?
That's a really good fake beard.
I remember a scene where Sawyer like pulls back her hood and it's like, oh my god, it's Kate.
Oh, okay.
I think that's the only time though.
Sorry, Modern Family's Julie Bowen.
Sorry, yeah, TV's Julie Bowen. You are not welcome here.
Phil is not here. Neither is Jay or Gloria.
I think her being here also sells it as a flashback.
Yeah.
Because once they reveal that it's flash forwards, they don't show her anymore. And she's like pregnant, whereas in the previous one, she was with this other guy.
Yeah.
Yeah, so there's a storyline that kind of makes sense here. But actually, it's been 3 years. I didn't change that.
Why did they even call his emergency contact? Didn't he just have like a head wound?
Yeah,
like,
it seems pretty minor for an emergency contact. It seems like he could walk out of there and be just fine.
Yeah.
It's just stitches. I mean, anything you can put a Band-Aid on can't be that bad.
Is he wearing a wig now?
He's wearing a wig? That's not a wig.
Isn't that longer than his hair normally is?
I thought, no. It's longer than his hair has been, but I think that's what his hair is like on the island right now. Am I wrong?
Okay, I have to see it again.
Is that a wig? It's a wig, Jack. Come on. The beard's enough. That's the same, right?
Well, I have to see a better shot.
Yeah, they didn't really.
Daytime. I mean, yeah, it looks the same.
Do you believe that?
It, or do you believe it?
Wow, son. Wow. Uh-oh.
Nice.
Love that.
Gotta punch you in your face.
Punch you in the face.
You're gonna get a rose punch. And it won't be all roses.
Kate's got her hood back on.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe because of the wind, like it blows her hair too much.
Everybody else has hair.
I know, but their hair's blowing in their face.
She's like, suckers, I got a hoodie.
Huh?
I swim out of here. Oh, that music is great.
Yeah. Diane? Ivan? Who are those people?
Our most beloved others.
Oh, right, Juliet.
Tom betrayed them too, but Juliet got there first.
Yeah.
Nice. Oh, I love the spit in your face before they get to finish the sentence.
Yeah.
They're not talking. He's the dentist.
The dentist. Oh no.
Couldn't they just track him? I mean, aren't they supposed to be good trackers?
Yeah.
Like a whole, like 50 people just walk through the jungle. I think you can find it. Oh, it was a two-part betrayal. Okay. So Juliet betrayed him, but they updated their plan.
Yeah. I should have brainwashed that boy.
Mm-hmm. Dear Journal, today's
I know. I'm still blown away that Ben has a journal.
He's writing all this stuff down.
That's so weird. I really don't think of him as a journal writer.
Mm-hmm.
Dear Journal. Oh, God. And you're going to make coffee.
So that was the plan, to go to the temple. Okay.
Yeah.
It's taking forever to get to the temple.
Yeah.
Why did he draw a line on the map?
I was just thinking that. What is the purpose of that line? I like that they are always drinking coffee in the woods. We were talking about this in Man Behind the Curtain too. Like when Locke shows up, Tom's just there, like holding a cup of coffee.
They're not savages.
Exactly. And they're not British, so it's coffee.
Yeah, so it's coffee. Oh, this is what he's doing.
Oh.
Which I kind of still don't see the.
Yikes. Man, that look was scary. But yeah, some kind of calculation.
But it looks so inaccurate.
Yeah.
There's no scale on the map.
So yes. No, it works.
How big, is that circle a mile or 2 feet or 10 miles?
All three.
All three.
Lots of things are wrong.
If you're counting one, keep counting.
Of course you do. It's just usually Jack.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I suggest you watch episode 19. And don't splash my face. Oh, yeah.
Ouch.
I agree. No offense. But yeah, total setup.
Mm-hmm.
And then they show Eren immediately after that. There's really no reason to think there's a connection there.
Classic. This guy.
Oh yeah. Meanwhile, Desmond's picking up for being knocked out.
Because that's how TV works.
Oh dear, Charlie. What have you done? What's this crap? I'll throw this away.
Yeah, I'll keep it safe in my loose pocket.
Yeah, he's
while I'm on the high seas.
Yeah. There's no way that's gonna last. Oh, I forgot. That's why he dives in.
Yeah.
Yeah. I was thinking he just went in after him, but hey, look at the Dharma fish. 2 Dharma fishes. Why does the... Oh, that's what Charlie did too, I guess. That's the cable from the beach.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
I think it helped them swim down faster.
Yeah. Guides them, they can pull. Makes sense.
Now comes the panic.
Yep. And there's the moon pool.
The moon pool.
I don't really know why it's a moon pool, but...
Good thing they're behind a closed door talking. So they can't hear Desmond come up.
Yeah, that's pretty convenient. Hide.
Singing one of my classic tunes, mate.
That's the whole song.
When I'm about to die, I sing. I hate that song. Come on. Close the door behind you.
Yeah, you're totally right.
Let's continue our clandestine conversation. Like, what do they have to talk about?
I don't know.
There's no new information. What did Ben even say? Did Ben even tell them to do anything? He didn't. They just said Charlie's here, and then he just hung up.
I think he was just like, okay, or maybe he sends Mikhail there.
Okay, yeah, for reinforcements.
I guess that was his big thing.
Uh-oh.
But
hey, Doc, you're not supposed to do that.
Hey, wait a minute.
Maybe that's where he keeps his Tic Tacs.
Yeah. Hey, it's convenient.
Was Kristen chief of surgery?
Yes.
Okay, so that's a hint.
Also, the hero twice over.
The what? Twice over?
He calls him the hero twice over.
Oh.
Which could mean a lot of things, but... Gary Nadler.
Why? It's not your patient. Oh, that's why.
Yeah. He likes to fix things. I like doing surgery. I'm all about doing surgery. A drink? What makes you think I want a drink? Mm-hmm. Do you have a drink?
Speaking of drinks.
Meanwhile, I need to go steal some drugs.
Mm-hmm. Cade and Eren? Why didn't we get that exposition? We already knew all that.
Yeah, that was weird. I also feel like the news story would mention the fact that he was an oceanic crash survivor.
And that he's like... Well, did they identify him?
They called him Dr. Jack Shepard.
So yes.
Does that count?
No, they didn't identify him. Yeah. Well, I was just gonna say, and that he's a doctor at the hospital they took him to.
Yeah. I'm go with him, Kate. Come on.
And I don't want to go with you. Ever. Including the afterlife.
It's true.
I want to like take that 3 seconds and just like loop it for like an hour where they're just doing those silent looks and it cuts from person to person.
Yeah.
It's just one of those pregnant pauses that could just last forever.
Yeah. They do those shots a lot.
Why are they kissing?
I don't know.
To me it's classic Lost because you have her going with Sawyer.
Yeah.
That coupling starting, but then they flash to the relationship with her and Jack.
Yeah.
They like those dichotomies. They like having both things at the same time.
Very much. Yeah, she's the loose cannon.
Mm-hmm.
She's Bonnie. There we go. Wow, he showed up at a good time. Oh, here it is. I love that line.
I feel like he just improvised that. There's like a blooper reel where he just pops up in the water and has a different line every time. Now, so Ben sent him here, but he didn't tell him Bonnie and Greta are here.
Yeah, which is weird. No, actually, right. He didn't tell him Bonnie and Greta are there. He told him the station wasn't flooded.
Yeah.
Wow, he just had to keep a few lies.
I like they're not actually on the same team.
Yeah.
Same page. Nice. Oh, he's going to say that again.
Yeah.
That was weird. He said the island told you to do that?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, now he's going
to say Jacob.
Man, it's so futile to ask Ben questions.
Yeah.
Because he's going to tell you anything.
Yeah.
And it'll be convincing.
And, my problem at the time was I didn't know what was going on with him and Jacob. So,
yeah.
He's a liar. I knew that. So it might not be true, but it might be true for all I know.
Mikey?
Mikey P. Clean up your mess.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh. Greta and Bonnie or Bonnie and Greta?
That's a classic Ben thing.
Yeah.
Oh man.
Yeah.
Because if that, then this.
Mm-hmm. And not this, therefore not that.
Therefore not that. So you answered your own question. I like this theme, this adventure walking.
Oh yeah, this is a classic one. They use this a lot for these kind of things.
Mm-hmm.
It's a good one.
It's called Sawyer.
Oh man, Witty Kate would have said that.
It's called James Ford.
James T. Ford.
See, this hair looks different than the flashback hair.
Does it?
Yeah, it looks real.
Maybe it is a wig. I don't know. It kind of looks the same to me, but I'm not that good at. It's the difference is too subtle for me to tell. But I'll look again next time we see him. I feel like
it looks like he's wearing two versions of this hair in the flashback. Like it just looks too layered, too thick.
Okay. It's not just nicely coiffed.
No, there's no coiffuring here.
Because, Dirty Island, whatever look, I mean. Oh, yeah, there it is.
Oh, here it comes.
Wow.
For what?
And.
Oh, man, and the audience goes wild.
I know.
That line right there, you think they told me everything? Yes, I do.
We do. We definitely think that. Obviously, we shouldn't think that.
She didn't even know why they were building it.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
And it's such a Juliet thing that she could just joke about it for the aliens.
Yeah.
LOL.
Lol. She'd play a good android.
Yeah,
she'd be a really good synthetic character. Got those looks,
Yeah. Yeah, I agree. That head tilt.
Yeah. Does not compute.
Yeah.
Oh.
This feels like Hurley forcing his way into the episode.
It's the second time he's been called fat.
Yeah. He has to endure that quite a bit for a while.
Yeah. What did you say? This is like what?
Hurley forcing his way into the episode.
Oh, yeah.
Like, he doesn't have anything to do organically, so he has to just be like, hey, I'm
what
doing
about
this.
Me?
Yeah. They give him his moment.
That map looked different.
Which way's north, by the way? And yes, it did look different.
It looked like that circle was further away from the icon. Yeah.
Yeah. The map changed.
Yeah, the map changed. What does it mean?
Oh shit! They changed the picture.
Uh-oh.
Oh no!
Boom.
Wow, that's it.
Suppose that overreacted.
That's it. Thank you. Good night.
Wow.
Anyone wondering about that can sleep well.
He's like, we didn't have any Dharma condoms, so I thought brainwashing was the next best thing.
That seemed like the obvious thing. Oh, man.
What, you can't do what?
I don't remember what she said.
I missed it.
Because I can't.
I'm Batman.
Oh, shit.
This guy.
Oh, shit.
This guy, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh shit, we all forgot about him.
How far into the episode are we? And
deep.
Then Locke shows
We're
up?
deep. This is 40 minutes in.
Wow.
Yeah. Yeah. I forgot this was even a thing. I was focused on everything else. Oh man. I was so disappointed by this.
I know what's gonna happen next.
Yeah. We all do.
Why is he cocking the gun? What's he gonna point it at?
Oh man. This is it, huh? You're just gonna give it all up?
Uh-oh. Whispers.
Uh-oh. Who's the boy?
What?
What?
Wow.
I'll listen to you.
He's so the smoke monster.
Yeah. Yeah.
He shot me and I can't get up. Well, he can.
Yeah, that was weird.
You have work to do. You have a mess to clean up.
And that's exactly, oh man.
Wow.
The end of part 1. Wow.
That's huge.
Wow.
All right, we going straight into part 2 here?
Yeah. I want to say a few things before we do that.
All right.
So, let's see here. Sorry. I just got to do this. I just think it's interesting that, in a way, that scene's parallel to what happens later with Ben.
Yeah, it's the same thing of like right before he kills himself, the bad guy's like, nope.
Yeah, no, don't do that. And also, like, it's interesting to me, yes, you can move your legs.
That's huge.
Like, huh?
I don't even know where to go with that.
It's almost like implying he can make his legs heal or something.
Mm-hmm.
Or he just can't move his legs because he thinks he can't or something. Like, I don't even know.
Yeah.
But also, this "you have work to do" thing, that's totally what Christian says in that, like, mobisode with Vincent. You know, go wake him up. He has work to do. You know? It's that weird phrase. And yeah, I think that's totally the smoke monster. It doesn't really make, I mean, Walt's supposed to be dead for him to do that and blah, blah, blah. But I think in terms of the story, it totally makes sense that it's a smoke monster.
Yeah.
And as we get into season 4, the beginning of season 4, there's another thing that happens that convinces me even more so. But yeah, anyway, we can go into the next part.
Nice. All right. Well,
it's a pretty hard-hitting ending, I would say.
That was a great, yeah.
Walt, like, Locke contemplating suicide, like, that's not something I expected to see.
Yeah. And it's strange how he's lying in the ditch bleeding out, but he's not dead.
Mm-hmm.
And I feel like that's another kind of lost thing where the natural impulse that, oh, he's reaching for something, he's gonna try to get out of this thing.
Yeah.
Nope, he just wants to die.
Yeah.
Like, it's over. I don't need any more life. I'm good, guys.
That's it.
I can't take this pain. I can't figure anything out, so I'm gonna check out.
Yeah, and it's like, was the smoke monster able to heal him somehow? Like,
and I think it's also parallel to when he first lands on the island in the A-15 crash. I think there's something about being unconscious, becoming conscious, and not knowing in that instant that he's paralyzed, and just moving his legs because he didn't know he couldn't move his legs.
Right.
I think there's something to that.
Yeah.
And that somehow affects the healing, or and then I think the idea of like he's like Locke thinks he can't move his legs, but he can.
Right.
And now can he because he can, or can he because the smoke monster said he can, therefore he can? Is it like it's hard to know how it works, but I don't think it's that that Smokey healed him or used powers. but I think it's more of his own self-limitations.
Psychological.
Yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense. It kind of felt like that's what was going on in that, Boone episode, Deus Ex Machina. That like he was losing his ability to walk for psychological reasons.
Yeah.
You know?
It's Memento.
Yeah.
It's, this physical manifestation of a psychological problem.
Exactly. Yeah. And because like the loss of his legs was, such a source of trauma and pain, psychological pain for him, like it makes sense that the two would be connected.
Yeah.
If he's thinking about suicide, then he's more likely to feel like he can't walk.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure.
The two probably feed on each other.
Yeah, when he's feeling hopeless.
Yeah, exactly.
But when he's energized and he's got a mission that he literally wants to walk towards.
Exactly.
And he can walk, but when it's
he's
unsure about what he should do next, then it's I can't walk because he's paralyzed. He's literally paralyzed.
And that's what happens. I mean, Walt comes along to give him something to do.
I mean, they call it decision paralysis, but this is just literally what's happening.
Right.
It's weird how they just gonna make it obvious.
Made it directly that thing, yeah.
Yeah, that's so funny.
It is. It's really weird.
All right, you ready for part 2?
Oh, right. Sorry, I forgot about the other thing I was gonna do. Why do you have to stop them? Why won't you just let them leave? That's what Alex said.
Okay.
I guess he's referring to the Losties.
And then he says,
Because I can't, Alex.
Oh, but why?
Yeah, that's not an answer. Classic Lost.
Yeah.
Because I can't. Thank you. Consider your question answered. It is a good question.
Mm-hmm.
It is a good question. I would like to know why he thinks he can't let them leave.
Why can't he let them leave? Well, Jacob surely didn't tell him not to.
Right? Very
true. Yeah, I got nothing.
It's weird because I think Jacob doesn't want them to leave, but Ben doesn't necessarily know that.
Yeah.
And yet he's acting that way anyway. It's strange. I don't know exactly what he's thinking. Or if it's just that he doesn't want the freighter to come there because he knows the freighter's Widmore. And they're coming for him. And it's really just that, and he doesn't want to explain that. Not clear.
Yeah. I also wanted to point out how I like Ben's answer, like to Mikhail, that like, well, I'm blocking communications for security because there's a freighter and we're under attack. Right. It's like, you just found out about that.
Yeah.
5 minutes ago, what would have been your lie?
Actually, Mikhail was the one that told him. Like,
yeah. So Mikhail should have been like, wait a minute.
Yeah. Like, that can't have been the reason you were doing this before.
Bonnie and Greta, I thought you were on
assignment in Canada. I swear that seems like comedy.
It's because the punchline is Canada. Like, unfortunately, it's just funny. It's preposterous. It's funny
because it's Canada.
Who's on assignment in Canada? Canadian news reporters aren't even on assignment in Canada.
Yeah.
No. I think if he had said almost anything else, it would have kind of worked. But it's just such a, like, it's just so, what does it even mean?
I know, it's hilarious.
Who's on assignment anywhere?
And it's like, what assignments do the others do in Canada, really?
Yeah.
Like
why did he just say, Bonnie and Greta, I thought you were off the island.
Yeah.
I thought you were off the island on assignment, or, but Canada is so specific and hilarious.
It is, yeah.
I feel like you cut to them, and they're, like, riding a moose and eating maple syrup.
Yes.
That's on assignment in Canada.
On assignment.
Playing hockey.
Yep.
In the snow, and drinking emulsions.
Oh, God.
Molson's and maple syrup. What else do you want?
Listening to Rush.
Yeah, listen to Rush. Moose, Molson's, maple syrup. Mounties. Why are there so many M's in Canada?
They're all about their M's. They love it.
Mount Rainier, is that Canadian?
Let's say it is.
I guess mountain is not only a Canadian thing, but
true. But they have a lot of them.
Yeah, they do.
They're all about that shit.
I guess it's not in Canada. But yeah, all right, I'm ready for part 2. This is exciting. Like,
yeah,
they built up this whole thing, and Locke's got work to do. And
Let's see his work.
Got people to kill, man. What are you doing?
Like, that could have been a cliffhanger, but we're actually gonna see what his work is.
Yeah, Locke's gonna go to work.
We're gonna see. Yeah, time to go to work, Locke. When was the last time you worked?
Work it.
Work it.
Come on, work it.
Gotta work it.
Let's see how you work. W-E-R-K.
That's how it's spelled.
It is how it's spelled, always. All right, I think I am ready.
All right.
So, you ready?
Yeah.
All right, everybody, we're going to part 2 here. Sync up if you're going to sync up with this. Sync if you're going to sync. All right.
Yes. Let's do it.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Previously on Lost.
Did we saw this?
Yep.
It's weird when it's previously on Lost, like the thing that literally just happened.
Yeah, 5 minutes ago.
Yeah.
There won't be any rescue.
There won't be any rescue.
That's Scottish.
It's funny because that is more true, I think, than the whole like helicopter thing with Claire.
Yeah, that's true.
Scentless Apprentice.
What apprentice?
Scentless Apprentice.
Is that the song?
Yeah, it's based on Perfume.
Oh.
Which was made into a movie.
Yeah.
It's pretty good. Classic drum beat, Dave Grohl.
I remember this whole thing about the phone and trying to figure out this time period, if the phone was back with the stick or not.
Oh, yeah. It was a thing. If the phone was appropriate for the time period. And I wasn't even thinking about that. I don't think about... Because, it always could just be a continuity error.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm not even...
But every single thing in this show has meaning and importance and is a detail to figure out the larger puzzle.
I know. I feel like continuity errors can even fit into that.
Hofstrahler, yeah.
I know. Hofstrahler.
The most obvious, what is it?
Yeah.
Anagram.
Yeah, totally.
Strahler, yeah.
Hofstrahler.
No one would use that funeral home. They'd be like, what? No.
Never. Yeah, that's a funny one. I wonder if anyone actually watching this episode was like, Hofstrahler, and they tried to find the anagram, and they actually figured out that it was a flash forward that quickly.
Wow, yeah.
Like, I would never do that. I'm not going to think about anagrams while I'm watching the show, but maybe someone out there did that.
Oh, man. That is...
Of course no one showed up.
And I think this is a clue that it's locked because
it is.
Nobody showed up.
It is. I don't think we realized that.
Yeah, I don't think we realized that.
But it is totally a clue. That's, of course, locked and have a single fucking person
Not even Helen. Helen didn't know.
Not even Helen could be bothered. Nah, I got Pilates. We'll really have the time.
All right, open the casket.
I know this is good too because it's they could tell us who this is, but they leave this a mystery.
Yeah. Oh, Sawyer. Nope, not Sawyer. Who could it be?
Desmond?
Was those the other two it was supposed to have could have been?
Yeah, I think they filmed it with Desmond and with Sawyer.
Yeah.
But yeah, Penny should be at his funeral.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I would think Clementine would come.
Yeah, Cassidy and Clementine.
Yeah.
Of course.
I love that. It was like I never went back one time, even to check that it was still broadcasting.
Yeah.
Just for simplicity's sake.
Yeah, it's much easier that way.
Yeah, that's great.
Yeah.
Everyone, this is the villain of the show. He's been trying to kill us for the past 3 seasons.
I also feel like this is a finale thing, like people standing in the way.
Mm-hmm.
Dramatically.
It's the last thing he wants to do.
So, why did Alex come?
Because of something that's going to happen later.
Okay. Well, I mean, yeah, okay, fair enough.
I'm assuming. I don't know though. I don't remember.
I feel like it's weird that she came along. Was she like, I have to go with you?
I feel like there was a previous scene where Ben gave a look of like, oh, good, Alex will come. Forget why though.
Oh, right. Ben says, I'll let you come because you betrayed me.
Mm.
And then she's like, but you locked Carl in a cage.
Oh yeah.
Uh-oh. Do you?
Why do you?
Why do you trust Jacob? Who's Jacob, by the way?
Does it fall apart if you start questioning things like life?
Mm-hmm. Well, don't shoot Greta first. She was the nice one.
Greta first.
Greta first.
Wow. Oh, Greta first. I thought you were giving her full name. Greta. Like Greta is short for Greta Fur.
Greta Fur.
Well, he shot her in the back unarmed.
Yeah. He's cold-blooded, man.
Yeah.
He doesn't fuck around. When he was fighting Saeed, he was like hitting him in his bullet wound.
Oh.
Oh yeah. He's dead now.
Now he's dead for real. Don't check him.
Bonnie? We need Bonnie? Things must be really bad.
Yeah, well, we need Bonnie.
Who thought we would need Bonnie?
I love Kate. She's gonna circle like no one sees her walking away from the big kid. Oh, Kate. Oh, Caitlin.
Caitlin.
Look at Kate!
I know. No one saw me.
I'm invisible. Not even a minute per person.
I know, I was just thinking. 5/7 minutes per person.
That's the math.
I feel like it should have been 3 minutes. But okay, fine. Whatever. Doesn't really matter. It's not going to be 5 on-screen minutes. It's going to be about 30 seconds.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I remember thinking it was weird that he takes his walkie-talkie.
What?
Huh? I forged it twice. I mean...
Yeah, exactly.
Oh,
I got crotch. It's like
I got so many.
Bands.
I got a lot. Yeah, that's another clue. He's really out of town.
Yeah.
You bet you're gonna have to call an island if you want to talk to him.
There's no reception. Oh, Jack.
And just if you wanted a reason really not to give me prescription drugs.
Yeah, that's not a graceful exit.
Let me just demonstrate that I'm actually intoxicated right now. There's lots of convenient logs to sit on the side.
Yep, these are the sitting logs. I feel like we've been here before, or we come back to this spot.
I think you're right. Oh, right. Here's where he says, like, I made a decision. But later on, he says it wasn't him. And we never really get a definitive answer on who ordered the purge. No, Jack. You are. The wig.
Mm-hmm. Wiggy. Madam Wigs a lot.
By some people, I mean Charles Widmore.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my God.
Huge proclamation.
Statements.
Wow, you can't get more maximal than that.
Oh shit. Really?
I mean, the thing is, he's not wrong in the grander sense that Widmore would just kill everybody.
Yeah. But he's also not being completely forthcoming.
Yeah.
Which obviously is a big problem with him in general. Not forthcoming is kind of an understatement.
It's his middle name.
Yeah. Oh, I remember finding this really confusing. The dentist.
That was a weird sentence.
Yeah, it was.
The ones they failed to... Oh, the ones they failed to kill. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Jack, you shouldn't have given the walkie.
We don't negotiate with terrorists. All of them. Oh, man. Ouch. Whoa. The cutting. Oh, the cutting.
Yeah, that was Jack. Jack lighting the dynamite. He will stare death in the face.
Yeah.
That's an interesting quality.
Definitely.
He's that stubborn.
Oh.
I love the throat tackle.
Well, yeah. You're gonna get your standard Ben punches in the face.
Yeah. But I'm not gonna kill you.
Nah. We're even now. Uh-oh, Jack's making Jack faces.
Yeah, this is it. I love Matthew Fox when he's like this. Like he's like when he's so upset, he's like super angry, but he's also gonna cry.
Yeah. He's really good at playing that particular emotion. The eyes start like bulging.
And his voice is quivering.
Exactly.
There's all this talk about flooding the station, okay, and then the last thing they said was the station would keep broadcasting the jammer if it was flooded. Okay.
Sodding.
It's a great question. It's a long code.
Yeah.
Except for the beginning.
Wait. Was it 5543372? Huh?
Oh.
Okay. But how does
But I'm a musician. I know notes. Oh man, where's that flashback?
I know.
To the Dharma guy who's like a musician. How does she even know that?
Actually, I have no idea. But the thing you need to ask is, okay, but how do the numbers relate to the notes? Is like C1?
A 5 is clearly a C.
Oh, the 5 is a C. Okay. No, actually, I think the leading theory I've heard out there is that it was Faraday.
Okay. Why?
Well, because he was in Dharma for a while, and he was a musician.
All right. That's something.
That's it. I think that's why it's the theory. I think he's the only known musician who worked in Dharma.
I wonder why she knows that.
Yeah, it's weird.
Because you get the impression she was there when it was created.
Which doesn't quite seem right.
Yeah.
Like, she would have been pretty young.
She would have been a hostile.
Yeah.
Assuming she wasn't a defect Dharma.
Well, unless she was like Ben and Ethan, and she was in, a Dharma baby.
Yeah, that's true. She's Annie.
Yeah, she's Annie. Oh, shit.
Bonnie, Annie. That's close.
Annie Bonnie. Why not?
Uh-oh. We're getting the reunion here.
Oh, shit. This is a huge moment.
Yeah. They did casting very well.
Yeah.
They look like they could be related.
Absolutely. This is why she had to come.
This is why. You want to help me, Ted?
I know, that's their touching
moment. Yeah, mother and daughter doing something together.
And then we can make a trap with a baby doll.
With the baby doll.
And we'll dig a hidey hole. And we'll live there. Drinking that magic water?
You mean Dasani?
Of course. This episode brought to you by Dasani.
It's got salt in it.
Here's the thing, though. Off screen, like, here's TV rules. You all know this. If they die off screen, they didn't die.
They're not dead.
If they're a main character. A red shirt can die off screen, but not a main
character. And one of the things they did to offset that is they did cut to Tom. So you felt like you got to see that scene, and he was reacting like they were all dead, right?
Right.
So we could eat him later. Oh, no? Okay. I went too far.
I want them to see it. Yikes.
Kate's like, wow.
I know.
Deep. Then I'll kill him.
Wow.
Right when he feels like a failure, I'm going to stab him.
This is the part I was really confused about.
Nice.
Yeah. Oh.
I know, right?
Feels like they're time traveling. Like,
yeah,
it's weird. They're watching it.
It's hard to tell.
Like, what do we do, Blondie?
Oh shit.
Oh shit.
You hear like maracas?
Mm-hmm. Maracas must be the Dharma band.
Oh man, this is crazy.
Yeah.
And this is interesting too because Hurley doesn't know that they're kind of not in the same level of danger anymore.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Man, he just killed Pickett too. Uh-oh.
Oh no, you got too close to the Viper. Oh, you got snaked. Oh man. That is the coolest.
Yeah.
Leg sweep and then the next.
Oh, I got this. It's cool.
Yeah, save the bullets. And then,
Oh shit.
oh.
Don't move, Timothy.
Oh.
Ooh.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah.
I love that because Sora's like, I didn't forget.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody else forgot.
I know. I remember at the time thinking, oh, right. That was a while ago.
Yeah, Oprah says you teach people how to treat you, and he taught Sawyer not to trust him.
Oprah is so right.
Oprah's always right.
Yeah, so the weird thing about that is that like the new Pickett is like it was an order, we had to follow it, which sounds like he should mean like we had to kill them. And Tom's
Mm-hmm.
objecting, but then he's like, "No, we shouldn't have listened to the order, which was not to kill them. We should have actually killed them."
Yeah, I'm gonna have to dissect that after this episode. Yeah, you got to think that one through.
It's convoluted. Papers.
Just doctoring here, just doctoring.
Yeah. Look at these charts. Operations.
Oh, voicemail. That's a good place to leave them.
Voicemail, right?
Broke my phone.
Office.
What are you, my father? I've been here 10 years.
No.
Right here in front of everybody. Nobody's there, Jack. No, she's there.
Yeah,
She's like, I was trying to eavesdrop. All right.
I wanted some gossip.
See, doesn't that hair look fake?
I feel like it's a little more like up.
Yeah. Maybe that's just the
it
problem.
Down.
Yeah.
But it seems the same to me. I don't know. It doesn't seem fake to me, I should say.
Oh, she saw that man too? I did also.
Huh.
That means it wasn't me.
Oh man, I really gotta scratch my head about this one.
I love this. Like, he's the reason she got in the accident.
Uh-huh.
Oh man, that's
yeah, that makes it worse.
God, it'd be so great if he like busts open his shirt and he's like, I'm Superman.
You found out my secret, Doc.
Yeah, now I gotta kill you. Oh, Jack, you're so inebriated.
I know.
I'm past drinking, bro.
Yeah. Oh man.
Uh-oh. I love that.
Yeah. That's selling it as a flashback also.
Yeah.
Of course, if it really were a flashback, they should show Christian.
He would have intervened by now. He would have been around. He would have been this guy.
Yeah. Yeah. And so, like, the fact that we haven't seen him should be a clue that something's off.
Yeah.
Still walking.
I love how this entire time we don't know what's up with Jack.
Yeah.
Like, everything's a mystery in that timeline about why he's so upset. We still, like, scene after scene, but it's still compelling.
Yeah, it works.
There's like no new information.
Yeah. It's a crazy move. Same Juliet hauling a body off in the background. I saved him. I saved them all.
Single-handedly.
I don't remember anyone else doing anything.
Rose is like, what? You thought they were dead?
I knew the whole time.
Mm-hmm. She could feel it.
Mm-hmm.
My husband ain't dead. You know, like E.T., you know, like pop culture reference.
Charlie. Oh.
Wait, paddling home? Does she even know what mission he went on?
Yeah. Didn't he tell her?
Did he tell her?
Wasn't there a scene in Previously On where he was like, I'll be fine. I'll be back. Don't worry about me.
Oh, that's right. Yeah. But I feel like she didn't know what he was going to do.
Yeah, I don't know if she really did.
I'll tap out good vibrations.
Flashes? Oh, I'm done with that.
Mm-hmm. He's like, if there's any update on the future, okay, nope, same plan, all right.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it'd be nice to know.
Wow.
Anything about, like, a crazy patch man with a grenade? Yeah.
I feel like the only way to figure this out would be to like hit the one and figure out. But music is relative.
It makes a tone.
Yeah, it makes a tone, so then you could kind of match that up.
It seems like he starts it off right.
He starts with 5, yeah.
But yeah, once you figure out.
So that makes sense. So if you know 5 is the first note, then you could kind of figure out the rest. But are they half steps or whole steps?
That's a good question. It depends on what key Good Vibrations is in. If they need.
Oh, you're right. Well, if it's in, yeah.
I mean, if it's in C major, but I have no idea what key it's in. I would guess it's half steps.
Oh my god. Here's Lost again of like, totally. Don't we have enough going on?
Totally. This is so weird. This is such a like misdirection because we've been literally told this is her in the freighter.
Yeah.
And it's like, oh, she's communicating, of course. That makes sense. Yeah. It's like, no, she's like sitting in her office somewhere. And of course, Desmond doesn't. He's like off preparing.
Yeah, it's the one time echoing isn't helping him here.
Mm-hmm.
It's like you'd think you could hear that echo.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh. Oh no.
Uh-oh.
Oh man, some people don't die.
I know. Wait, did he like, is he a vampire?
Must be.
Oh god.
Oh man. I just don't see why he'd kill himself though for this.
It doesn't seem necessary. Just run out of the room. Run out of the room and close the door. Run out of the room and close the door.
Yeah.
I don't get it.
I guess he wouldn't be. I see the door locks from that side, but he didn't know that.
But here's the thing, though. Even if he can't,
yeah, Mikhail died. that blew up in his face.
Even if he can't like close the door, like lock the door from the outside, I don't think the water's coming in fast enough that they wouldn't have time to swim out.
Well,
before it flooded the whole station.
For sure. Yeah.
I mean,
it was a weird impulse to do that. Because I actually don't know why he did that. Because the point is to get the beacon off.
Yeah.
The jamming signal off. I love this Sharpie that writes that's wet in water.
Yeah, that's.
Can I buy this product here? It writes on wet hands while it's soaked in water.
Yeah, that's a stretch.
It's almost like, why didn't he just write on the glass?
Yeah.
Not Penny's boat.
That's a huge moment.
That's huge.
It's weird because he was talking to Penny.
Yeah.
So it's like.
Well, that's how you know it's true.
Right. But it's like Penny's looking for you. She would like to be on a boat.
Yeah.
Near here. She's just not right now.
Yeah, it's almost like he should have. Oh, he does the cross at the end. I thought he was dead, though. What was that weird jolt he did? That seizure move. Aaron can tell.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. My daddy's dead.
I pretend Dad died.
Pretend Daddy. Sorry. I guess he's not really his father. Get your thumb out of your mouth. Charlie.
Wow, the end. Oh, no more.
I'm gonna ride on a helicopter. This is really weird.
Oh, that's this. Yeah.
Like how a satellite phone picks up a radio transmission, I will never understand.
Well, if it was blocking the signal, then why is the light green?
Yeah, exactly.
It's kind of like they just need a reason to keep going to the station. It's almost like they should have just went to the station and then realized signal. Like they have more time. I don't know.
Why did they actually think that the radio tower was blocking the signal before, or were they just going there to get away from the camp? And it just so happens that
I think they thought it before.
Okay.
Because I think it was kind of a reason to go, and then they're like, oh, and we can get people away from the camp.
Yeah. I am a robot.
Like, why wouldn't Russo just live here? I mean, I guess it attracts attention, yeah.
Yeah. We're never going to find out what Brennan did with the keys. And why.
Yeah, maybe go outside.
Yeah, seriously.
It's called direct line of sight.
Why are you going outside? Go outside. Although going outside is going to be a little problematic for you.
Yeah.
Not that you would have any reason to know that. Oh, man. Oh, God.
Like, You could just tell a bad guy's on the ship.
Yeah, I know.
They might not believe you, but it would be something. Beginning of the end.
They have a 3-season deal, Jack.
You're being a lock right now, Jack.
Yeah, I know. That's kind of a lock moment. Oh, God. Oh, God.
What? That looks like weird hiccups.
Oh, man.
Oh, no.
Knife in the back lock.
Wow.
Yeah.
Oh, this.
Yeah. You won't shoot me, John. I've read your file.
Nice.
That was funny.
Like, Ben's not even concerned that John is alive.
I know.
You're done being my man in black, or being my Jacob. I'm man in black now. It's like this is season finale, Jack. He'll do anything.
Yeah. Yeah.
Why is it taking so long to pick up? It's just been ringing.
The smoke monster told me.
Minkowski.
Fucking Minkowski. This is Naomi.
4 questions. We'll be right there to kill you all.
Oh, man.
Oh, they're going to get off the island. So easy. Look at
the spittle. Jesus. Wipe your mouth, Ben.
Oh, he's going to cry.
Of course. He's a crier.
He's a crier.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, man.
Is this, that was a clue.
Yeah.
Oh, man. But it's still like, it's such a leap to think not only did they get off, but he wants to go back.
That's a thematic location.
Yeah, totally. You know where. Oh, man. Oh, man. So I guess that was our last scene on the island. I didn't realize it.
Mm-hmm.
And now they're gonna drop this on our face. Oh, man.
Yeah, this is classic.
I'm just not expecting this.
Yeah, you don't know what to think when this happens.
Yeah, this is just... Huh? And my mind's racing, and this thing goes by so fast.
Who could it be? Shrouded in darkness.
Mm-hmm. Hairy darkness.
What? Out of a dream and a memory comes Caitlin. Yeah, and she looks all weird. She looks ephemeral. She looks like she's an like she's an elf in Lord of the Rings.
Yeah, she does. She's got a lot of makeup on.
Yeah, she's like glowing.
Yeah. Like she's in one of those L'Oreal commercials.
Yeah, and her hair is like straighter. Yeah, she totally looks like she came out of a L'Oreal commercial. You don't.
Yeah, I know. We're all thinking it.
Yeah, this is weird. This feels like they knew each other before 8:15. And what were they? They were pretending the whole time. Did they have amnesia when they hit the island? They forgot they knew each other. And...
That's the thoughts we can totally have at this point. Because I wasn't gonna go. Why would anybody go to the funeral?
Yeah, that was the thing. Like, if it was somebody they knew from the island, why wouldn't they give a shit?
Yeah, because it's Locke.
Yeah, exactly. And it's like, who could they not care about? And
I didn't
don't even think at this point that it would be Locke. Like, you think, well, I guess he just killed Naomi.
I remember. Oh yeah.
Ouch.
What?
Yeah, and this it builds up so nicely because you kind of get this, but you're like, why? Why does he want to go back? Like, and then this comes.
Yeah.
And that is, yeah, you do wonder. And who? Who?
Yeah. Another question they throw in there. Sawyer? Could it be Sawyer?
Yeah. What?
What?
Oh no.
Oh man.
Wow.
Wow. Bravo, guys.
Yeah, what are you gonna do?
Holy shit.
It's weird. It's weird that they leave off on they're about to escape the island, but we don't know if they're actually gonna make it off.
Yeah.
And then we're watching this other timeline, and then they say, "Oh no, this is them proving that they got off."
Yeah.
But not only do you not know how it happened and who got off and who survived and all the details, but also he wants to go back.
Exactly. Yeah, it's such a great switch they pull because I feel like for most of the episode, it's like I remember thinking like emotionally somehow this is working with all the pain and difficulty they're going through trying to get off the island. Somehow, the flashbacks worked for me, but there was also this sense of, I mean, there's no plot here, right? Like all the interesting action is going on the island, and then we're just watching Jack be miserable, and it's like that's okay somehow. It didn't really bother me because those scenes work, but it definitely seemed like there was a lot of like all the plot weight was on the island, and that part was just kind of a B story, you know?
Yeah.
At the end, you realize, oh, that's actually the most interesting thing in the entire episode.
Yeah, that was the A story the whole time.
Yeah, like, oh, I see. And actually, this island thing is more like, well, this is kind of the background of how they eventually get there.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, it's a total switcheroo.
Yeah.
Which makes sense because going into season 4,
Mm-hmm.
and yeah, it's crazy.
It's a huge moment. I think yeah, the show changes from that point. Because I think they never really regain they Lost is just never normal again.
Mm-hmm.
We don't get our normal flashbacks. We get a few, but they start doing other stuff. They never go back to the beach camp as a whole group again. Like,
yeah,
the whole show as we know it is over, and it's gonna be going down a different path now, and just setting up that whole idea. I forgot they drop in the little thing. He's gonna be wondering where I am.
Yeah.
Just
an extra thing.
Yeah. They didn't need to do that.
So there's two mysterious people. There's potentially 3 mysterious people. No, okay, 2. Like there's the person in the casket.
Yeah.
And then there's whoever she's talking about.
Yeah.
But it's so strange that you don't find out either one. You don't, but it's someone in the casket who Kate wouldn't care to go see. No one else would care to go see. So who could it be? I think we were thinking like Ben.
I think at the time, I remember thinking it was Michael.
Oh, that's right. Michael was the big theory. Yeah.
Yeah, I thought it was Michael because I thought, that Michael betrayed them, and that's why they would, not want to go to his funeral or whatever. And also we knew that he left, and his story was unresolved. And of course, Michael is connected to that story.
Yeah, and I guess, we just saw Walt.
Yeah.
But are we, at the time, did we assume that was Smokey?
That's a good question.
Because,
I will have to listen to the podcast. I don't remember thought.
Because why wouldn't we? Because if that was really Walt, then there should have been some follow-up with Locke.
Absolutely.
Why would he just let Walt, who left the island a long time ago, just go back into the jungle? Or what was supposed to be the follow-up there if that was supposed to really be Walt?
Exactly. So I think as far as that goes, I think in season 4 there are a few lines that indicate what the plan was that Walt gave him, and what he was supposed to do afterwards.
Yeah.
And all of that I think suggests that it definitely is the smoke monster. The thing with Walt, I mean, the reason why people hold on to it not being the smoke monster is, first of all, Walt's alive. And second of all, there's that idea of Walt having this power of remote viewing or whatever, where he can.
Yep.
There was the whole thing with Shannon, and so it's sort of like semi-plausible. But on the other hand, when we see him later, it isn't clear that he knows about any of this.
Well, and the work Locke goes to do is not work Walt should have sent him on or knew about. I would have loved if this was Walt and he was remote viewing or dreaming and interacting with him. That would have been great when he was like, I saw you on the beach, but it wasn't you. Like, I would have loved something like that.
Yeah.
Or some sort of connection to the island through his dreams or something.
Yeah, Locke doesn't even mention it to him. It's not even discussed later, which I think is disappointing. I do wish they had followed that up a little more.
Yeah, why not? Thank you for helping me. Thank you for that.
Exactly.
You saved my life that day. What are you talking about, Mr. Locke?
And then he can say, yeah, exactly. And then we can have that,
Yeah.
It's weird. Because, I mean, the thing with Walt, I remember the thing with Walt in season 5 is he's like, I had this dream. You were in a suit and you were surrounded by people that wanted to hurt you, And it's like, he had a dream about the Man in Black impersonating him, and he didn't realize that's what he was like. Really, that's what happened?
Yeah, that's so weird.
What? It's really strange. But it doesn't seem to me like he even if he does have some precognition, he doesn't really know. He doesn't really understand what he's seeing.
Yeah, he didn't seem to think it was real. He just thought it was a dream.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. But, they sort of implied, back in season 1 that when he touched Locke or something, he saw something that made him tell him not to open the hatch,
Yeah.
And so, like, they had the idea that he has some kind of, but, so they can sort of play this and make us think that maybe it's Walt, but yeah, I think it just doesn't add up at all.
Well, the remote viewing was never really solidified. It was just kind of an idea. They never proved it.
No.
It's Man in Black. I mean, clearly.
Yeah, I feel like the thing with Shannon is more open to interpretation.
Mm-hmm.
I still feel like I could be Smoke Monster too, but I think in that case, it's less clear exactly what he's doing,
Yeah.
Whereas with what he's doing here, it's totally in line with, what he does later. Like, tell Locke to move the island, he attacks Keamy's team, like, it's clear he wants to get the freighter people all out of there. Or kill them, whatever,
Yeah.
So, whereas like Waltz, I mean, if he really knows, if he knows so much what's going on, he would know his dad's on the freighter, and ultimately, I don't know. I mean, I guess you could say that if they can't get to the island, maybe they'll come back sooner, and that's why Walt wants.
And if Walt can remote view, why can't he remote view where Michael is?
He really should remote view to Michael. Yeah, it's weird that Michael starts seeing Libby, and then he sees Christian, but he never sees Walt.
Yeah, you would think Man in Black would appear to him as his son.
Yeah.
But I guess that would be they can't do the Walt thing too. I mean, if it's supposed to be, you can only appear as dead people.
Mm-hmm. Right. Yeah, and see, I mean, I think it's such a cheat, but first, okay, two things about appearing as dead people, for me at least, that make me not really worry about it too much. First of all, I'm not convinced that they have that as a hard rule at this point.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? I mean, I feel like we haven't seen, they haven't established enough about the Smoke Monster to definitively say, oh, he can only assume the form of dead.
Yeah, and I think we often see him appear as dead people because it's just a coincidence that the person that he should appear as for the most leverage just happens to be dead.
Exactly. Yeah, like that happens a lot, which kind of makes sense,
Yeah, you'd have strong emotions about your loved one that's dead.
Yeah, exactly.
But he could probably appear as anybody in your head.
That's kind of what I was thinking. Like, it's possible that, that he could appear as anyone, and it's just practically it becomes dead people most of the time.
Yeah.
There's the whole thing about him potentially being Dave, and Dave is someone who may never have even lived.
Yeah.
And so if he can do that, then I don't see why he couldn't do basically anybody. But they wanted to give him some constraint later. Obviously, they made him be stuck as Locke just so that, we wouldn't wonder if every single person we saw was the Smoke Monster, But so there's that, and then the other thing, which I think is the ultimate excuse / whatever for this, is that Walt is special.
Walt is special.
So if Walt's special, which by the way doesn't mean anything in particular, then perhaps the Smoke Monster can appear as Walt, whereas he can't appear as most, live people. Mm-hmm. They tell us the Man in Black is special too, so maybe they have some weird common, I don't know, connection or something.
Yeah.
That enables him to take Walt's form, whereas he can't take. I mean, you know what I mean? So
but you would think Jacob is special. He never takes Jacob's form.
That's true.
Yeah.
That's true. But I'm not sure if Jacob is special.
Why wouldn't he be?
It's a good question. But I just remember Mother tells Man in Black that he's special, but I think she doesn't tell that to Jacob. You know, like Man in Black can see his dead mother and Jacob can't.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, Jacob is special in the small s sense, I think. But
You're not capital S special.
Like special in Lost has like a technical meaning, even though it's vague. Like it means you have some powers or something, I think, or some ability.
Yeah. Some connection to the island that gives you power.
Yeah, whereas I feel like Jacob he became the island protector, so he had powers, in that way. But he wasn't special per se, just himself. Just like Jack, I feel like Jack wasn't special, but he did become the island protector.
Yeah, that makes sense.
But I mean, it's kind of a cheat because it's like I can just say, well, it's special, and then I can explain anything. It's kind of bullshit, but at the same time, it's why not?
Yep, bullshit is fair game.
So another thing that I was thinking about when the knife goes into Naomi's back, and then he holds the gun at Jack and doesn't shoot him. I remember at the time, and even still, it's like I don't want him to shoot Jack, but a part of me is like disappointed that he couldn't even stop Jack from calling the freighter.
Mm-hmm. Which seems like that was the goal.
Yes, that was the goal.
Yeah, it's like that's your big goal is to stop them from contacting the freighter, and he couldn't do it. He
just couldn't.
He should have just shot the phone or made Jack give him the phone. Yeah. But yeah, Jack was in a defiant mood, and then Locke just leaves as if he's like, well, I don't know what. Like, I guess I'll get them somehow, or
yeah, it's weird. It's weird. He just kind of wanders off, and I think he finds Hurley in season 4, like just wandering when he gets like separated from the other group. So I don't know where he's going, or like what his thing is, because he just totally failed.
So
he killed Naomi, but he definitely didn't stop them from contacting the freighter, and he's definitely not going to stop them from coming to the island. So
yeah, he's pretty much going to fail at everything he attempts for the rest of the series, I think, at this point.
I know.
Killing Naomi was probably his last victory.
Yeah. It's a hollow victory, but it's true. He did at least manage to accomplish something, but like I remember it's like story-wise, I want the rescue to succeed. I want them to contact the freighter. But in terms of Locke, as frustrating as he's been to watch, and as much as we've watched him fail, like I just kind of want him to follow through and succeed,
Well, yeah, and I want it to be true that they shouldn't leave or something,
Yeah,
I want him to know that it's important and there's an important reason why, and
important enough to like really do something serious about it instead of just, well, I'll shoot this person I don't know, but I'm not willing to go any further than that.
So Jack wants to come back because he feels bad for leaving people behind. Is that
what he said?
No. He didn't say that. We don't know why he wants to go back.
Oh, right.
But
sorry.
I'm saying,
That's the question. That's a question we have. Why? Why we have to go back?
But the answer is because he left people behind and he can't deal with it. Is that what the answer we get?
I remember having a podcast where it was like, I feel like it's not definitively answered why we have to go back. Part of it is that they left people behind.
Yeah, wasn't it? Yeah, and like, yeah, Kate goes back for Claire.
But part of it is just this really abstract thing that I wanted to get a little more concrete, which is, we weren't supposed to leave. Like, we are destined to go there. We should have stayed there because that's our destiny to be there, I think that's part of the reason why he wants to go back.
Yeah.
But what I don't understand is how he arrives there, or if he has any idea what that means, or if he just comes to accept it somehow. Just by pure, I don't know, a leap of faith or whatever you want to call it, After Locke visits him, and then, but the thing is, like, Locke, I think this was the thing I didn't understand, that Locke, yeah, this was the timeline thing that's weird about it. Locke visits him, and, asks him to come back, and he, refuses. And I think, I could be wrong, I think that's supposed to be, it's after he sees Locke that he starts doing this thing where he's flying on the planes and hoping they'll crash on the island.
Yeah.
But the weird, so, and it's portrayed as though, I mean, he mentions 3 places. I mean, if you wanted to do flights from LA to Tokyo, and then I forgot the second, and then Sydney
and Singapore.
I mean, if he just did that back to back, I feel like that would take at least like a week to pull that off.
He said every Friday night he was doing it, so that's at least 3 Friday nights.
Yeah, that's a lot. Yeah, so at least 3 weeks. But the weird thing is that, as far as I could tell, after Locke visits Jack and he refuses him, that's when he decides to kill himself, and when Ben comes and murders him. But Jack reads the article, on this plane, which it's apparently like 3 weeks at least have passed, since that happened. So it's like Locke went to commit suicide 3 weeks later, or it took him a long time to find the body.
There was time, I think, because Locke was in the hospital when Jack said, "I'm not going to go back." Right. So, I forget.
He had to get out of the hospital.
A little time to get out of the hospital.
Yeah.
Then he goes to commit suicide, and then maybe
there's some time before the body.
They find the body, and then sometime before they, he's basically a John Doe or something. Right. So they have to try to contact family.
What did that article say, by the way? I'm kind of curious now. Like, why was it an obituary? Or
yeah, and I think it's for Jeremy Bentham, right?
Oh.
I'm pretty sure it's using his alias.
You're right. It is. Because I was just gonna say why, but why is there an article about Jeremy Bentham?
Well, what do you mean?
I mean,
you mean just, well, I think it's not implausible that they posted that this guy named Jeremy Bentham died, especially if no one claimed the body. I would see that posted in the paper. Okay. Now, what's strange to me is that it was in a paper that would be on an airplane as he's coming back to LA. Yeah. So it was maybe a paper. I mean, it's just, what paper would do that? But, USA Today isn't going to have, people's obituaries from LA, right?
Right.
But yeah, well, that's a weird point. But yeah. So I think that's what happened.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. That makes sense. Yeah. No, I remember zooming in, and yeah, you can read part of it. Man found.
But didn't it say something about a son?
Oh yeah, I think it did. I think maybe that's what made us think it was. It was Michael. Yeah, here it is. Okay, this is the best. Someone had to invert the colors to make a transcript of what it says. It looks like it said, "Man found dead in downtown loft. The body of Jeremy Bentham of New York again, Michael.
Yeah.
Was discovered shortly after 4 a.m. in the something of Grand Avenue. Ted, a doorman at the tower, heard.
I love Ted.
Yeah, good old Ted.
Ted has something to say.
Heard loud noises, something Bentham's loft.
Oh, so there wasn't a lot of time before the body was found.
Yeah, you're right. Something safety. He confessed, entered the loft Abeam in the something mom according. Okay, I don't see anything about son.
Why did we think there was a son thing in here?
I don't remember. That really rings a bell though. I feel like there was a son thing.
Yeah, I thought there was a sun thing. Come on, Jerry, there's a sun thing. There's a sun thing, Jerry.
That was a sun thing. Who had a sun thing?
Yeah, I swear it was a sun. Maybe there's something else. Maybe there's something else. We got that from that's similar to this thing. But yeah, I thought there was a sun thing.
Yeah. Yeah.
Wow. No one came to his funeral. Yeah, we're about to enter a weird season 4 is a weird season. I'm not looking forward to Sayid Gun for Hire.
Oh yeah.
That was so tedious.
Oh yeah, that's gonna go on for
Elsa.
a while. Elsa. Oh Elsa.
Elsa.
Oh, Elsa, we can flop our hair together all day long, and I would be a happy man.
Oh man, yeah. There's a lot I'm not looking forward to, and it was so inconsequential killing Widmore's men around the world.
Yeah.
Like it just didn't matter.
That was a bad idea. I think.
Yeah.
I wish they had either killed Sayid now or found something better for him to do. I think his arc for the rest of the show is pretty disappointing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It's almost like his greatest moment is this scissor neck snap, and it's all downhill from here.
It kind of is. I think it might be.
Cause yeah, they and the thing is, I like the idea of him, being corrupted again, wrestling with his dark side, and then like having to deal with the sickness. I mean, in the abstract, but it's just the way they played it was really not very interesting.
There's a lot of parallels we see with Ben and Man in Black kind of doing things to people,
Yeah.
And again, I think there's that parallel with like Ben corrupting Sayid in season 4 to be a killer, and then Man in Black doing it in the last season. It's a similar pattern there. Too bad Ben and Man in Black weren't working together.
I know.
They have the same MO.
It's true.
I feel like Man in Black should have told Ben at some point, like, dude, you're working for the wrong guy. Like, we're the ones who want the same thing.
Exactly.
You don't want people on the island. I don't want people on the island.
Yeah. Hey, you like to go to the cabin? I like to hang out in the cabin.
Yeah. In fact, that was me.
Yeah. By the way.
BT Dubs.
I think he never realizes that.
Nope.
Which is one of the many things that characters never understand.
Yeah. So many things.
But yeah, I think the New York thing, and the fact that they didn't want to go to the funeral. I guess I just, at this point, no matter what, I mean, Locke killing Naomi, didn't seem serious enough to me. For like, why would I go to his funeral?
It didn't prevent them from getting off the island, so
yeah,
it wasn't like, well, I hate him because he got us stuck. I mean, clearly it didn't get him stuck.
Yeah, exactly. And so it's just like, why? I don't know. I mean, even with what did happen, it seems kind of harsh.
Yeah.
Why would I go? Oh God, Locke. I don't want to see him dead.
I don't want to see him alive either. Yeah, it's weird. I
mean, Jack has like a personal thing with him where, I could see him not going for his own reasons. And of course, I mean, he even shows up in a way. He's kind of the only one who does.
I do wonder if Locke hadn't shown up to Jack and said, we got to go back, how Jack would have responded later.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I almost wonder if that was like an inception. You know, like he put that idea in Jack's head.
Yes.
And it just percolated and grew, and Jack decided that that's why he was unhappy. You know, he misplaced meaning.
Yes, I think that's what it was. Definitely.
As characters are wont to do, and he decided, well, that's why I'm unhappy. We weren't ever supposed to leave.
Yeah. That's I think he pretty much says that later. It's just it doesn't seem like Jack would be the kind of character to be convinced like that. But on the other hand, he is in this desperate situation. And why is he so unhappy, by the way?
Yeah.
If it's not that, you know what I mean?
I think it's partly that they left people behind. I feel like he calls that in the question. But but you know, because he wants to fix things and it's like something left undone. But I can't wait to season 4 and find out.
Yeah, I mean, I have fond memories of season 4, but it definitely has its downside. I think it's really fast, so that's the upside. Any bad part can't last that long.
Yeah, 16 episodes.
It's the shortest one. It's the writer strike season.
Yeah.
And I think some pivotal story decisions get
14
made.
Episodes. Yeah, sorry, 14.
Yeah.
It's a short one. Yeah. Wow.
It was supposed to be longer originally, and so some stuff was lost. I think some story directions might have been solidified, / changed, however you want to think about the story writing process.
Mm-hmm.
But I think it's a transitional season, I think season 5, they were fully going down a particular path. But I think in season 4 they still had some options.
Yeah.
In terms of what was.
Well, they were setting up the beginning of the end.
Yeah, exactly. I think they still had a lot of options as far as why do they have to come back? Like, what are they gonna do?
Mm-hmm.
When they get back, like, what's it gonna be about? I think they could have gone in a lot of directions. I can see them wanting to get Jacob involved and get the smoke monster involved and the long running mysteries.
Mm-hmm.
But they could have portrayed that in a lot of different ways, and I think season 4 is probably when they decided to do what they did later. Whereas I think at this point, it's not definitive yet.
Yeah, I love how throughout all this drama of this finale, like, Jacob's just hanging around at the foot statue.
Just watching, just whittling.
What's he doing? Like,
he makes those tapestries. His weaving work. It's amazing.
He's a dream weaver.
Yeah. I really feel as though a dream is being woven.
Yeah.
Wow, Jacob. Wow.
It's really my calling in life. It's the dream weave. It's strange that he's just hanging around and all these people. But again, it's so emblematic of this larger idea of life where like Dave Matthews Band, ants marching, we're just all these ants running around to and fro, and all these characters are running around doing things in the name of Jacob and calling into meaning what they think things should happen and all this stuff, and just like he said, what about you guys?
Yeah. I feel like I think all the Jacob references in this episode they're either manipulation or they are just sort of misplaced faith or something, or just arbitrary faith. Like, I just have to believe in this. Like, that's what she says. I have to believe in this, otherwise this all falls apart. So I don't want it to fall apart. Therefore, I'm gonna believe it.
Yeah.
Whether it makes any sense or not, and it doesn't, because Ben is manipulating her. We know that for sure.
Mm-hmm.
You know, Jacob did not tell him, you need to jam some signals and you need to send Bonnie and Greta down there and you need to tell Mikhail they're on assignment in Canada.
Yeah.
That never happened.
Yeah, I want to see that scene where Mikhail comes in to Ben. You know, they're at back at the barracks and Ben's reading a book, Stephen King, of course, and he's like, Ben, where is Bonnie and Greta? Ben's like, and he looks at his kitchen and he sees a bottle of maple syrup and he's like, they're on assignment in Canada.
Yeah.
I'm making some pancakes. You want some?
Yeah, that makes sense actually. I'll buy that.
Like he forgot what lie he even told them later. It's like, what did I say they were? Oh yeah, no, yeah.
I said what?
He's
now?
like, I said they were assignment. Oh, I must have not even been trying. Could have done better than that.
Yeah, come on, Linus.
Yeah.
Get your shit together.
Come on, Linus.
Yeah. I just think it's interesting that Jacob's name is invoked multiple times.
Yeah.
It gives the impression that there's some that they're keeping that alive and that storyline is gonna be developed more. You know, we'll find out more about how Jacob ties into this storyline or whatever. You know.
Yeah.
That's a sense I got at the time. You know. But it's weird watching it now and realizing that actually all of that is just down to the characters and their subjective and situations like Bonnie believing she has to follow Jacob blindly, Ben knowing that his people believe that and using that against them.
There's a clear analogy here with religion, right?
Oh, yeah.
And I think it's funny that this is how religions get started. It just, you get a group of people saying like, some attributing things to some higher form, and then that just gets passed down.
Right.
You know, so if Bonnie and Greta and all these others who believe in Jacob have kids, they're going to teach their kids about Jacob, and that's an even stronger belief in Jacob. And if those kids teach their kids about Jacob, you know what I mean? Like, You've got a religion here where Jacob is the center, and we do things for him, and you have this whole mythology around him, and you never actually have to have Jacob involved, you know? So whether or not Jacob is real, the same question about, like, God in our world, right? Like, whether or not God exists is a different question of, like, does any particular religious text get it right?
Right.
You know, because they could be describing something accurate or not.
Right.
Or God could exist and the Bibles be wrong. So it's interesting how that works, and you see this clear. Even with the brainwashing.
Yeah.
They had religious implications there. So it's interesting that all these people are being motivated by the power of their beliefs. And that's politically, I'm sure Sam Harris, like he talks about that a lot, when he talks about people's different motivations and how your beliefs and your thoughts lead to your direct behaviors and stuff like that. And
right.
It's interesting just to see that played out. That they're literally doing these things because they think, oh no, Jacob wants this and Jacob wants that, and even if you're hearing it from a secondary source, aka like hearing the word or will of God through the Pope or something, Ben being like the Pope, he's the higher form on earth.
Yeah.
It's interesting how they're playing around with that.
Although the Pope is actually Richard, but they don't really.
Oh yeah. Well, but he's not. Well, yeah. I guess it depends on exactly how you want to describe it, but.
Yeah,
he's not translating the will, but he should be the Pope.
He should be the Pope, and yet, they don't really. It seems like the people don't really realize that.
Yeah.
And Ben is pretending to be the Pope, and they believe him. And also the weird thing is that Jacob exists, but that doesn't mean that he believes or wants any of the things that people say about him.
Yeah, and it doesn't mean that he is worthy or needed to be worshipped.
Yeah,
or followed.
That too. Yeah. Yeah, I really, that's another thing. I wish Lost had done a little more with. I feel like it's a really interesting idea that they don't flesh out very much.
Mm-hmm.
The other's belief in Jacob, and even Jacob's point of view on that, I think is not really developed. Because like the way it started seems so innocuous. It's just like, oh, I'll give you a job, Richard, so you can communicate with people, because if I don't communicate, then the Man in Black will just kill them or corrupt them all.
But I can't communicate myself because I want to stay out of the experiment, and
right.
I don't. The point is not for me to control them, but for them to do things on their own.
Yeah.
Which I think means that he almost should have told Richard, listen, I need you to, basically, like, he really should have said at some point, I don't want people to follow or worship me.
Yeah, because that's what I'm saying.
If they do things because of me, then this experiment doesn't work.
Yeah.
They have to do things for themselves. Yet, he lets a whole group of people create a society around him.
Right. And seemingly, he occasionally provided lists of stuff. Not sure exactly what, but he apparently had a few lists.
Some lists, yeah.
So there was some kind of like, you should do this, going on. But it is definitely not clear that he wanted to be worshipped.
Yeah.
It did.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Like, he almost should have said, "Listen, if I interact with people directly, they're just gonna worship me," which sounds like a pompous thing to say. But I'm Mark Tobin. Have you seen me? I'm awesome. No, but like, just in the respects of any person who has powers, you'd be, oh, well, you have powers, you must be somebody I should, defer to.
Right.
But he didn't really couch it that way, and that's actually ends up what happens is they do end up doing all that for him.
Yeah. And it's sort of like his experiment got out of hand.
Mm-hmm.
And like even Ben being leader is sort of a part of that.
Yeah, I almost wonder if you could, back sort of in the perspective of, presumably when we first see the cabin, if it's Jacob in there and he's trapped in there, maybe Ben trapped in that whole theory.
Right.
Like, that actually could have been an interesting takeoff from there, where, Ben meets with Jacob meets with Ben, and he's like, Ben, it's come to my attention that, the others are worshiping me.
Mm-hmm.
I need you to stop that and end it. And Ben doesn't want that. Ben knows that that's power and control. And then he's like, and Jacob's like, fine, I'll tell them myself. Mm-hmm. And then Ben's like, screw that, and he traps him in the cabin.
Yeah. Oh yeah, that's interesting.
That
seems like something Ben would do in that circumstance.
Exactly. I'll just keep you trapped here, and then I'll tell everybody that the orders are coming from you, but they're really coming from me.
Yeah.
And then then you get to help me.
Mm-hmm.
From
yes.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Yeah, that totally makes sense.
I would imagine something like that. Like, if it's supposed to be Jacob in the cabin and Jacob's not evil,
right,
then I expected something with like Ben keeping him there just to have the power.
Yeah. And that's how he's using his name in this episode.
Mm-hmm.
Really clearly. He's like, I'm going to invoke Jacob, so you'll do what I say.
Yep. Jacob knew about this, and he told me to do that.
Yeah, exactly. So that definitely goes along with that theory pretty well.
And at this point, we know it's not true. We know that what he's saying is a lie. So yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's interesting. I like that. I mean, obviously the story did not go in that direction for various reasons, but I can imagine them thinking something like that, and that kind of goes along with that thing from the commentary about Ben having some powers over Jacob and Jacob having some powers over Ben, and there's a stasis.
Yeah.
It's that seems to describe that situation.
But yeah, overall, it's a finale, so it was good.
Yeah, I was kind of shocked by where it ended. I mean, I
Yeah.
guess it makes sense, but it's just like, yeah, we're gonna come get you, and then
Yeah, we are 80 miles away, so take a break, guys. It'll be a little while.
yeah, yeah. I mean, it's not that not enough happened, but I guess I expected a bigger exclamation point. But I guess them being rescued is enough.
I also realized they're supposing that there's more helicopters to come because that's what Charlie. Is it Charlie? Somebody said that in that last episode. Like the helicopters are gonna come rescue everybody.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
And it's like, it's validating what Desmond says
Mm-hmm.
is going to happen.
Yeah.
But they're just assuming that there's more helicopters. I mean, we know one went down, but how many helicopters are on a freighter? Like,
Yeah.
maybe they're going to come try to rescue by boat, guys.
Right, right.
But I just realized that that's one of the things that they, it's just characters saying things they don't know to be true.
Yeah.
But the audience is like, oh yeah, a helicopter's coming. That jives with what we were expecting because of Desmond, what he said. So yeah,
true.
when is the helicopter getting there?
Yeah. Yeah, they just luck out. They happen to have 2 helicopters.
Yeah.
I think it's just 2. I hope they don't have 3. I think it's 2.
3's overkill.
Yeah. Yeah, but the first one just plopped. I think the second one kind of plops too, but they repair it, I think.
Yeah, I think they did have to do some repairing.
And then they fly it back, and then Kimi flies it back, and then they fly it back again. It's a lot. It's a lot of helicopter in the next season.
Yeah.
Which you're right, totally validates what they're saying. And I feel like Claire was supposed to get on one of those helicopters at some point.
Yeah.
And for whatever reason, they decided not to do that. I don't know if I remember looking this up and not being able to figure out what happened. If the actress was like, I want season 5 off, or some weird thing happened where they didn't want to do with Claire what they had planned.
Mm-hmm.
But who knows?
Yeah, it's interesting. Yeah. Where would it went? Because I mean, if Kate has Aaron in season 4.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's what I was thinking about in this episode, because it feels like the whole thing of Kate talking about, they were. Oh, and by the way, by the end, does it look like Ben's even thinking about the pregnancy issues?
No, I think he's got a bigger thing on his plate now. He's got a bigger problem within the pregnancy. Yeah, it's funny how yesterday was got to get those babies.
I know.
To now it's like, there's a freighter full of people coming. Widmore's found me. I need to stop these people from leaving and contacting them. And it's just, it's completely different. And that's interesting too, right? Because it's interesting how the timeline changed, because they were supposed to come the next day.
Right.
But because Juliet and Carl spilled the beans, they came earlier.
Right.
But now none of that even matters, because 7 people died and all the losses are scattered, and the freighter people are coming.
Right. Right. Yeah, so is it like he sent the team to go get the pregnant women before he found out about Widmore's freighter, and like if he had known what that was, he wouldn't have bothered.
I think that's right. I think the team has left by the time he's told that about the freighter.
Yeah. Oh, right, and he already has Michael on the freighter, so he must know that it's coming.
Oh, that's right. Oh man, talk about a mindfuck. Why did he even know that? Wow. Yeah, I forgot that they get Michael on the boat.
Yeah, he's already there.
As a mole. He's the mole.
He's the mole. He's there right now.
He's there right now. Good thing I have a man on the boat. He's gonna say that.
I know. That's
yeah, I forgot that. So he really knows what's going on.
Yeah.
He's not just even kind of guessing.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that means he was expecting them to come.
Yeah, he was.
That's weird. That's really weird.
So I guess it's just confirmation that they've arrived.
Yeah.
More so than like news that they were even coming.
Well, and I think it was just because they got in the area didn't mean that they could pinpoint where the island was exactly.
Right.
That's why he's trying to stop them from using the sat phone.
Right.
Because that'll give the exact locations. But I still think, he should know about the barrier. He should know, like, listen, if they don't have the right coordinates, maybe Widmore knows the coordinates.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that.
Although, I don't want to beg the question, but how did Ben ever find out about the coordinates?
Well,
how do you find out the correct passes to a time barrier?
Oh man, he got it from Dharma. I don't know what we're supposed to think about that, but I do think Widmore has the coordinates because I think Faraday has them.
Yeah.
I think he calculates them with science. And so, and he's on the freighter, so so I think they do know the coordinates, the right path. It's just like it's still rocky, I guess.
The time barrier, and all.
Even if because you gotta go through the time barrier.
Yeah.
With some time travel and some payloads.
Oh, not the payloads. Oh man. I can't wait for the science experiment with the payload early. And what does that mean? I don't know what it means. What the hell?
Oh no, I'm going to set up this table and I'm going to look like I'm messing with some knobs and
I'm looking forward to Charlotte and Juliet's fight. I remember that being epic.
Hell yeah.
Oh man, I can't wait.
they went all out. They broke everything.
Yeah, that was great. But yeah, season 3. Well, okay, R.I.P. Charlie. Having rewatched, we just obviously have done the commentary series up to this point. That's what we've been doing. And so having rewatched everything up to this point with Charlie, okay character. It's like, okay, he's gone, so what?
Yeah. I think they gave him a decent final storyline. He gets the chance to be heroic and brave. Like he's kind of powered by the bravery of thinking.
He's kind of like a hobbit who has to find his inner bravery to help destroy the forces of Mordor. Mordor being Man in Black.
You'll have to carry me, Sam. I can't go on.
Oh, man. Yeah, it all goes back to Lord of the Rings.
It's classic.
That's not unlike the moment, right? That's not unlike the moment where Desmond's pulling the plug and he can't do it, so Jack has to do it.
You're right. Because
they're that close to the finish line and he needs that extra help.
You're right. That's pretty similar.
So Jack was Desmond's Samwise.
Jack was...
That makes no sense.
That's totally ridiculous, but yes, technically, that's what happens.
Wow.
It's ridiculous. But Charlie's powered by, or he's motivated by this idea that Desmond has these flashes, and so he must succeed, and so he gets this kind of a little bit crazy false bravery out of the fact that he's sure he's going to succeed. It's kind of it's walking that line of the self-fulfilling prophecy again, where it's like
where it's true because you believe it's true.
Yeah, if Desmond hadn't told you were going to do that, would you be behaving this way? Probably not.
there is a definition of courage you could come up with that basically is saying courage is believing you can't fail.
Yeah.
If you don't think you will fail, you're gonna have something like courage happening, in the face of danger. So yeah, it's interesting.
And he finds a way to believe that, I guess. And I guess I appreciated him, like, taking those punches and hiding, getting Desmond to hide, and like not giving away information, figuring out how to enter the code, and talking to Penny, closing the door, and like it was. For Charlie, like, that's more than he usually gets to do.
It was the perfect situation for Charlie. I mean, the music tie-in thing, his like naturally annoying and defiant attitude coming in handy.
Yep.
Like he's the kind of guy you'd punch a lot and then he won't tell you anything, And so like Hurley, who like he'll tell you before you even try to punch him.
Right.
And there's some. It was obviously crafted for him in his character arc. But it was well crafted for that, and I think it works really well. I mean, except for like, why did you close the door that way?
Yeah.
And then Mikhail, like, why did he want? I guess he just wanted to flood the station to kill them. But it seems like he could have just taken the weapon. He had the jump, he had the element of surprise, and he had weapons. So he seems like he could have just killed them both and not flooded the station.
Right.
But that's a different story.
Yeah.
I don't know why.
Well, they have to flood the station because that's basically their version of burning it down underwater.
Well, yeah.
We're not going to see it again.
We'll never go back to it. Yeah, that's true.
So I feel like that's why that doesn't explain why he did it, but I feel like that's why they wanted that to happen.
Yeah, and I wonder what does the cable go from the station to the island? Do we ever find out where it goes?
Huh?
Is that Carlton and Damon? Huh?
Yeah.
What? You have a question?
That's a good question. No, I don't think so. I don't think we ever find where the cable goes the other way. We found out one way. That was more than I expected, but you're right. There's the other way. It goes to the power station? I really don't know.
That's what I was wondering if we saw that it went to like the power station or it went to the gas factory.
Yeah, that's the thing. I don't know if we even see it going anywhere. I think we don't. B, I don't even think we see a power station. I think we think it's a power station, then it turns out it's a poison gas factory.
Yeah, right.
Which is a really weird reveal that was so confusing. I didn't even understand that was the reveal until Kate said it the next week.
Thanks, Kate.
She was like, yeah, that was that place. We thought it was a power station, but it turned out it was a poison gas factory. And I'm like, oh.
Yeah.
So that was the takeaway.
I think maybe the cable went from the Looking Glass to the Flame. Because I'm reading here that in 1977, Mikhail says cables ran from the Flame all the way to the station.
There you go. That makes sense. It's a communication thing. Yeah.
What was that, Mr. Yanni?
Oh, sorry. Sorry. Was that recorded? The communication thing, because it was blocking the signal, and so they would hook up to the Flame to communicate. Yep. That would make sense.
Yeah.
I still think they should get power somehow, but whatever, hamsters and stuff.
Ocean power.
Ocean power. They got that ocean power.
Yeah, I forgot what it's called, but it's you can harness power from the ocean for currents. Yeah.
Oceans are pretty powerful. All right, yeah. Fair enough. What's the purpose of the moon pool? I remember thinking about this. Is the submarine supposed to go down there?
Yeah, the submarine's supposed to go there.
Okay. You're not supposed to swim in. I don't know
if the real submarine would fit in that, but some sort of submarine device would come up in the moon pool, I believe. Okay. Or even just, I guess, if you have scuba gear and you want to come through there.
Right.
But why even have Dharma on their underwater stations? Like, really, it needed to be underwater. Like, it really had to be all the way underwater. Like, craziness.
Yeah, it seems like a bit much. It's also not clear to me what the function of the station is.
Oceanic research.
Oceanic research. Oh, oceanic. Sorry, I was thinking airlines. Right, just on the ocean. They're researching.
Yeah, why not?
Yeah,
They've got a Dharma shark.
you're right. You're right. I thought
Now
that
you
was what the
think that
Hydra
would
was
be
for.
connected to the Hydra, but
Well,
you'd be
that's a weird
wrong.
thing because I remember thinking the Hydra was the underwater station when Jack pulls the door and all the water floods in.
Yep.
And it was like, oh, this is the and it's like, no, this isn't the underwater station.
Yeah, Hydro. Yep. You'd think it'd be the water one, but nope.
This is the partially underwater station, but the fully underwater station
fully submerged underwater station
is a different one. Yeah, it's weird. It's also, I mean, I guess it's not an introduction because we have a ton of those, but it's a little weird having these like random others off doing random stuff, like separated from the main group.
Yeah.
And they start portraying that in season 4 as well with these like off-island others, located in random places.
There's a somewhat potentially interesting story here that's about like the dissolution of an organization, with the others. I think if you could just like look at it from their perspective over time, and you see how once Ben takes control, like their unity that like Widmore had, their unity and like function and cohesiveness starts to get fractured as Ben has to start piecing different people into different tasks and different people lying to each other and not knowing things and sending them all. So over time you see the others as an organization, as a group of people getting fractured, Bonnie and Greta going off on their thing and they don't know what's going on and they're not, so the main others have no clue of these other side missions. Right. And what's going on, and it's really strange how you see that, and we talked about that before, how Lost loves to show you something for the first time and show it till you broken.
Yeah. Yeah, they do that a lot. Yeah, and I was thinking about, like, I wonder how much they communicate with the off-island others. I mean,
well, not a lot since they've been blocking signals.
Well, I was just gonna say, and based on Bonnie and Greta, it's obviously possible for them to just not talk to people for a long time.
It's not unlike the Dharma workers in the factory, right? Who are just still packaging Dharma products because no one told them the war is over.
Yeah. So, like, I wonder how they got the memo that Widmore wasn't in charge anymore and that Ben was. And then I wonder, because when Ben leaves the island, Locke is supposedly the leader of the
I assume they got the memo from the Quarterly Others newsletter.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
And it didn't have time to arrive for that quarter.
Mm-hmm.
And although maybe because Locke disappeared in front of them, maybe that disqualified him from being the leader.
The one thing about being a leader is you can't disappear.
Maybe there's something in the rules about that. Like, if you vanish in front of us, we don't have to follow you anymore.
We reserve the right to refuse service.
So maybe by others' conventions, if the leader vanishes, then it goes back to the previous one, and so Ben is sort of the leader again after Locke disappears. Maybe.
I think with the others, whoever says they're the leader is the leader. They don't seem to actually care, as long as it's someone else.
Right.
It's like, who wants to lead us, guys?
Right. Just take the power. Yeah, I mean, I guess that's something we've been getting at a lot over this entire podcast, if not just the last few, with the others, that there's a lot of interesting stuff like hinted at or at least implied about what's going on with them. There's this religious angle that's kind of interesting. There's the idea of the fracturing of them, the idea of the way they have leaders and the way they choose and follow them. And I feel like all that stuff, could could have been explored and made interesting, but the stuff that we actually see of the others is seemingly the least interesting things that they do.
Yeah, and I think there's a case to be made, that could have been made, I should say, in terms of the others, and how it relates to real life, that, in life we, groups of people generally tend to follow those who claim to have the answers. Cough, cough, Donald Trump. And hashtag politics. Really, I could have named any politician, but or any sort of leader, but when someone claims to have the answers, people sort of gravitate towards them because people want the answers, they want direction, and there could have been an interesting point to be made, when during sundown or something, or at some point, when Man in Black takes over and he's like, hey, follow me or die or whatever, just there could have been a point somewhere in the show where someone tells the others, hey guys, I'm noticing a pattern here. Mm-hmm. This would be like the Simpsons version where like, the character steps out from the group and like makes the meta comment of just like, hey guys, I noticed that we tend to just follow whoever's claimed they're in charge instead of deciding for ourselves what our destiny is. You know, should we keep doing that? And then everyone collectively goes, yes. And then he goes, okay, just checking, and then it proceeds on. But there could have been an interesting point to be made about how we do that in life, and how this is emblematic of what people do in life.
Right. Yeah, that makes sense.
But they didn't really nail that point home. But
no.
But we did get to see them just kind of go from person to person with no central unifying theme besides something about the island, something about protecting it, maybe.
Right. Yeah, it's not clear, and that's just something I would like to know a little more about. If it's going to be portrayed as such a big deal.
Yeah.
There's a little bit of that with Locke, Man in Black Locke, when he shows up to the other's camp, and he's like, for some time you've been taking orders from a man named Jacob, but none of you has actually met him.
Yeah, you're right. He did kind of bring that up.
And he's like, and now I'm sure there are very good reasons why that's the case. And I remember he looks over at Richard, implying there's some crazy conspiracy, you know, that Jacob doesn't exist and he's Richard's fabrication, or I don't know what he's implying, like something Richard's involved in some kind of cover up about Jacob, So they have him say that.
Well, yeah, I was just gonna say he knows that Richard knows why no one's ever met Jacob.
Oh, right, yeah, of course.
Richard knows what that good reason is, I should say.
Yeah. Right. But the thing about that is, that's actually. It's actually manipulation in a sense. I mean, he's really just saying that to get himself there.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe he believes that, but it's not actually addressed, in a real way. It's more just a functional thing for him to say.
Yeah, I think there's there's probably some word or description of that type of discourse when you're trying to convince someone of something where, my opponent is well-meaning, but this is the thing we should do against him. That kind of thing of being sort of magnanimous in a way, or like, I'm sure he's well-meaning or has your best interest or means well. You see that a lot in politics. He's a good family man and honorable, but he's wrong on everything.
Right.
It's that kind of thing of like not just shitting all over them because that's a person they like.
Right.
So they don't really hear negative stuff. But if you say, well, I'm sure he had his reasons, folks. I'm not gonna, say he doesn't, but he's not to be followed.
Right. Exactly. And so, and then he's like, okay, we're going to go, I'll see Jacob. And then they seem to agree that that's a good idea. I mean, they follow him there.
Yeah.
And so there is that idea of, oh yeah, maybe we should have asked for this a while ago, you know?
Yeah.
But it kind of feels like in season 6 they forget about that completely. And they just wander around like, you know, I don't know.
Well, at a certain point he's dead.
Well, yeah, it's like Locke comes out, and it's like Jacob's dead, and the smoke monster wants to kill you, so you better leave, and follow me again, please.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's, you know what I mean? It seems like they forget about, or they don't worry about Jacob anymore.
Yeah.
You know? They just kind of give up on everything, and they don't think about how they got there, and, you know, question those things they were told, you know, to follow that whole time, and including the fact that they're still following Locke under really dubious circumstances.
Yeah, the others have a horrible time on the island. They're really in perplexing situations almost all the time, and they're, you know, half the time they're following a psycho, you know, a killer in Widmore. Then half the time it's a killer in Ben.
Yeah.
And then their god dies.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I don't know what you're supposed to do after that. Jacob can die. You know, like
it's
they
crazy.
They have to process that.
Yeah.
Is he just a normal person? I don't know. Have we been following some schmo named Jacob? Like, you know, maybe everything we heard was a lie. If Jacob can die, then what does anything mean? And then I guess we'll follow Locke. He's around. Yeah, it must have been strange for them.
But, I mean, maybe it's just a matter of screen time. It ended up feeling very mindless. Like, they would just follow whoever was in front of them, no matter what they said.
Yeah, we don't get the behind the scenes of them up late at night in their camp discussing what they should do next day, and like...
Yeah, exactly.
Guys, I think Ben is crazy. What are we going to do?
Yeah, like, they're not taken seriously as characters, which I understand why at that point they don't want to focus on them, but it does make them feel very, I don't know, two-dimensional and not very interesting.
Yeah.
You know?
They're just like sheep, like when Cindy's like, we're here to watch because somebody told us we have to come watch.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, so we're just doing it.
Yeah.
And you're never really ever convinced, you know, we never really see the conscription process for the others, right? Like,
exactly.
We never get to see how do you convince someone who just came to the island that this is a group they should be a part of willingly. Yeah.
That's what I wanted. I wanted that initiation, you know, episode flashback. You know, I wanted them to portray that.
Yeah, and the one that we get through Juliet is a completely unique case. And is a complete manipulation and all that stuff. And it's
of course the one we see has to be the one that's different.
Yeah. Yeah, we don't see the normal one.
Oh, this isn't a typical one at all.
They showed us like Dharma initiation. You know, they showed us what a general Dharma person goes through. You show up, you're at the orientation center, you take a picture, you get your uniform, you get your job assigned. You know, we got that, but we didn't really get how do you convince Cindy to be another?
Yeah.
You know, we're the good guys, Cindy, and I don't know what else you say.
I know. Yeah, and why again?
Yeah, and then there's Jacob, and who's that? And how do I know he's real? And what? Yeah. He can heal people? Like, what do you say to convince somebody?
And I mean, Juliet's case is unique, but Jacob does get invoked to Juliet.
Yeah.
And, you know.
Well, and he gets proven to her, though. That's the thing.
Yeah.
Like, he's seemingly proven, you know, to her that he has power and he's real. And but even at a certain point, she throws that away, right? She just left.
She abandons them completely. And it's like, well, what about Jacob, Juliet? Like, Jacob saved your sister. Why aren't you?
Sister? Where's your allegiance? Where's your loyalty?
Yeah, like, what is she thinking as far as that goes? I think.
And that's the thing.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
No,
I was just gonna say, you know, that's the thing that she never says is, we got to get Ben out of the picture because he's corrupting Jacob's vision. It's never, her motivation is never sort of let's circumvent Ben. Yikes!
Right.
Say that 3 times fast. Let's do that so that because I do believe in Jacob and he is worthy of whatever, but Ben is the bad one we got to get rid of.
Right.
Which is kind of what kind of Ben did to Widmore.
Yeah. Yeah. That's all. That's very almost exactly what he did. Yeah. Yeah. And it almost seems like that's what they're hinting at with her saying, making that video for Jack and saying, like, some of us want to change and, like, let's, trying to engineer a death for Ben that's plausible so that they can have a new leader. I mean, that kind of seems like something Ben would do. Yeah.
Which is probably why he saw it coming.
I know, right? But not just I want to leave. Like, supposedly some of us want a different leader. Like, it seems like that's implying something along those lines, but then it seems like it just turns into, I just want to get the fuck out of here.
We want a different leader because we want to leave.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, how about this? I'll pass. Ben, you can stay in charge. I just want to get the fuck out of here.
I just want to leave. Yeah.
That's it. That's all I actually care about. Because she was about to get on the sub. And leave Ben in charge. Oh, well. You others that want to change, like, tough shit for you. Juliet's out.
Audi 5000.
Which is, whatever. I mean, it's fine, but it does seem like that Juliet herself is not underdeveloped as a character, but that change, that shift in her character is not really portrayed at all.
Well, what's interesting is, like, I just realized she's got no friends in the others.
Oh, yeah, right.
There's nobody that it's like she seems to care about.
Yeah.
Except Alex,
It was Goodwin, I think. But
yeah, it was Goodwin. He's dead. I thought maybe she would have been friendly with Colleen.
Oh, yeah. Maybe. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah. I don't think she had very many friends.
Yeah, it's just interesting that she was, so she's able to leave them behind because there's nobody there that she's like, what about them? Take them too.
Yeah, she didn't seem, I mean, there was the book club, but it didn't seem like she was friends with very many of them.
Yeah. Well, the book club.
Yeah. Yeah, really looking back, season 3.
What was that?
Looking back, season 3, that was the beginning.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And then we arrived here. It's definitely a rocky season.
Yeah.
I would say, I mean, Stranger in Strangeland was not a great episode. I think we can all agree on that.
Mm-hmm.
I would say that the Cage episodes, they had their problems, but that wasn't so bad, that stuff.
Yeah, it's funny how long ago that seems, though.
It really does.
It seems like so long ago they're in those cages, but, so much has happened by the time we get to the end.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think looking back, that's not the worst part of season 3.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, Further Instructions, which involved no cages at all, was worse than any of those episodes, I think.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I don't know what they were thinking with that episode. Holy shit, was that a disaster? I think the only thing that almost competes with Further Instructions, I'm ruling out stuff like, let's fix the van episode, or, that whatever Claire, like, there's a few random, like, okay episodes.
Par Avion.
Yeah, that one, or there's a few where it's just, a standard episode, it's fine. But as far as the big plot episodes, Further Instructions, it should have been a really interesting episode. But it was a disaster. But I think the two big failures of the season were the pregnancy storyline, which by the end of this episode has died.
Yep.
Completely. No one's caring about it anymore. No one's asking about it. All the others that went to do that are dead, and for no good reason, apparently, because no one even cares about it anymore. And the others probably could have used them if they're gonna have to, fight off these freighters who survived. I mean, those are their tough, people. So it's really bad timing. But the other thing is that Desmond storyline, and Catch-22 especially. I think Flash has had moments where it was kind of interesting.
Mm-hmm.
But Catch-22 was like, I'm still frustrated by that episode, and it's been a while. I feel like Desmond's storyline and the way he behaves in general, but it's really concentrated in that episode, is really, really frustrating to watch.
Yeah.
I just can't get excited about that. The whole thing seems, and it's funny how it's gone in this episode. Any flashes? Nah, not really. Done.
Nope, all out of flashes, guys. All out of flashes.
I think I'm done with that. I think we're moving on. So it's kind of like the pregnancy thing, where by the end of this episode, that storyline's dead too.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, it makes sense. End of the season, that's how things go. But what was the high point of that storyline exactly? I mean, it got us to this point,
Yeah.
But what good was it?
I mean, it convinced Charlie that Desmond can see the future, which gave Charlie the courage to sacrifice himself. But there was too much, and I don't know. I thought the last thing we heard about the Flashes was, and I always forget now, it doesn't matter what you do, or you can change the future, or you can't. Which one is it?
I think, as usual, they did not definitively answer it. It's sort of like, maybe you can, but maybe you can't.
But that was the thing. He was like, no, you can't. And then he came back and said, but you know what, Charlie? Every time I'm seeing you die because you're going to die. But I always change the future that I see. But this one time I'm seeing the future I can't change.
Yeah.
And it needs to happen exactly that way. Oh, yeah, that was the whole thing, was like, he was proven wrong that it needs to happen the way it, like if he doesn't do it how his flashes play out, then the present doesn't happen the way that he saw it in the future. But like, he played that out with Naomi, and it didn't work out. So I felt like, why does that mean that what he sees for Claire is going to be true? But I guess that's going to be he's lying. Yeah. I mean, I guess it makes more sense that he's not lying. He just ends up being wrong.
Yeah, I have read people saying that when the Man in Black intervenes, he changes the picture, if you will.
Mm-hmm. But why didn't the future take into account his intervening?
Somehow he was beyond the prediction. I have no idea. I have no idea why. But somehow, like, he wasn't going to do it then, but then he decided to later. I don't know. It's weird. It doesn't really make sense. But he does have a strange relationship to time travel and predicting the future. So I can kind of see him being able to break the rules of some of the future predictions.
Mm-hmm.
If anybody can. But I don't really buy that. I'm more inclined to believe that he was either wrong or lying.
I know Man in Black's loophole involves time travel, but it's interesting that, like, he didn't use the power of the island, his knowledge of the island, to just time travel himself and go do things in the past to engineer his escape. That might have been a more direct way to do things.
Yeah.
And then he could have teamed up with himself in the past, and he could have had 2 smoke monsters.
Well, see, the thing is that when Locke sees him down at the donkey wheel,
down with Julio at the donkey wheel.
That sounds ridiculous, but yeah, it actually sounds like, I don't know, like a tavern or something.
Yeah.
Going down the donkey wheel.
Yeah.
Anyway, when he sees Locke down there, they were time traveling at that point, you know.
Yep.
And he's Christian Shepherd. And they were time traveling to a period well before Christian Shepherd would have appeared.
Yeah.
On the island.
Yeah.
So, you know, there's definitely a question there of, is the Man in Black time traveling with them?
Or did he just read his mind?
Which I guess is also possible. But either way, so the first way, if he time traveled with them, there's 2 of him.
Yeah.
If he read his mind, then there isn't 2 of him, but in a way, he can collaborate with his future self. You know?
Yeah.
By knowing some of the stuff that he does later.
But that does beg the question, like, if the past version of himself sees future Locke and reads future Locke's mind, and he sees that in the future Locke is talking to, quote, Christian Shepherd, how does he know that that's him?
Right. It's a good question.
And how he would have to just be able to sense well, that's me, so I need to be that guy, and I somehow need to know what I sent Locke back for.
And you know what the other thing is that I think's kind of the killer for him getting it from Locke's head? Say hello to my son. Because Locke did not know that was Jack's dad.
Locke doesn't know that's Jack's. Well, Man in Black knows that Christian's Jack's dad.
Well, he does in the present, but he shouldn't necessarily know that, you know, however many years ago that was, before, you know, any of them were there.
Well, yeah. I'm trying to think, because Jack is in the past too.
Yeah.
He's in the 70s, but we don't ever see Smokey scan him per se.
Yeah, it's not clear how those timelines sync up.
Yeah, no, I mean, I'd rather, I think I'd rather it not be that he just read his mind and somehow understood the plan. That's a little far-fetched.
I can imagine him being able to sense that it was him, but I do feel like he has to do too much guessing to understand what he's supposed to do based on that.
Yeah.
And I really feel like Say Hello to My Son is something that he could have, but it requires us imagining some other scenes that we didn't see.
Mm-hmm.
Which, it's technically possible, but my impression, though, was that the timeline they were in when he went down the donkey wheel was, like, before the 70s. It was, you know, a long time ago. I think the statue was still there.
Yeah, I think it was, like, before the well was ever dug.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, you know, so then he shouldn't have had a chance. The presence, the Man in Black who belongs in that time period should not have been able to scan Jack or know, you know, his relationship.
So does that mean that if Man in Black was time traveling with them, then he goes back to the correct future with them?
I guess so, but obviously the problem with that is he was already there when they come back, and also he was accounted for during that time period because he was with Claire.
Mm-hmm.
So that suggests that he didn't time travel. So did he split and like one version of him time traveled and one didn't?
Oh God.
Or is he able to? I don't get it. I'm lost now.
Mm-hmm.
I can't do it.
I don't know. I think you could even like flash, go back to Across the Sea, and then like do a flashback for even before that, and you see like Titus Welliver, Man in Black, like pulling Alice and Janie out of the water, bringing her to shore and teaching her about the island.
Jesus, of course.
And he's like, this is
now
the light.
I'm gonna teach you how to protect the island.
Exactly. Yeah.
Jesus.
Yeah. I mean, he could have been doing all kinds of things with that time travel. I mean, that's the problem with time travel.
Yeah. Yeah, see, I wanted to believe he was time traveling with them. It seems like that doesn't work. I'm going to go back to he scanned it out of Locke. I don't know how he knows that that's Jack's dad, though. It seems like no plan works.
Yeah, I can't quite figure that out. We would need to like study all the evidence and work through it.
What a mess that storyline is, but it is because it's time travel. That's really the problem.
Yeah.
But I mean, at the very least, we do have on screen that, I mean, besides that scene, which is problematic, we do have on screen that he anticipates Locke time traveling to the future, and he sends Richard to go talk to him. So you can see him manipulating the time travel like directly on screen, so it is clear that he's doing that to some extent.
Yep.
But that was in the future, which makes it a little easier why he knows what his plan is.
Always helps.
Unless he just had that plan for a really, really long time. And he knew about all these people in advance somehow. But it's just starting to get too crazy when you assume that.
Yeah, that's a tough one to figure out.
It's really tough. Or like, is it some crazy? I'm just gonna start making stuff up. Like once Smokey knows something, he knows it for all time, and it travels backward, and it's too crazy. I can't.
So he's a being who exists outside of time.
Yeah.
This is continuous throughout time.
It's too much.
So then that would mean that he knows when he's gonna die and he won't get off the island.
Yeah, it's too much.
Unless it's that weird flashes before your eyes, which that doesn't work either. So like it has to be one or the other. Yeah. I was gonna say, he hasn't died yet, so he doesn't know that he hasn't died. But then what's the point? Yeah. or maybe I feel like this would be their.
He doesn't know. Yeah.
This would be their loophole though. Is he can't see beyond the point that they pulled the cork in the island.
Right.
So he's like, well,
actually, that would make sense.
Yeah, it would make sense.
Powers.
Yeah, so it's like, well, I know I get to the point of getting really close to getting off the island, and then everything goes blank, and I don't know the future after that.
Yeah.
If that was their story, I think that's what they would say.
Yeah, that would actually make sense. It still seems insane thing to suppose, but yeah. Why not?
What also would be an interesting thing that which would be preposterous, but they could have maybe tried to do is to say that the light cave itself is like a teleporter. It connects through all points in time.
Oh, yeah.
And so he could if he wanted to time travel or something, he'd just go to the light cave, go into the hole, and when he comes out, he's in a different time period or something.
Right.
So that's like a conduit through space-time.
Yeah. Yeah, that's interesting. I feel like that's almost true. With the orchid, turning the wheel and stuff. Like it's kind of like that. It's just not as easy to control.
Yeah.
And you always go to Tunisia. But other than that, and it seems to spit you out, at a time period that you can't predict. But. But maybe that's just because the designers of the donkey wheel, which of course was the Man in Black himself, didn't fully understand how to control the power. Like if if the power could be fully harnessed, then they would be able to like go to a specific time.
Yeah, and that wasn't like the source, that was connected to it, but that wasn't like the light cave.
It's like an offshoot. It's like like a secondary power. It's not the ultimate thing.
Yeah.
So yeah. The actual cave presumably would be more powerful.
Mm-hmm. It's like it's the difference between a regional airport and an international airport.
Right. Right.
The donkey wheel was the regional.
Right. And all of these ridiculous things that they would never show on Lost could have been revealed in my loophole-centric episode.
Yep.
Of which I will always
dream. One simple 5-hour episode with just all the details of the loophole.
It might be a two-parter.
Yeah, please.
Might take a while. And sadly, there would be a little bit of a hint of Nikki and Paulo because we would have to revisit a lot of stuff that we've already seen from his point of view.
Yeah, I wanted to start with like him in like Man in Black in like Jacob's little cave office. And like there's like a chessboard and he's like, and this is my loophole, and he uses like the chess pieces to like describe how he set things up, and like he pulls out like 2 pawns that are Nikki and Paulo, and he's like, and then I had them do this, and then I killed them for this reason, and then it'd be great. Yeah, one day we should just write that episode. We'll just like fill in the gaps and just loophole is just to have it. We should also write that bar scene.
Oh
where
yeah, definitely.
The Losties just talk about their adventures in a bar.
All the stuff they don't know that the other ones did.
Yeah. I wanted to hear somebody go, wait, Saeed, wait. No, wait, it's Desmond. Desmond, you were trapped in a well for a couple episodes? Wait, what?
How?
Then Saeed had to get you, and then Widmore did what to you? And your consciousness went where? Yeah, I want it to be like a drinking contest where like they take a shot every time something's incredulous happens, and they all get wasted, or like who has the best crazy story, and I feel like Desmond might win a lot of the time.
His story is crazy.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Hurley's like, I just thought the numbers were cursed, dude, but you went through time.
Yeah. Time and the barrier between life and death, and wow.
Wow, indeed.
Not bad, Desmond. Not bad.
Not bad, Desi.
I tip my hat to you. That's very impressive. And then there was that time I tried to be a spider. I thought that was cool. Oh, God.
Then I was a spider for a little bit.
Yeah.
Not as fun as being a tree frog, but...
Oh, right. That would be hilarious when they reveal he was the tree frog.
Yeah. He's been a polar bear. He's been a tree frog. He
was the boar, too.
He was the boar. Was he the shark? Was he the shark that attacked the raft?
He could have been the shark.
Yeah.
I could totally see that. Oh, yeah.
Which begs the question again. Sorry to keep begging questions. Why couldn't he have turned into a shark and swim over to the Hydra Island?
You think if I could do that, I would still be here?
Perfect. That's like the opposite of don't tell me what I can't do. It's
is.
Think I could, why wouldn't I? It's so weird.
Yeah, and it's like, well, maybe because you've convinced yourself you can't.
Maybe you told yourself what you can't do. Boom, mind blown.
Oh, man. Yeah, maybe that's the ultimate lesson for him. He told himself what he can't do. I feel like I don't know is it Jacob telling him or maybe Jack telling him this, but it's like, and this whole time you were telling yourself what you could do. And he pulls out a mirror and shows him his reflection, like, it was yourself holding you back the entire time. You could have left this island anytime you chose. Wow. Wow. That's so ridiculous. Man. You should have just, like, come and taken a seat on the helicopter.
There was plenty of room.
Yeah, it would have been fine. You should have brought Claire. She was supposed to be on there, too.
Yep.
Come on, just hang out. Why'd you have to
God, I can't wait till we get to crazy Claire hanging out in the jungle doing what?
Oh my God.
Where's my baby? I don't care. Oh, he said they took it, but what?
Oh, what a fucking mess that is.
That was a total mess.
Holy shit. Yeah. Yeah. Nah, something got messed up there. They did not show the right thing in season 4 to be the part 1 for that.
Yeah.
I see why they went there. You know, it kind of makes sense to me. But it doesn't work.
Yeah, no.
Like they wanted to Rousseau her, you know, they wanted to turn her into the new Rousseau. Everything was suggesting that, and so thinking the others took her baby was the natural extension of that.
Yeah.
But the problem, Claire, is that you're sitting in the cabin with a goofy smile on your face and not worried at all about your baby the last time we saw you. So you must be really, and she is, you must be really crazy to have gone from that to thinking that the others took your baby, and this thing that can take other forms is telling the truth to you.
Oh, he's not Locke. Wasn't that what she said?
Yeah. That's not Locke. That's my friend.
Why would you think that's Locke? Just because he looks like Locke?
Yeah. What's wrong with you?
Crazy you.
Everyone knows. He used to look like my daddy.
Yeah, man. So much craziness on this show.
It's crazy. It's totally crazy. And yeah, I think Walt appearing is let's say, how do I want to put this? This isn't quite true because there's been other stuff, but it's sort of like part 2 of the loophole, at least of what we've seen of it so far. I feel like part 1 is the cabin.
Yeah.
And part 2 is that, and then part 3 is coming in season 4. There's some other stuff that happens before that, but I think those are pivotal moments.
Yeah.
But they could have delved a little more into what he was thinking. But I think the challenge with the loophole episode, and that's what you were getting at. You're imagining him in like Jacob's office, his cave office, like talking about his, like, is he talking to Jacob? Is he talking to, who's he talking to?
I don't know. I think he's just explaining it to the camera.
He's just explaining it to the camera.
Person, and then they'll reveal at the end who I don't know.
Yeah. Because that's the problem with it is, like, who's he going to talk to?
Yeah.
You know, it seems like he's all alone, you know? So who he, I mean, I guess he could explain his plan to Claire, and then she's like, what?
Oh, man, that makes me want to, like, do almost a Deep Space Nine thing with Cisco in the mental institution, and it's Man in Black in a mental institution.
Oh my God.
Writing out everything on the wall, and we think it's all his fabrication, and he's like, but no, I was on this island for centuries, and they wouldn't let me leave, and I had to come up with this loophole, and I had to figure out how to leave, and it's like, now explain your loophole to me, you know.
Yeah. I like that.
Yeah.
I like that. That works. He has a weird delusion that he's actually never been on the island, and it's a big fantasy, and the doctor wants to hear the loophole. Oh yeah. But it turns out it's the prophets.
And he's the emissary, and he has to bring about the end of the paw race. Oh man. Yeah, let's just combine those two fun shows together. And let's see what we get.
The Pirates and the Prophets definitely has some things in common with the Jacob and Man in Black story.
Oh, it's that total duality thing.
It's really similar. They have the same origin. Some of them were trapped, and the others were allowed to leave.
The temple is not unlike the island.
Exactly, and
being banished, and
the Pirates want to escape.
Yep.
And, they're gonna, do all kinds of crazy stuff if they escape, supposedly.
Mm-hmm.
In their case, I actually believe it because of the way they were portrayed.
Yep.
It was very different from the Man in Black. But nonetheless, I mean, I guess that's just a classic storyline.
Yeah. Good and evil.
The sort of, the two sides that, have the same origin but went different directions and end up becoming mortal enemies. And
that's literally God and the devil.
Yeah.
Well, it was an angel, but now not so much.
Exactly.
Yeah, I was looking at some Lord of the Rings lore too, and that's exactly what basically Sauron is.
Yeah.
He was one of the high angelic beings that decided to be bad.
Yeah. I think I'll be bad now.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Gotta get that ring.
Gotta get that one ring, yo.
Oh, man.
All right. Well, yes. Season 3, R.I.P.
There it goes. We got it.
Congratulations on getting through Season 3, everybody.
It's exciting.
We're halfway through, more than halfway episode-wise, through the whole show.
Yeah.
But, 3 more seasons. The season was interesting. It wasn't as bad as I remember.
No.
But there's a lot going on that kind of doesn't matter.
Yeah.
There's a decent amount of just normal character development that's okay.
Yeah.
Not a ton of answers about anything. We got some more. I mean, this is just, totally making the others look crappy. They went from interesting and mysterious to non-interesting and not mysterious.
It's funny you say that. That reminds me of something else I heard on the podcast, the Man Behind the Curtain podcast, that we say about the others, because at the time, we took the cabin a little bit more at face value, that, Ben was talking to somebody and it was Jacob, and you know what I mean? We pretty much bought into what was going on there. And, to us at the time, it made the others more interesting. And and we had the impression that Season 3 was going to be all about the others. And by the end of Season 3, they'll be done with the others. And they'll be moving on to other stuff.
Okay.
But the cabin made us think that, no, actually, there's a lot more to say about the others. Even after the season, it's clearly not over. If they got this shit going on, they're gonna have to spend some more time on them.
Oh yeah.
Which they did, but I think from our perspective now, knowing what they actually did with the others for the rest of the show, yes, they had more story for them.
It was them dying.
But yeah, it wasn't the best. And yeah, obviously the cabin thing didn't necessarily make the others better.
Yeah, well, and that's the thing, is we didn't really know that you could sort of talk about the cabin or Jacob without developing the others more, because they're separate things.
It definitely seemed like there was a necessary connection between the two. That the cabin was a facet of the others, rather than... It's not that the others are a facet of the cabin, but the others are a facet of the thing the cabin is connected to.
Yeah.
If that makes any sense. So, yeah, ultimately the others are tangential to the story.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the thing we learned going forward.
Yeah.
So we'll get more of them, but they they really don't take a central role in the plot anymore. Like, they're kind of just sitting on the sidelines for the rest of the show.
Yeah.
At this point. So in a sense, they're done in season 3.
Yeah, for sure.
You know, as like antagonists, as really active participants in the storyline. Because, I mean, in season 4, they're basically hiding for the whole season. And in season, and I'm not counting Ben and what he's doing. That's Ben's thing. But in season 5, they just follow Locke to the statue. And then in we all know what happens in season 6. They just follow him again, and then they die, mostly.
Yeah.
Thank you. That's the others.
Thank you and good night.
So, yeah. They definitely got demystified, and I think it seemed like the cabin added some mystery back into them. But I think from our perspective now, we can see it's not mystery about the others. It's mystery about other stuff.
Yeah.
We just didn't know that at the time. We didn't know how limited Ben's interaction with the cabin was.
Yeah. It seemed like he had all the answers.
Yeah.
Yeah, I love that thing from Juliet in this episode of like, building a runway. I mean, she knew that much. She knew what they were building, but she didn't know why.
Right. And I forgot about that. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's so weird. It's just like, well, we're doing this. You think they told me everything? It's like, well, at the time, yeah. Why wouldn't they tell you everything?
But we all assumed.
Yeah, and that's one of those lines again. That's just like, why do you assume certain people know things? People are just following orders, you know. And it's interesting to see that. And also like why were they doing it?
Right.
You know, who told them to build that runway?
Juliet's even knowing that it was a runway is more than, was strictly necessary for them to tell us.
Yeah.
I think I remember reading that she was originally going to reveal that earlier in a deleted scene or something, and since they cut it, they put it back in here. I'm not sure that they absolutely needed this scene in retrospect. I kind of feel like it could have been up to us to, they'll show the runway, they'll show them using it, and it could have been up to us to sort of guess at what the others were doing, because I think it doesn't help that much.
That could have been a deleted scene. They could have cut that, yeah.
Yeah, like that she knows it's a runway, like it kind of... My assumption has always been that Jacob told him to do it, and he's already anticipating 316 showing up.
But why would he know that? Why would he know the future?
I have no answer for that.
Now, I could more readily believe Man in Black has responsible for maybe posing as Jacob to tell Ben to build a runway.
Well, okay.
Because
that's definitely a possibility.
Because he could know through his loopholiness of time travel.
That the gonna come.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right. It would be there's a better mechanism for him to know than Jacob.
Yeah.
So that's true. Because Jacob, it's not even clear to me how much Jacob knows about the time traveling. Aside from their coming, I think that's the only like vague reference he makes to the whole thing.
Yeah.
Like whether he wanted that to happen, like why they even flashed to the 70s in the first place. I mean, those are all questions.
And what's making that happen? Even when 316 comes and some of them flash to the past,
some of them don't.
Like, why did that even happen?
Yeah.
Who did that?
Yeah. It's a huge question. I'm sure we'll have an answer when we get there.
Are you sure?
Yeah, we always do.
Well, 152 podcasts have made you very cocky.
Yeah. No, by that time, I'm sure it'll be clear. But right now, it's really a mess. There's a lot of stuff that's a mess in season 5. And season 4 and season 6, we're getting ready to jump into a big pile of messes. But it's a lot of stuff happening, so it goes by a lot faster.
Yeah.
And it's really the core as far as the plot goes for the show. Because like we said earlier, you can see the Swan Station as just a mini version of the whole show. Mm-hmm. So it's sort of like season 2 is just like, maybe if we had to cancel the show now, like, you could get our main points just from this.
Yeah.
And season 3 is transitional, obviously. Season 1 is introduction. Mm-hmm. I think seasons 4 through 6 are really the main part of the show.
Yeah.
In terms of what it's about plot wise. So for better or worse, I mean, that's what it is. I think
there's almost a past, present, and future aspect of 4, 5, and 6 of like,
yeah,
you know, taking the central ideas and addressing the past and the present and the future. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you can definitely see it that way. Yeah, they take the time to do time travel, and season 4 they just have to catch up to what they just did.
Mm-hmm.
Because they don't want to just take them off the. So they're not going to do a Battlestar Galactica and just suddenly jump in time and not show us the in between.
Yeah.
They're going to go back and bring us to that point. And all the, during the entire season, they're going to be jumping forward again. So they'll be filling in stuff that they haven't told us already. And so slowly, we end up getting the story of Jack's downfall, I guess.
Yeah.
It's confusing, though. It's confusing. I remember having a lot of trouble putting together his thought process. So we'll see if it makes sense.
Yeah, we will. We're not going anywhere. We're trapped on the podcast.
But yeah, we don't have as many episodes left to do as we've done so far. So we're making a lot of progress.
Yeah. Let's try to finish this in a year or less.
Yeah, a year or less. The last lowdown.
Yeah,
we can do it.
See if we can hit that finale in time.
Oh yeah.
Well, cool. All right. Anything else?
Let me think. I think so much happened,
I know. I mean, I could definitely talk about more stuff with season 3, but
yeah. Yeah, I'm just trying to think if there's anything I really need to.
Well, and we were gonna look at that line that.
Oh yeah. The killing them all.
That Ryan and Tom had. So yeah. Ryan says it was an order, Tom. We have to follow it. And then Tom says Ben doesn't know what the hell he's talking about. He's lost it. Look what they did to us. Instead of putting 3 bullets in the damn sand, we should have killed them for real. So Tom is saying. It's really weird.
Yeah.
Because Tom is saying we should not have listened to Ben, but we should have listened to him. Like, because Ben said kill them. So he said, but Ben doesn't know what he's talking about. He's lost it.
Here's what I think is going on and why I think it's really confusing. So my assumption is that Ben, made a prearranged plan with them that he's gonna tell them to shoot people. If they have hostages, he's gonna tell them to shoot them. They're gonna pretend to shoot them as a negotiation tactic.
Yeah.
The thing is, though, how did he even? I'm confused now. Okay, never mind. I thought I had an answer.
Wow, you were walking me towards the answer and you gave up.
Sorry, I just got confused because I don't understand. That wasn't the plan. They were supposed to go take pregnant women and shoot the men that got in their way. Why would they even have hostages? How did he even set this up in advance?
Well, maybe there's a deleted scene when Ben and Alex are trekking over to the radio tower that he contacts Tom and says, okay, I'm about to go find the Losty group, and hey, here's the plan. If I call you and to threaten them, if I tell you to kill all the hostages, by the way, you have hostages? Okay.
Finds out that they have hostages.
Finds out they have hostages, and then
I'm gonna tell you to shoot them, but
yeah,
don't actually shoot them.
Because he does find out that 7 of his men got killed.
Right.
So whenever that happened is when he's gonna find out they have hostages.
Right.
I think. Right. So yeah, so then he's like, okay, if I tell you to shoot them, then put bullets in the sand. So but Tom is saying it's really weird though. So Tom is saying we shouldn't have listened to that plan, we should have just killed them.
Yeah.
But okay, so then Ryan is saying we did follow his order because that's what his order was.
His order was to not kill them. I think so. Yeah. That okay. All right. That's what. So what I think is confusing about that is that scene. I mean, I've seen that scene before. The way that scene is supposed to go is we are following orders. The order was to kill them.
Yeah, and we didn't kill them, so now we've broken the orders.
And like we shouldn't have followed the orders. We shouldn't have killed them.
But, yeah, I think it's weird to say Ben doesn't know what he's talking about. He's lost it. But we also did what he told us to do.
Right.
You don't usually have those two things. Usually you say he doesn't know what he's talking about. Therefore, that's why I didn't follow his order.
Right. Right.
Yeah, it's a weird reversal, and then, yeah. Because, yeah, usually it would be Ryan would have been, hey, we should have followed his order.
Mm-hmm.
And then Tom's go, no, we shouldn't have because he's crazy. That's why we put bullets in the sand.
Yes.
But the plan was the opposite of that. So then their roles in this sort of tropey scene got switched.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's weird.
It's a mess. You're right. That's the version of the scene it should have been. It's like, no, we shouldn't. It's,
Because it's weird. Tom's not really defecting, which is what would normally have happened.
Right.
But he's just saying, he's saying that Ben's crazy, but he's still following him.
He's saying Ben's crazy. He's still following him, and he's also saying that Ben's not murderous enough.
Mm-hmm.
He's crazy to not have us kill these people.
Yeah, and which is normally the scene is he's crazy to want to kill these people.
Yes, exactly.
That's too far for me, so I'm gonna not do it.
Yeah. It's totally bizarre. I mean, I get it, I guess. So there must have been some communication off screen.
Yeah.
Right? That's the only way. Ben would know what he knows.
Yep. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, that's fine. I can buy that. They had a plan. He found out, and he came up with a plan. He's going to meet them, and so he wants something.
He's gonna have. Yeah, he's not gonna show up empty-handed. He's not gonna plan to show up without a plan.
Yeah.
Like, okay, well, my plan is to just get there and then improvise. It's like, no, he's gonna have some tricks up his sleeve.
Yeah.
Already, and then his plan B is to improvise if anything goes wrong. But yeah, he's gonna have a pre-plan.
Yeah.
Pre-planned it.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, that's just what a mess. I remember being surprised that Sawyer killed Tom, because I felt like they made Tom seem like one of the nicer others this season. He's like hanging out playing football with Jack.
Mm-hmm.
When he's in the operating room, he's like, "Oh, blood, I can't take it. It's too awful." Yeah. Like he seems very, I don't know. He seems gentle. He doesn't seem like one of the hardcore others, and then they just have Sawyer shoot him.
Sawyer shot season 1 Tom. Well, that's what happened. Is like and that's literally what happened. Is he killed him for what he did in season 1, not
for what he did. Yeah.
For playing football with Jack.
Right.
It was weird that it seems like he. But also they did preface that with I think we should kill these people. So Tom did just want dead. So.
True, and so I guess that maybe that's part of why they wrote the scene that way as well.
Yeah.
Like
instead of Tom going, "Woo, I'm glad Ben told us not to kill them for real."
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Then it would make the others, the Losties, seem really cold-blooded.
Yeah.
To kill the guy who didn't actually want them dead.
Right. Exactly. And who was unarmed and surrendered.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because it still seems a bit harsh, but yeah, I mean, obviously the raft thing was. I remember being a little annoyed that he just calls him the kid. You know, it's like really you can't be bothered to say his name. Like, okay, fine, whatever.
Well, that was his nickname.
The kid.
You know, he's just doing a nickname.
That's just what he calls him. Hey.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's a weak version of it, but I assume that they were writing it, you know, just like that idea if that's his nickname. He's just saying a nickname and saying the real name.
Yeah, instead of saying Shorty or whatever, he's the kid. Walt the kid.
Oh, well, and he's not short anymore because he grew up too fast.
Oh, right, he's taller Ghost.
Taller Ghost Walt. Yeah, Hofdraller taller Ghost.
Oh, God. Oh, man. Oh, yeah, Hofstraller. Yeah, that's classic. So, yeah, it's, I remember being, like, super excited about going to the radio tower, and it's kind of a letdown. Like,
oh, man, that was a big letdown. And it's just one thing in this whole tower, and it's just her recording, and she never went back. There was never any reason to ever go back, guys. After 16 years, even out of boredom, she didn't even go back there.
Nah.
Just out of change of pace, just a different scenery.
Not once.
No.
Not once. I remember actually they do the same thing with the Black Rock with Richard in season 6, where like when he's in there with Jack, he's like, "I came here in this ship, and I haven't returned since then." You know.
Yeah.
It's like they like doing that, just because
it's neater.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. They don't have to talk about, oh yeah, but there was that one time when I came back because I was bored, and
yeah,
it's kind of it kind of ruins the moment. But yeah, they just walk in and it's like, turn it off. Okay. Anyway,
what was the big deal?
Yeah, it was such a mythical location. You know, the distress signal was, you know, one of the first big mysteries.
Yep.
That Lost had, and so it seemed exciting to go back to the origin of that.
Mm-hmm.
But it was like, it's a radio tower. It transmits signals. Like, what did I expect it to be? You know? It's not really... It makes sense that that's what it is. That's what they said it was.
Well, and actually, one thing that's interesting is they don't actually blow it up when they're done with it, right?
That's true. It's still there. Yeah. It's still there. And yet they don't really go back to it. But it could have. It's still standing, presumably, by the end of the show. So if they wanted to but why would they? There's nothing to see there. It's almost like they burned it down by making it so boring we never wanted to see it.
There's no need to burn it down because it's just so boring that there's no one ever thinks they'll come back to that place.
Yeah, I feel like they only burn it down if it's interesting enough that we might care to see it again.
Yeah, if it provides some value to the characters that they might want to return, but this place, no.
Nah, I think we can just never see that again. We'll be fine.
Why waste the special effects?
Yeah. Because that's sort of the new, you know, aside from the, I guess in a way the Looking Glass is kind of a letdown too. Because it's a new Dharma station, but we don't get an orientation video.
It's like the Arrow with a jamming frequency.
Yeah.
It's just underwater Arrow station.
Yeah.
It's just a storage place.
Space. Yeah, it's just a space. There's no clear point to the whole thing. There's no video explaining what it does. We don't see any real demonstration of its power. It jams signals. Okay.
Yeah, from underwater.
Yeah, it's weird. It's weird.
It seems like the radio tower should have been the only thing jamming the signals.
Yeah.
But they needed this underwater thing for no no apparent reason. Yeah, I think it's a little cumbersome story-wise. That
it is.
Two jammers.
Two jammers. Yeah, totally.
Yeah, double jam.
Yeah, they needed a reason for them to go. I mean, I feel like dramatically the Looking Glass stuff works better than the radio tower. But then if they don't go to the radio tower, what are they gonna do? Are they just gonna stand around for the whole episode? You know?
And I think there's something to be said about turning off her signal. Russo's distress call. I think like just saying, okay, well, let's stop that.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a good point. In a way that's burning it down. You know, stopping the big thing that it's doing.
Yeah.
You know, the only thing it's doing that's interesting.
Yeah, that part was a little cumbersome, but
yeah, I agree. I think it's clear that it was more like they had certain goals and they figured out a way to put them together, rather than like here's a storyline that kind of develops naturally.
Do you think that Ben told Bonnie and Greta to block the signal only after he learned that Widmore was trying to get to the island? Like, maybe that's the predication?
Did he say when he did that? Or did
he didn't? I don't think they ever say.
He didn't say.
But I'm just trying to think, like, at what point would he say, okay, we don't want to block, we don't want anyone sending signals off the island?
Yeah, that's a good question.
Because at a certain point, there's no one on the island who can send a signal, right? So, like, before the Losties get there, it's just Dharma people. I mean, It's just the others. You know, they're in line for the most part, so they're not trying to escape the island surreptitiously and send signals. Right. So I think it would have to be either when the Losties come and Ben's like, okay, I don't want anyone to find the island, so jam signals. But, you know, it wasn't even like, you know, this would have been a retcon, but, like, it wasn't even like in season 1 when, you know, they're picking up Rousseau's signal from the radio tower, you know, that they're like, there's 2 signals jamming us.
Yeah.
You know?
Right.
So, yeah, I wonder at what point did he send them down there. It should have been fairly recently. You know, because McCaw's like, you were in Canada on assignment. Like, that shouldn't have been, like, 5 years ago, you know, or 10 years ago.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, you're right.
So maybe once he realizes that, you know, the freighter's coming to the island, he said, okay, well, if anyone on the island sends a signal, then they might locate us easier.
Yeah, I think that should be the main reason why he wants to do that. So, yeah, that would make sense. They can't, there's no way Bonnie and Greta went on assignment to Canada like 20 years ago.
How come, I guess we'll get into this in season 4, but does Ben never send Sayid to kill Widmore?
Oh.
Like, why is he killing all his guys?
Oh, he had a list. It was like Kill Bill. He had a list, and he was going to kill every single person that was connected to Widmore. Wow. And I would assume Widmore would be last.
Well, but the reason the orders would kill Bill, they didn't. She didn't know where Bill was in the beginning, right? Like, didn't she have? Wasn't it work? Part of it was working her way towards finding where Bill
was.
Yeah, so it kind of, the order sort of made sense for that reason, but like, yeah, it was weird that Ben, because, you know, the whole cut off the head of the snake and the body dies should have been like,
no,
Widmore's men stop taking orders if he's dead, so that
cut off the body a little bit at a time.
The head keeps living, and then you have to fight him later. Is that the phrase? It's very pithy.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, you're right. It does seem like that should have been mentioned, or
I mean, especially when, like, Sun can just walk up to Widmore in the street. You know, so it's like, Sayid could have done the same thing. I mean, Widmore is just like a normal businessman who's probably got, his speaking engagements publicized and all that stuff.
Ben walks into Widmore's apartment.
Yeah.
To threaten him about Penny and stuff. So he knew where Widmore was.
Yeah.
And he was able to get past his security too.
Like a rat.
He could have killed him right there.
Yeah, but the rules.
Oh, the rules.
The rules, don't forget.
Oh, does he even say that? Is that the rules? Maybe
Yeah,
that's why I can't kill Widmore, because of the rules.
Well, but that's why Ben can't kill Widmore. That's not why Sayid can't kill Widmore.
Oh. That doesn't break the rules?
Well, it's his loophole then. He could have tried it. Man in Black tried his loophole.
Maybe he should have tried it.
Yeah.
Oh my god. It's weird. The Ben and Widmore rules thing is kind of like a mini version. It's kind of like the Swan Station is for the show. It's like it's a mini version of Jacob and Man in Black.
Yep. I can't kill him, or he can't kill me, or whatever. Yeah. But then the rules turned out to be we won't harm our families, right?
Yeah. Yeah, he broke the rules because he killed Alex.
Yeah.
And he broke the rules, but he wasn't supposed to.
Which is like Claire said in that deleted scene, but can't you break the rules?
Yeah.
If I can break the rules, do you think I'd still be here?
You think I'd still be here?
Wipe the spittle off your mouth. Look.
I think he says basically that same line to Sawyer when he asked him about flying over to Hydra.
I really think, Man in Black is not without his psychological barriers in terms of his place on the island. Like he's got things that he thinks he can't do.
Yeah.
For no good reason, other than somebody told him or he just assumed it.
Right.
Like, I didn't run you into that tree, son. I didn't infect you, Sayid, like.
Right.
He doesn't take credit for things that he's apparently doing or could do.
Yeah.
So, it's strange that he doesn't, it's like he knows he's got telekinesis, right? It's like, I'll just open those things up there. Or magnetic kinesis or whatever it is.
Yeah. Magnetesis.
Yeah. But it's weird how all that's depicted. Well,
that's really weird.
Season 3?
I think so.
All right. It's been a fun ride, Season 3. Still prefer Season 2. Not to get the competition.
Yeah, that's interesting. I'm not sure how I feel about that. I would have to think about it.
Yeah.
And weigh some things.
I give you 4 words why Season 2 beats Season 3, I think, very simply.
Okay.
The other 48 days.
Oh, right. I forgot about that one. Okay. Yeah.
It's so good.
Yeah, you're right.
Maternity leave.
Yeah. They have a hard time. Yeah. I guess they have a hard time beating that in Season 3. But
Lockdown.
Hey, we did get the cabin.
We did get the cabin, all right? We got the
cabin's pretty cool. But it's true that they do not have an other 48 Days episode.
Yeah.
They're hard pressed to repeat that magic. So, yeah, but I guess maybe it has a higher high, but I'm not sure if on average I prefer Season 2 or Season 3. Like overall.
Yeah, but Season 3's got all the crappy other stuff. Season 2 has all the good other stuff. All the Ben stuff. all the beginning Ben being awesome stuff.
Ben in Swan Station. But I mean, there's been some good Ben stuff this season.
Yeah.
But I guess he was more interesting in season 2. When we didn't know much about him. Although he's gotten a bit more interesting later on with some of the crazy stunts he's been pulling lately.
Mm-hmm.
But it is hard to beat that initial introduction. And that look, and got any milk, and all that stuff.
He will lie, and he will lie, and he will continue to lie. And when he's done lying, he will lie once more.
Just once.
Just once.
One final lie.
Yeah, that should have been like when Ben is killed. It's just like his dying words are like, "I'm not Benjamin Linus." Your mind just goes boom.
Oh my God. No one saw that coming.
Yeah. He's like, I was the balloon guy all the time. All this time.
Oh my God.
I was the hot air balloon guy.
Oh my God. You know, that reminds me, like, speaking of Henry Gale, I feel like Henry Gale is an unanswered mystery that I think it's strange that they introduced. I mean, I guess it's functional because it's Ben's cover story, but it's so specific. You know, they have this hot air balloon. It's got Widmore on it. You know, he crashes there, and the others apparently kill him or something. I guess that's what happened. It just seems like that's something they would go back to. You know, I'm surprised they just let that slide.
To go back to what part?
The Henry Gale story.
Oh, what's there to go back to? You mean just like explore what happened there?
Yeah.
Just to revisit?
Yeah, revisit it. You know, like, it's something they could have done during the time travel period or something. You know what I mean? Like, I'm just surprised it's not even really referenced anymore. It just seems like they put, like, they could have had a simpler cover story. I mean, maybe it just would have been less interesting, and they wanted it to be interesting, but, you know, functionally, they didn't need to include all those weird details to sell the story. And to have it serve its purpose.
Yeah.
You know? And it makes me wonder, like, I mean, I guess the idea is just like the others, you know, interrogated him or something and killed him. And that's it.
Yeah.
So, like, maybe there's not much to tell, but...
Yeah, I think there's maybe, like, you could have, like, a couple of interesting scenes of just Henry Gale landing in this balloon and dealing with the early days on the island and coming across the others and getting captured. And
that's
getting a little bit of perspective from
like a brief thing, but it would have to make that work. I feel like the only way to do that is during the time traveling. So they can just have a couple scenes and out.
Yeah.
You know, because they don't need to have a whole episode about it. You know, might not be enough story to support a full episode.
Yeah.
You know?
I say.
Yeah. But I just thought that was strange. But, yeah, I mean, I would say, like, the cabin thing, I can't get over. I mean, the cabin thing is something I've been stuck on forever. And I also think we have to go back is probably the coolest, like, you know, finale thing that they ever do.
Yeah, it's true.
So, you know, so compared to season 2 finale, I mean, I would say this one was more interesting. For me. I mean, season 2 finale, we get Desmond's story. not that it's not interesting, but I don't think it's as interesting as this flash forward thing.
Yeah.
And I think for the On Island story, it's a fairly good competition. Maybe the Swan Station blowing up is more interesting than the Looking Glass. I guess it definitely is, but
yeah, I mean Desmond, his backstory before the island is not that great, but his backstory
on the
island is good.
Yeah, that
I
is
mean,
good
filling
stuff.
in all the Swan stuff, how he got there, why he was left there, and the plane crash thing.
Yeah.
That's big. And then actually the station imploding was huge, like figuring that out. And then Penny, looking for Desmond at the end. That's a big thing.
Right.
Yeah, but it's hard to beat. We got to go back and Jack's whole descent into chaos throughout this whole Looking Glass episode. But yeah, the Looking Glass itself was very boring. Like that was, there was nothing there.
Yeah. Yeah, it wasn't a super exciting moment, I guess. I enjoyed the drama down there, but yeah, the place itself wasn't, as far as like giving us mythology and stuff, it wasn't that great.
Mm-hmm.
But the cabin, I'm really fixated on that, because that's an idea that obviously has caused me a lot of obsession.
Mm-hmm.
More so than probably anything in season 2.
Yeah.
So I have to give him credit for that. But yeah, I'm just not sure. There's a lot of things I don't like about the other story, but some of it works. And season 2 has its whatever episodes as well. So I feel like for me it's probably season 2 is better overall, but I think it's not that they're not that far apart.
Yeah, I bet that.
I think like season 3 saved itself at the end. If you take out the cabin and this episode,
it made a course correction and saved itself.
Yeah, like they really brought it back into focus. Whereas, like I guess in season 2 you had a really awesome run with, the Michael shooting Ana Lucia and Libby.
Mm-hmm.
Then you had question mark, and then you had the 3 minutes Michael thing.
Yeah.
And they had that was a pretty strong run. That I think they didn't really equal here. Greatest hits.
Oof.
doesn't really measure up with any of those episodes. Man Behind the Curtain, yes, but because I think Man Behind the Curtain is almost like I don't know. It's like 3 minutes and question mark like wrapped up into one or something. It's the others and Dharma, and Other Strangeness, like all put together in one episode.
Mm-hmm.
So it's very concentrated. But yeah, besides that, I mean, even Locke's dad storyline, it was good. They got some good drama out of it. They got the Sawyer thing. But it was a little bit of a letdown from how exciting it seemed at the beginning.
Mm-hmm.
It kind of turns into, wow, we kidnapped your father, and you just need to kill him so that the story can progress.
Yeah.
And I kind of don't like stories like that. Where it's like, in order to advance the plot, you have to do this thing. And there's nothing inherently interesting about this thing, but I have to watch you do this thing. Otherwise, I can't get to the part I care about.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just an obstacle.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. And, like, the thing itself isn't... I mean, not that I'm not interested in Locke's dad, but I don't know. Him on the island was weird. I'm not...
He was really weird on the island.
Yeah, like, there was something strange about the way he played him. It didn't feel like the same guy from the flashbacks.
Mm-hmm.
It felt like he was, I don't know, possessed or I don't know,
well,
like an impersonator or something.
It makes sense from the perspective that he thought they were dead.
Right.
And that they were in hell or purgatory or something. And so he should be out of his mind a little bit.
Yeah.
But yeah, just on the surface though, it was weird to come for him to be like that. But he starts regressing and has his accent changes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So I'm looking at this thing, at the end of season 3, I guess they aired something before the pilot called Lost the Answers. I'm sorry, before the finale, Lost the Answers. I'm looking at Wikipedia here. Yeah. And they have a list of, I guess Damon was giving answers. Damon and Carlton were giving answers. And so they have a list of answers that were given in this thing.
Okay.
So
what kind of answers we got?
Well, some actually important answers, I think.
Okay.
So, I mean, stuff we already know, but it's interesting that they, in season 3, said this, and I felt like we didn't pay attention or something. So this is, let's see, the plane was brought down when the Swan Station's EMP fried the electronics due to Desmond's failure to enter the code in time. Okay, we knew that. But it says they did not say that the EMP caused the mid-air breakup of the plane. So I guess it doesn't mean it's not true, but the EMP didn't explicitly do that.
Okay.
And then it says Ben retrieved news footage of the missing plane shortly after it happened. Okay, I guess from the Flame Station. He just took it to his local channel. Okay. Next thing they say is Locke is methodically destroying everything that may be used as an escape from the island.
Mm-hmm.
So that's specific and true.
I saw that happen, yeah.
Here's something that they said in season 3 and people still don't get is the survivors are not in purgatory. They are alive and living somewhere in the space-time continuum.
Mm-hmm. Wow, thanks for the definitive answer, guys.
Yeah. They are in what we call reality.
Oh my god, the space-time continuum. Thanks, guys.
Yeah.
That's hilarious.
That's not a general thing at all, huh?
That is our definitive answer. Thank you.
Yeah. It's anywhere in the universe at any time.
That's not purgatory.
That's not purgatory, right? The next thing is the Swan is confirmed as the most important station on the island.
Okay.
Which makes sense.
Yeah, I can see that.
The manifestations on the island, this says Yimmy, the horse, Christian Shepherd, ... are confirmed to be connected to the monster.
Really?
Apparently.
Really? It's just confirmed.
Just confirmed. Check it off.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wow. I didn't realize we knew that. Okay.
I didn't realize in season 3. I didn't realize we knew. Well, Yimmy, you guessed.
Yimmy is clear. Yes.
Yeah, but the horse and
horse.
The horse.
Look, Christian maybe. The horse.
I thought the horse was always a stretch, even though it made sense.
The horse.
The horse, of course.
And then there was that time I was a horse.
And then I was a horse for a bit, y'all.
Oh my god. That's crazy. I actually didn't realize. I thought it was just a little bit of a crackpot yet plausible theory. It was confirmed he was the horse.
Apparently confirmed he was the horse. I want to watch this and see exactly what they say about this stuff. I'm just reading the summation here.
Okay.
The next thing is the term magic box is a metaphor for the entire island. Uh-huh. That's interesting because I thought it was just a metaphor.
I thought it was
But
I thought it was a metaphor for a metaphor for an idea that Ben was portraying, not necessarily the island per se.
Not that the island is the box.
Yeah.
Which makes me want to go read what he said about it again. The next thing is, this is interesting. Desmond's turning the key, because we talked about this earlier about what you could know or not know. Mm-hmm. Desmond's turning the key in the failsafe under the Swan Station prevented a, quote, global catastrophe.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Apparently that was confirmed, that it would have been a global catastrophe.
Confirmed. Wow.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm surprised.
And it says it was because of this discharge that the island's location was briefly revealed to the outside world. So that's how Penny's station found it, of course. And then the last thing is we actually talked about in this podcast, the polar bears were brought to the island by Dharma, but later escaped from their cages. Mm-hmm. And then swam up to 60 miles because they're show-offs.
Does it say that? Please tell me.
It says that. Yeah, it says that. They're show-offs.
Bob thinks they should give it up.
Give it up, guys. How about you swim 20 miles and call it a day? Who are you trying to impress?
Oh, the polar bears. People did not let go of the polar bears. That was so hard for people to let go.
Yeah, no, people were really upset about that.
I feel like it was because they were in the pilot, and the pilot had a huge impact, and like people didn't necessarily see all the episodes after that.
Yeah.
And so they just didn't realize that
a polar bear on a tropical island is such a great visual. It's so opposite, so it really sticks in your head, I think.
Yeah. Whereas for me, like, that's one of the least interesting mysteries. Mm-hmm. Because, like, the answer is, like, really, they were brought there. People brought them.
Yeah, what else do you want, guys?
It's not that deep.
You ever heard of a zoo? People bring animals to one location to another?
Yeah, if you go to a zoo, you're going to find a lot of animals that are not native to the area where that zoo is located.
Yep.
That's what people do. So, why not? Now, in whatever, in our defense and their defense, in the pilot, you don't know that there have been people on the island. For all you know, it's a deserted island. That would make the polar bears being there a lot crazier.
Yeah. But they can swim up to 60 miles. How far is the Arctic from the tropic? No one knows. I'm going to say it's less than 60 miles. Nautical miles, please. Nautical miles.
Oh, it's nautical miles.
They're slightly longer than regular miles because of the curvature of the Earth.
They're longer. Okay.
They're longer, yeah.
Gotcha. Curvature. Oh, right.
Yeah, you have to take the curvature of the Earth into account with distance over the water. But over land, it doesn't matter for some.
Over land, we just don't bother.
Yeah. I guess you could measure things in nautical miles on land. It would just be an unnecessary thing to do.
Right. It might complicate things.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's weird.
Yeah, so that's a little list of things that were apparently confirmed, which makes me think we should go through all of the things they did like this to see if we missed anything.
Yeah, some confirmed answers. I would say the most surprising thing, well, first of all, the smoke monster thing was surprising, and also the global catastrophe.
Yeah.
But the thing is, though, global catastrophe is still a bit interpretive. Like, global catastrophe doesn't have to mean the end of the world.
Yeah.
Certainly things like whatever the tsunami or hurricanes or I mean, I think it would be reasonable to call a lot of those things global catastrophes.
Yeah.
Because they're on such a huge scale, but they don't necessarily mean the world ends. So it is a confirmation that it does something pretty huge on a global scale.
Man, I wonder if they ever considered tying the island into global warming. And like somehow like the Swan Station is keeping global warming in check.
Oh God.
Or something, and then if it explodes, then everything will melt faster, and it's keeping the energy in check or something. Polar bears.
Right. Yeah. No, I see it. There's a logic there. There's for like something Dharma would want to do.
Yeah.
It makes sense.
Weather experiments.
Yeah. Yeah. I could see them focusing on ways to prevent climate change.
Mm-hmm.
That's in line with their philosophy.
Yeah.
And yeah. That's weird. I never really thought about that.
All right. It looks like they didn't do another one of these answer things anymore. They did that one in season 3.
No more answers.
I guess it's like, they're gearing up for the last half of the show, so they wanted to clear some things before people started watching the last half.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I'm surprised they did that, though. I'm surprised they wanted to be that definitive.
Mm-hmm.
Even though they didn't go that far. I was expecting something a little more crazy, but it's really significant. I mean, significant to tie together Jimmy Christian and the horse.
Yeah, the horse.
The horse. I can't believe the horse.
Because the horse didn't do anything.
It just stood there.
It just stood there and ate some grass.
I'm a horse.
Yeah.
Monster horse.
Come on, Kate. Don't you want to do XYZ because I'm a horse in your face?
I'm a horse. It's so weird. It's so weird. That's like the weirdest thing he did, I think.
Was it like Kate was gonna do something and he didn't want her to do it, so he painted her as a horse so she could think, nay.
Oh my god.
Thank you and good night, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh my god.
Try the fish. I'll be here all week. Tip
your
waitress.
So ridiculous. So ridiculous. You know what I learned that I'm not sure is true, but I'm gonna say it anyway. That it used to be that, you know how if you say are you not going to the store, like it's a little confusing as far as how you're supposed to answer that.
Yeah.
That it used to be that yay and nay were like the affirmative yes and no, and yes and no were the negative ones. I think that's how it goes. I may have that wrong. But so if you say, are you not going to the store, then you say yes if you are and no if you're not, but you can't say, yay or nay to those questions. But to positive questions, you say, so there were like 4 versions depending on whether you're supposed to.
So do you want to go to the store? You could say yay.
Yay.
Do you not want to go to the store? You could say yes.
Yes, exactly. Exactly. It's like, it's a distinction depending on what the question is.
Oh, interesting.
That, eventually disappeared. And now we have like a slight ambiguity about how we're supposed to respond to that.
Yeah.
It gets confusing sometimes. And like, I think, like, not really the same thing, but it kind of happens when people ask like, do you mind?
Yeah.
If or whatever, because the thing they say, you want to say yes, but the right answer is no.
Yes. It's like, no, I do not mind. Yes, you can do it. It's
exactly.
Really weird. Yeah. Or when they can't, do you mind? And you say sure.
Right.
Because like, go ahead and do it. So you say sure, but you're really saying, yes, I mind, and it's like, but no, I don't mind.
Yeah, but you mean the opposite. Yeah, it's a confusing situation.
Yeah, another confusing thing is I couldn't care less.
Oh yeah,
I could care less.
Yeah.
Which one's worse?
Yeah. I think I couldn't care less is the one that makes sense. And I could care less makes no sense. Although that's the one I usually say.
I could care less. Yeah, it's like I could care less means I don't care a lot. Or I guess it doesn't actually tell you how much you care.
No.
Yeah. I couldn't care less tells you you're at a very low value of care.
You're at the minimum amount of caring that you could ever have.
But I feel like if you say I could care less, I feel like you could say like I could care less I'm sorry, I couldn't care less is almost like the value equals 0. Caring equals 0. But I feel like you could say I could care less is like caring could be a negative number. Like I care 0, but I could care even less. I could care negative amounts.
Yikes.
That's how much I don't like it.
Wow.
I care less.
I like anti-care.
It's anti-caring. Now I'm actually circling back to caring. I care so less.
What's the opposite of caring? That's weird.
What's the opposite of caring? This podcast is not equipped to answer that question. Let's stick to simple things like what is the island and.
I feel like there should be a word for the opposite of caring. I don't have one though.
Nonchalant.
Yeah, that's kind of what it is.
The opposite of caring. If you don't care, then you are indifferent.
Yeah. Indifference.
Yeah.
I have positive indifference.
Ambivalence. Yeah.
It's like a hard thing to achieve, but if you can do it, yeah, okay. Well, if that's what that means, then I'm glad that's the one I say.
Mm-hmm.
It sounds better to my ears for some reason, even though it makes less sense logically.
Yeah, I couldn't care less is it's extra snippy.
Yeah.
I could care less. I could care less.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's really Yeah, well, if we keep using it that way, that's the meaning we'll get is the way we use it.
Oh god, it's so true. But anyway, horses.
Anyway, horses in Lost. Nay.
All right, that's where that came from. Yeah, I would love to see that in the loophole-centric episode. That would be like the the comic relief part.
Yeah, I feel like in that thing I was saying about him showing his loophole with the chessboard, he pulls up the knight.
Of course.
And then I was a horse.
Of course. This is me. This is me right here.
Yeah, then I was this thing.
I was a horse. Because when he's the boar or the tree frog or even the spider, he accomplishes a goal.
Yeah.
It's not really clear what he does there. I mean, Kate gets something out of that encounter, but it's kind of vague what that is.
And doesn't Sawyer see the horse?
Yeah, Sawyer sees the horse. But that's okay. I mean, when Man in Black takes the form of stuff, people usually see it.
Yeah. But it's weird that he's drawing an image out of their head, but then other people who don't have that image in their head can see it.
Mm-hmm.
But I guess it's just what it is.
Yeah. I mean, they don't have a lot of examples of that because usually he works with people one-on-one.
Yeah.
So you don't get a lot of chance to see him really flex that ability. Because when he takes stuff from your head, he usually uses it on that person only.
Yeah. Yeah, it's easy to manipulate people one-on-one.
Exactly. But I think we are to believe that if someone else were just sitting there, they would see it.
Yeah, they all see Christian when there's multiple people around.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, right. Christian totally talks to a bunch of them. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a good example. And most of them, actually, I think none of them have any idea who he is.
Yeah.
Because, Locke never got to tell them.
That's a reveal that would have been really cool and really would have been a great part of the loophole if one of the original Losties was Man in Black at some point.
Yeah.
At some point you realize Kate, the mole, has been Man in Black the whole time.
Kate is the mole. Yeah.
Or he infiltrated them right from the beginning. And it would have to be someone I guess we didn't get a flashback about, which would have been telling.
Right.
Because that would have been odd to have a normal flashback of them, even though they're Man in Black. But that would have been a really cool thing if they could have pulled that out somehow, of like some big long con.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely. definitely.
Jack's like, and I was the smoke monster all along.
Oh God.
And then they, you see the scene of Jack fighting Locke on the cliffs in the finale, and you cut to one of the some other character watching them, and it's just Jack fighting himself.
Oh no, it's a Fight Club moment.
It's a Fight Club.
Oh Jesus.
He's Edward Norton.
Oh my God. Yeah.
Don't you see, Jack? You created this.
Oh no.
I guess you just met me at a rough time in my life.
Oh my God. Oh my God. LOL.
That's the ending you want, right?
Yeah.
You met me at a really weird time, Marla. I mean, Kate. I mean, whoever.
Oh God.
Oh man. Yeah, then they zoom out from the island and it's one big bar of soap. The end.
Jesus.
Yeah, there's your TV show. All right. Well, for the fifth time, anything else on?
That is kind of crazy that Christian just meets a bunch of them. That's out of character for him.
Yeah.
Yeah, because aside from when he's impersonating Locke, which is a public thing, that's not like who the fuck do they think that is? Like, it's some weird guy hanging out in the abandoned barracks in the dark.
I mean, it's weird because like, yeah, and he's like telling Sun about Jen or whatever. You'll see him soon. Whatever.
And you got a journey ahead of you.
Yeah, it's like, why am I listening to you?
This crazy man told me I have a journey. And I have to wait for Locke now. Like what? Like I feel like they weren't creeped out or like suspicious.
They didn't demand to know who he was or why he knew anything.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was weird.
What the fuck? Why did they just listen to him and move on with their lives?
Because you see, Justin, in life, sometimes we follow false leaders.
Oh no.
We are subject to not asking the pertinent questions that one normally would. And this is really an illustration of how we should perhaps live our lives and perhaps what happens after you die.
Oh my God. I never thought of that scene as really weird, but it is. God
You're welcome.
Damn it. God damn it, not another one.
Yeah, now you won't sleep tonight.
Oh, great. Look, I needed another thing to like annoy me and make me obsess about this show. Jesus. No one bothered. Like who was that guy?
He came out of the woods and he's like, "Hey, I can
guys,
tell you some stuff."
Oh yeah, they're time traveling. Here's a picture. That's cool, right?
Yeah. Isn't this great that I have all this knowledge of you guys and you have no idea, you haven't seen me this whole time?
I'm just here by myself and I'm just gonna disappear and you're never gonna see me again. And that's normal, right?
Yeah, don't ask questions. It's the island. Haha, wink wink.
What the fuck? What the fuck? Because they're not Locke. They're not the kind of people that just like wander in and expect, people to tell them stuff and then they go do it, like that's weird.
Sooner or later on this island, I think it's true that you just end up following some crazy person.
It's like, just Frank?
Stay on the island long enough, and you're just going to do what some crazy person tells you to at some point. No matter who you are. Yeah, it's just the nature of the island. We used to think the island made you, like, stop asking mystery questions, It just erodes that part of your brain or something. But, yeah, there's something about it. Long enough, you're just going to say, fuck it, I'll do what he said.
Mm-hmm. Okay, I mean, fair enough.
Yeah.
I mean, they were just on a plane where a bunch of people just disappeared mysteriously before they crashed. That's pretty weird.
Yeah.
And then they find a station, and I mean,
wait. did 316 land on the Hydra Island on the runway?
Yeah.
And then, but then like some of the Losties flashed to the past.
Yeah.
But then some of the Losties flashed to the main island.
No. They landed there. They
landed and they went over. Okay.
Yeah, Sun's there, and she I think she's with Frank, and she takes a boat and goes to look for Jin.
That's right. Okay. I was
and Ben and Locke come over in a boat too. They all stay on the plane.
Okay.
It's not that crazy, at least. I'm just gonna flash you to the main island.
Yeah. Save me some trouble.
And then we flashed to the main island, but it was the present, not the past.
Oh, jeez.
It's another day for us.
Yeah, how did Sun go to sleep that night when she found out Jin went to the 70s?
I know. It was like, and then later on, she's like, "This man Jacob, will he help me find Jin?"
Oh man.
And Locke's just like, yeah, oh yeah.
Oh yeah, he's good for that. He's good to go. You can count him in for that.
He's so good at finding Jin. He's like the best Jin finder I've ever.
If anybody says they can find Jin better, they're lying. He's been finding Jin since the turn of the century.
Oh my god. Yeah, she totally moved on with her life. It was
I'm big into sketch these days, and I now want to see a sketch, like one of those like crappy accident lawyer commercials you see, but I want it to be like Man in Black as like Christian Shepherd, and he's like, lost a loved one through a space-time continuum? I can help you find him. He's just going through like everybody's problems and promising he can solve them. No. Oh man. Yeah, call me. I'm Man in Black. I can solve any problem you want. I got a loophole to fix any situation.
The whole thing's weird to me. Now I'm even more confused. Why did he even bother to tell her that?
Thanks and namaste. Like, namaste and good luck.
What? The end. I don't get it.
What we say? Why did he do what?
Why did he even bother to like appear as Christian and talk to her and show her a picture and like what was even the, you know what I mean? Like why not just let her walk around? Like I don't, you know what I mean?
Well, because she needed to follow Locke, and he wanted her to follow Locke, I guess, instead of walking.
Why? Why did he even care if she followed Locke?
Because that's what they wrote. I mean, maybe just I'm trying to think of a non-production reason of just like they just wanted all the people
to be together. Yeah.
And also, again, that calls into question why he knew Jin would be coming back and when. The whole journey ahead of you thing. Like, why did he know that Jin would come back? That's a future thing. So is he time traveling? That's weird.
Wait, who's time traveling? What?
Man in Black.
Oh.
Because he tells Sun, right, that Jin went back to the past.
Yeah.
But that they'll be reunited, which means Jin's got to come back to the present.
Right.
How does he know that?
Right. I mean, I was just assuming he was just saying that because he thinks that's what she wants to hear, so she'll follow.
It just happens to be true?
It just happens to be true, yeah.
Okay.
I mean, that was my assumption. But I just don't get why he cares if she's there or not, you know? Like Frank, I mean, he doesn't tell Frank anything because Frank doesn't have anybody in the 70s, but, Frank's there. And then Frank waits for Locke, and then when Sun's like, I thought you were dead, Frank's like, this guy's a dead guy? Okay, I'm leaving. And,
this guy's a dead guy? Oh, that's a great line. This guy's a dead guy? I'm out.
I don't think that was a quote, sadly, but like basically he was just like, okay, this is too weird for me.
I'm too old for this shit.
This is it. I'm out. And he goes back to Hydra and, runs into Alana. And then they bring him back to the statue anyway.
Yeah.
But it doesn't seem like it mattered whether Sun came with them or not, I mean, they could have had her go with Frank.
Mm-hmm.
And she could have still ended up at the statue.
Yeah. What more do you want?
I just don't get it. I mean, at the time it feels like, Christian is guiding them and like you have a journey ahead of you and it's all mystical and weird and you think it's leading somewhere, but in retrospect it's like I just have no idea what he's doing.
Mm-hmm.
Why he's even bothering to tell her this, Why he cares if she's...
Well, maybe when we get back to it, some plausible explanation will present itself.
Let's hope so.
It's hard to remember all the details there.
It's just frustrating because that scene never bothered me. and then you're like, but the bunch of people saw Christian Shepherd at the same, and I'm like, oh yeah, that scene doesn't make any sense anymore.
Oops.
And it never bothered me.
I broke it.
Yeah, I just took it for granted. Like, he wanted them to follow Locke, and it's like, it didn't bother me. Like, why would that be a thing? You broke my scene.
I brokey. He's brokey. Oh well, we'll fix it later.
It's almost worse than the horse.
We'll glue it back together. Oh, the horse.
The confirmed horse.
The confirmed horse. Yeah. Why did they confirm the horse?
Confirmed horse. Why?
Confirmed horse theory.
There's no need to confirm the horse. Horse confirmed.
A horse is a horse, of course, unless the horse is a confirmed horse. Whose name is Man in Black.
Oh, wow.
Yikes.
So anyway, I think that's it for now. We'll get there.
We're doing Mr. Ed Rhymes.
It's getting out of control.
I think we're done here.
Yeah.
I think we've done all the good work we can do, and
it's a lot.
Solve some things. The segment of our past triumphs and failures was fun.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can't imagine so many hours of discussion and so many possible spot-on theories, and then forgotten to the endless hours of the podcast.
Yeah, just sitting there. So yeah, I'm gonna try to listen to this one too. It's a long one, so it's gonna take me a while, but I'm curious to see what we're gonna say about the flash forward and all that stuff.
One last thing in terms of like theories on the show and sort of overall of the show. It's weird that like now that we know the whole show, I don't even think we would have been able to guess the end of the show, right? Because it wasn't ever about anything more than what they said it was about. Like once we know about Man in Black being Jacob's brother and Jacob and the whole contest and all that stuff. It was not, it wasn't like, okay, all of this is about Man in Black as a space prisoner on a spaceship. That's the island. Like that kind of guessing of the show.
Right.
It was like, it just kind of ended.
Yeah.
And it became about the Flash sideways and what that meant. But yeah, I felt like we couldn't have really ever guessed how the show was going to end because it just wrapped up the on-island conflict and then moved into the afterlife.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just thought that was...
I agree. If we came up with it, it would have been very vague. It would have been like, I think at the end of the show, they will defeat the bad guy, and some of them will get off the island, and some of them will die saving the islands.
Yeah, and some of them will stay on the island.
Yeah.
And the end.
Yeah, like, I think we could have come up with that, but it's so vague, it's not really... I mean, it almost seems obvious that something like that has to happen.
Yeah.
so it's barely a theory.
Mm-hmm.
You know? But as to, like, the specific stuff, like, yeah, I don't think there's any way to guess that. You would be an insane person at this point to come out with the Man in Black as Jacob's brother, and he wants to kill him because Jacob's holding him trapped there because their mommy told them that they couldn't leave the island, and yeah, it's just no way to guess that. Even in season 6, we couldn't guess that. You know, before Across the Sea, who thought that when Man in Black was like, "I want to go home"? Mm-hmm. Like, who thought that meant to a place I've never been?
Yeah,
it makes no sense.
To put home as a place I've never been. It's very poetic.
It's ridiculous. Like, you know what I mean? So, yeah, in season 3, there's no way we were going to come up with any of that.
Yeah.
I think, I don't know. At this point, we don't even know that there's a conflict between Ben and Widmore. We don't even know that Widmore has anything to do with the island, really.
Yeah, that's true.
Except that Penny is his daughter and Desmond's on the island.
Mm-hmm.
You know, we don't have a clue, so it's kind of a reveal going forward.
Yeah, Widmore and Ben are definitely the first level of that good guy, bad guy duality.
Yeah.
And then they bring it up a magnitude with Jacob and Man in Black.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, there's no... It's not like they lay in these clues where, you know, oh yeah, and the statue, that's going to be where Jacob lives. I mean, I guess you could come up with that, but...
Why would you think someone could live in a statue?
It doesn't really make sense,
Why would you... Nobody lives in a statue.
Yeah, that's a weird...
I mean, there's a little old woman who lived in a shoe, but that's a nursery rhyme.
Right.
She had so many kids, she didn't know what to do.
It seems clear that he lives in the cabin, so I don't know why he would need to live in a statue.
Yeah. Why does a statue have a place to live? It's a foot. You live in a foot, Jacob. Look at your life, man.
Hey, it used to be more than a foot. Then a boat came and knocked it off.
I know, and then you moved in.
Now it's just a foot.
What was he living before?
I assume he was living there before. That's where... Or did he really move in after? I guess we don't really know. That's where Richard meets him, but...
But, I mean, even before...
Oh, no, he was living there before because he's there in that scene before the Black Rock comes from the incident when the Man in Black comes up. They have their little conversation. He's in the statue and it's still together.
Jacob was there before the statue was built, so where did he live before it was built?
Oh, that's what you mean?
Yeah.
I thought you meant where did he live before it was just a foot.
Now my place is a foot.
That's a good question.
Oh, that'd be so funny if...
Or no, he probably moved out of the cave after he left the bodies there.
Yeah. Oh, I think that actually is what happened. He left the cave, and then he moved to the statue. But that would have been so funny to go, you know, they're at the statue, and I guess it wouldn't have made sense yet, but they're at the statue and the Black Rock is coming, and Jacob goes, "The game is afoot." But the statue isn't afoot yet, so Man in Black would be like, "What are you talking about?" He's like, "Just wait for it.
You'll see.
You'll see tomorrow after this ship crashes."
The game is afoot. Oh my god. I really need to get off this island, Jacob.
Yeah.
I can't take your puns anymore.
With puns like that, do you blame me? Oh. It's like an extra level of torture, yeah. Jacob's like, tough crowd.
I know.
All right, well, I think we covered everything twice.
Hopefully.
Yeah, so... Thanks for being on this rewatch commentary roller coaster with us, everybody. Pat on the back for finishing season 3. We're about to head into season 4.
Yeah.
And it's all downhill from here.
That's right. Can't wait.
All right, until next time, thanks and namaste.
Namaste and good luck.